Section 1 of Weird Tales presents Web of the Spider. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chris Pyle. Weird Tales presents Web of the Spider. The Hairy Monster by Neil Miller. I am not a scientific or learned man. If I were, perhaps I might be able to set down the events which I am about to chronicle in such a manner as will be of enormous value to the scientific world. Had the events which I am about to relate been witnessed by a man possessed of a knowledge of science, the world would undoubtedly have been made richer by the passing of Dr. Carroll. For then we would have a true explanation of all that took place within the mysterious laboratory which he had fitted up for himself. We would then have a solution of the most mystifying series of circumstances which I have ever heard of. Alas, that I alone know all the absolute facts surrounding the affair. And I alone, of all the world, am perhaps the man least fitted for the task of setting them down. For, as I have stated, I know nothing of science, or of the principles involved in the doctor's experiments. The best I can do is write down the actual occurrences in the best way I know, and permit my reader to draw his own conclusions. Were I a writer of fiction, the reading of what is to follow might have been made much more pleasurable, but then perhaps I might have yielded to the temptation, which I have found to be very common to writers, to polish up and gloss over certain occurrences which took place with a view of making them more thrilling and interesting. The events themselves are thrilling enough, and if you do not find them interesting, the fault lies only in my meager ability to relate what I know to be the absolute facts. Why Dr. Carroll, with his host of scientific friends, should ever have taken a fancy to me is more than I have ever been able to figure out. Certainly I am not one who would attract attention from such a learned man as he. In fact, I was but a servant of the doctor's, yet at times he treated me with more courtesy than he did his colleagues in science. I was his gardener, with a little cottage of my own on the edge of his estate. And very often in the evening the doctor would drop in for a quiet smoke and a few minutes' conversation. And on one or two occasions I have known of his actually deserting a learned company of savants to come to my cottage and converse with me. Naturally, I believe that Dr. Carroll thought a great deal of me, and I would have died for him. I think his eyes were the most noticeable thing about him. Strange, magnetic eyes they were, which, when one once looked into them, seemed to possess the property of holding his gaze until the doctor chose to look away. Hypnotic, I guess you would call it. Certainly no man could ever forget the eyes of Dr. Carroll. And because I could never forget the eyes of my master, a group of analysts judged me insane. Bah! They do not know what I know, and probably never will. From time to time the learned doctor had been engaged in scientific experiments, though I never did know the complete details of those experiments. I did know that the doctor held an enviable place in the world of science, and that he was the author of several books which had caused sensational stirs among his fellow scientists. In fact, I was at all times impressed with the depth of the doctor's learning, and I have never ceased to marvel at the things he sometimes showed me in his laboratory. Horrible, grotesque, and sometimes seemingly supernatural were the things which he brought before my attention. Had I been superstitious or of weak heart, I know that I would long ago have died of the horrors which he showed me. But the calm, precise doctor often complimented me by saying that I was able to see such things in the calm, dispassionate light with which all scientists must view their experiments. Thus encouraged, I continued my infrequent visits to the laboratory, and endeavored to manifest an enthusiasm for the horrible and eerie things which he showed me, though often, after seeing some of his terrible creations, I would return to my hut and lie awake all night long, too shaken by the sights I had witnessed to go to sleep. The result of the doctor's last experiment, however, made such a deep impression upon me that for 3 months after I was confined to the violent ward of the state hospital, with the attendants despairing of ever restoring my sanity. It was in the latter part of May that I first began to miss the doctor from his accustomed haunts. No longer did he come down to my cottage in the evening for a quiet smoke and a few minutes' chat. From Mr. Barton, the doctor's son-in-law, I learned that he was spending most of his time in the concrete laboratory, appearing at the house only for his meals and to snatch a few hours' sleep. "It is something big he is working on this time," said Mr. Barton. "He won't let any of us go near the laboratory, not even Bessie. When he does appear at the house, it is only to snatch a bite to eat, or to doze for a moment. Then he is all haste to get back to the laboratory, and he is so nervous and excited. I swear I have never seen him so enthusiastic over an experiment. We'll see a lot of excitement around here when he finally throws open the door of the laboratory and invites his friends out to see what he has done." Remembering some of the things I had seen within the grim walls of the laboratory, I could not restrain a shudder. But as days passed, I found that a certain morbid curiosity seemed to be continually drawing me toward the laboratory, in the hope that I might gain an inkling as to what was going on behind those closely barred windows. That it was something to strike fear to the heart of mortal man, I well knew, yet I could not keep away from the place. Then the doctor disappeared entirely, and I learned that he was having his meals sent out to him, and was spending both days and nights within the walls of the laboratory. About a month after the doctor had shut himself up in the concrete laboratory, I had been working on the far side of the estate, and at sunset, as I turned my steps toward my cottage, I met Mr. Barton. He fell into step beside me and walked to my door. I knew at once that the young man was deeply worried about something, and though he spoke no word as he walked along, I knew that he wanted to confide in me, but I held my peace. At last we left the shadowy woods and came upon the concrete driveway which led to the house and the laboratory. For a time we walked along, the only sound being the crunch of our feet on the gravel, which a recent rain had washed down. I was vainly trying to arrive at some conclusion as to what had so disturbed my young companion, when suddenly I stopped and stared in horror at a spot on the pavement. There, gleaming in the setting sun, lay a large pool of fresh blood. Barton saw it about the same time I did, and I noticed that he shuddered. Then, as though desiring to lose sight of the crimson pool, he quickened his pace. "Blood," he muttered as though to himself. "Fresh blood every day, always at the same time, and every day there is more of it." "What's that, sir?" I asked respectfully. He stopped suddenly and seized my sleeve. "Greening," he said nervously. "This thing is getting on my nerves, and I've simply got to have someone to talk to. You saw that pool of blood back there, but do you know what it means?" I admitted that I did not. "I only wish I did," he said. "I do know that day after day the doctor has been receiving ever-increasing quantities of blood. At first it was only a quart, then it was a gallon. Today," here he lowered his voice, "today it was 10 gallons. "It probably has something to do with his experiments," I said with attempted lightness. "I have known of him having stranger things than blood in that old laboratory." "What kind of an experiment can he be conducting which requires 10 gallons of blood every day?" demanded Mr. Barton. "I tell you, man, I'm afraid. I have a feeling that something is going to happen, something terrible." At last he left me, still muttering that something terrible was about to happen. For a long time after he had gone, I sat alone on the veranda of my cottage, watching the bright red glow of the western sky. Red like blood, and then I shuddered. Why, I know not. I do not think I have been influenced by Mr. Barton's fears. Indeed, I had almost forgotten them. But suddenly there had come over me an overwhelming premonition of impending disaster. Though the night was hot and sultry, I felt suddenly cold and afraid. Thinking to lose this feeling of depression, I rose and entered the house. Inside, with the light switched on, things began to assume a more cheerful aspect. Indeed, I managed to laugh at my fears, which seemed so groundless. Would to God that I had heeded them. At last, as the clock struck 12, I rose and began to prepare for bed. After extinguishing the light, I stepped out onto the veranda and looked up the driveway toward the laboratory. The night was hot and sultry, with promise of rain before the morrow. Light, scudding clouds raced across the sky, at times entirely obscuring the moon. I noticed that the doctor had thrown open one of the big steel shutters, probably to gain air. Satisfied that all was well, I re-entered my cottage and promptly went to bed. Sleep was long in coming, and when at last I drifted into a restless slumber, my sleep was disturbed by a terrible dream in which I seemed to be drowning in an ocean of blood. Above me, the strange magnetic eyes of the doctor smiled cryptically, and seemed to hold me with their hypnotic power above the eddying currents which endeavored to engulf me. I awoke gasping for breath and sweating from every pore of my body and possessed of such a feeling of horror as I had never known before. For a time I could not believe that the whole thing had been but a terrible dream. The billows of blood still seemed to surge about me, and there, directly above my head, shone a pair of round, luminous eyes. How long I stared at them, too shaken to move, I do not know. It seemed an eternity that those two awful eyes glared unblinkingly into mine as I lay trembling and impotent. Then suddenly the thing dropped upon me. I was instantly smothered beneath the horrible, clawing thing. The soft, yielding, hair-covered body seemed to weight me down, while the unspeakable stench sickened and suffocated me. Great sinewy arms, at least a dozen in number, wrapped themselves about my body as though in an effort to crush me to death. I felt the hot, stagnant breath of the beast close to my face and realized that the murderous jaws were ever drawing nearer to my throat. In vain did I rain blows upon the body of the creature. Though at times my fists sank deeply into the flesh, they made no impression. At last, with the final remnant of my rapidly ebbing energy, I managed to roll over and throw the beast to the floor. There followed a sound of confused scuffling, and a moment later I caught sight of a large shadow at the window. The accursed thing had gone. For several minutes I lay on my back, striving to get back my breath and strength. Then I rose unsteadily to my feet, switched on the lights, and securing a shotgun which I always kept handy, I stepped outside with the view of pursuing this ungodly creature. I must have slept longer than I thought, for the sky was now completely overcast, and off in the west lightning flashed incessantly. The rumble of thunder and the freshening breeze gave promise of rain in a very short time. Though the obscuring of the moon had deprived me of a very powerful ally, I was determined to sleep no more that night until I had found the beast. Attracted by the dim light which still glowed in the laboratory, I made my way toward it and peered in through the open window. There, so close that I could have touched him had I cared to reach through the bars, sat the doctor. He had his back turned toward the window and was bending over his desk, writing. Apparently there was nothing wrong here, except that the doctor was slowly wearing himself out with his experiment. I tarried there in the light from the open window. Somehow, after my ordeal with that terrible thing, the proximity of another human seemed comforting, and as I stood there, watching the doctor writing so quietly, I began to wonder if, perhaps, the whole thing had not been a terrible nightmare. Long I stood there, pondering on the question, and when I next looked at the doctor, his head had slumped down upon the desk, and the sound of his breathing told me that he slept. Meanwhile, the storm had rapidly been drawing nearer. Great ragged ropes of fire flashed across the leaden sky, and the thunder rumbled. Even as I stood, mentally debating if I hadn't better dismiss my nocturnal visitor as a product of my imagination and go back to bed, the storm broke in all its fury. I was about to make a dash for the shelter of my cottage, when suddenly, above the tumult of the storm, I heard a shrill, unearthly scream, as of a mortal thing in deadly terror. Instantly there surged into my mind a vision of that great, hairy, many-armed beast, and I raced away from the swirling rain toward the shadowy bulk of the house. Apparently others had heard the scream, for in the servants' quarters a light suddenly sprang into being. Other lights appeared, and I heard the sound of excited voices. Then again that horrifying scream. Driven by a fear of I know not what, I dashed through the house and up the broad stairway in front to the rooms occupied by the doctor's daughter and her husband. A small group of excited servants had gathered in a hysterical group before the door, and were making a vain effort to force it in. Even as we struggled with the heavy oaken door, the scream was repeated, very feebly this time. Burroughs, the chauffeur, and I drew back and threw our combined weights against the door. And then, as the massive panel crashed in, I saw a scene the like of which I never wished to see again. The room was literally drenched in blood. On the floor lay the lifeless and horribly mutilated body of Mr. Barton, while on the snowy expanse of the bed lay his wife. The throats of both had been terribly mangled, as though gnawed by some ferocious beast. Everywhere about the room the spatterings of blood gave mute though tragic testimony of the mighty struggle which had taken place. Burroughs and I grimly drove the others away, that they might not look upon the terrible sight. We dispatched the woman who had been the doctor's cook to the telephone, with instructions to notify the police and summon a physician, though I knew he could do nothing. Then for a few moments Burroughs and I stood shuddering in the room of death. For my part, I was attempting to collect my wits and decide on what to do. Of course, whoever committed this terrible crime came and went through the open window. I remarked absently. Since the only door to the room was securely locked from the outside, it is quite apparent that the murderer must have entered through the window. But it is a sheer drop of 50 feet, remonstrated Burroughs with a shudder. I looked out the open window and saw that he was right. Nor was there any visible means by which a person might raise himself up the smooth brick surface of the house. I tell you, no man did this, muttered Burroughs between his chattering teeth. It is the work of some damned beast. I read a story once by a guy called Poe, and that story told about 2 women who were murdered by an ape. And suddenly I remembered that terrifying nightmare in my cottage. Could Burroughs be right? Could it have been a gigantic ape which had attacked me and murdered this couple? I shuddered at the thought, yet there instantly surged into my mind a thought even more terrifying, for now I knew that I had not dreamed about the creature. There, before me, lay the mute tragic testimony that the beast actually existed. But the many arms? Surely no ape ever possessed such a number. But if not an ape, then what was it? I'll tell you what I think, said Burroughs slowly, and with a visible effort to regain his self-possession. I think it was some damn thing the doctor's been experimenting with. Some terrible monster. You know about the blood he has been getting. I nodded. Burroughs leaned toward me and seized my sleeve nervously. I know what he has been doing with it, he whispered. One day the man from the abattoir did not come, and I had to drive in and bring it out. The doctor took the can inside the laboratory and dumped the blood into a long trough. Just like a hog trough. One end of it stuck out through a partition which the doctor had built across the laboratory, and as the blood ran down the trough, I heard a movement behind the partition, like some animal rushing to its feed. What sort of animal? I asked. What sort? He echoed. What sort of an animal do you expect to drink 10 gallons of blood every day? And then a sudden thought struck me. It couldn't have been that animal which committed this crime, whatever it was, I said. At the time I heard the scream, I was standing just outside the window of the laboratory. The doctor was awake when I first saw him, and therefore it would have been impossible for the beast to have escaped. As I stood there, the doctor went to sleep, but I was just outside the window, the only one in the building, and would have seen anything which came out. Then who, or what, did do it? Demanded Burroughs. I don't know, but we are going to find out if possible, I replied. Give me a gun if you can find one, and join me outside. We'll go first to the laboratory to inform the doctor. Then we will search the grounds thoroughly. Outside, the storm had increased in fury, and we had great difficulty in making our way through the driving rain to the laboratory. The brilliant flares of lightning intermittently revealed our surroundings as light as day, and the next instant we were plunged into darkness so deep that often we stumbled and fell. It seemed that all the elements of nature were against us, yet we persisted in our attempt to reach the doctor. At last we succeeded in reaching the grim walls of the laboratory. Burroughs raised the butt of his rifle and pounded loudly upon the steel door. Then we waited impatiently for the doctor to open it. There was no response. Again we beat upon the door, and while Burroughs waited, I made my way around the building to where I had seen the open shutter. A sudden clutch of dread seized my heart as I saw that it was closed. Of course, it would have been perfectly natural for the doctor to have closed it against the rain, but still I shuddered. Wondering and fearful, I made my way back to the door, where Burroughs waited. Again we beat upon the door, and while Burroughs waited, I made my way around the building to where I had seen the open shutter. A sudden clutch of dread seized my heart as I saw it was closed. Of course, it would have been perfectly natural for the doctor to have closed it against the rain, but still I shuddered. Wondering and fearful, I made my way back to the door, where Burroughs waited. "He doesn't answer," he shouted to me above the tumult of the storm. Vainly did I try to reason with myself that nothing could have happened to the doctor, safe as he was behind those walls of solid concrete. A growing fear came over me that behind the unyielding steel door we would find another tragedy, and I was unable to throw the feeling off, even though I reasoned that the doctor had been sleeping when last I saw him, and that perhaps his sheer exhaustion, or the fury of the storm, made it impossible for him to hear our efforts to get in. At last I yielded to my fears and suggested that we break down the door. "Do you think?" began Burroughs chatteringly. "I don't know," I replied, "but we are going to find out. I believe that it will be possible for us to remove the door from its hinges." "Oh, why didn't I return to the city tonight?"
moaned Burroughs. Blood and murder. First the doctor's daughter and her husband. Now the doctor. Shut up and bring some tools, I commanded gruffly. I believe we will find the doctor perfectly well, but we must get to work. Reluctantly, he went to the garage for tools, and we fell to work on the massive steel door. How long we labored I have no means of knowing, for we lost all account of the time in our frenzied efforts to reach our master. At last we succeeded in driving out the last pin. A strong pull on the crowbar, and the immense steel door crashed to the ground, where the rain beat upon it relentlessly. There remained a wooden door, which we must also force if we were to gain entrance to the doctor's workroom. This yielded quickly to our efforts, and then we paused, suddenly stricken with an unknown fear. For the place was in absolute darkness, like that of a tomb. "Dr. Carroll?" I called nervously. An empty, mocking echo from the vault was my only response, and then suddenly I knew that we would never find the doctor alive. That for the second time that evening I stood in the presence of a horrible and mysterious death. Death and something else. Some subtle intuition told me that in this vault of the dead was a living, breathing thing. "For God's sakes, get a flashlight," I said huskily as I took a firmer grip on my shotgun. Burroughs hastened away to return a moment later with the desired article. Not without some misgivings, I stepped inside the building, directed a lamp toward the chair, where I had last seen the doctor, and pressed the button. I think I must have screamed at what I saw. There by the window, his throat jaggedly torn from ear to ear, sat the lifeless body of the doctor. I had no doubt the doctor had been attacked while he slept, and that the same beast which had killed his daughter and her husband had also slain the doctor. One peculiar thing impressed itself upon me, and that was the complete absence of blood. Nowhere about the doctor was there a drop to be seen, and this in spite of the fact that his throat had been ripped and torn in a most fiendish manner. Then I saw how it happened that the building was in total darkness. In death, the doctor's head had been thrown back against the wall, and, coming into contact with the switch, had broken the current. Warning Burroughs to keep a close watch, I took a firmer grip on my shotgun and entered the room. Tremblingly, I strode over to the lifeless body of the doctor, lifted his head, and switched on the lights. No sooner had they flashed on than I heard a horrible, terror-stricken scream from the doorway. Burroughs had disappeared. With a sudden clutch of dread upon my heart, I slowly wheeled about, reluctant to gaze upon the sight which must have driven Burroughs screaming from the doorway. The thing I saw was even more hideous than my wildest imaginings had made it. There, not 10 feet distant from me, I beheld the most horrible creature ever seen upon this earth. Measuring fully 6 feet from head to tail, and possessing a head as large as my own, this creature suddenly raised itself upon its long, slender legs. And then I realized for the first time what it was. In spite of its monstrous size, I quickly recognized it as a spider. A gigantic, horrible, grotesque spider. I pray that never again may I be brought face to face with such a hideous parody on nature. How long I stood staring in fascinated horror at this terrible monstrosity I do not know. The body and the legs of the creature were literally saturated in flesh, smelly blood. The blood of Mr. Barton and his wife. With a shudder, I realized how closely I had escaped the fate which had overtaken the other two, and last of all, the doctor. With a sudden rage against this blood-spattered murderer, I raised the gun, and then it raised its head, and I saw the eyes. It was then that madness finally came over me. I screamed aloud in my terror, while the gun went clattering unheeded to the floor. I think I would have fled screaming from the building had I not been held there by the spell of those eyes. Master analysts have judged me to be insane, yet I know as surely as I know that I am alive that the thing which had taken the life of the doctor had also taken something else. Something, I do not know what, unless it could have been his soul. For the eyes of that abominable creature were undoubtedly the magnetic, unforgettable eyes of Dr. Carroll. And in those eyes was such a look of horror as I have never seen, the look of a damned soul. Then, as those magnetic eyes gazed into mine, I fancied that the expression changed, that they seemed to be beseeching me mutely, trying vainly to break across the intervening gulf and convey some message to me. This look gave way to one of disappointment. I wondered if it were possible that the doctor had been trying to communicate with me through the medium of those eyes. and was now disappointed because I was unable to read his thoughts. I never could decide. The expression changed quickly to one of utter despair. Then slowly and deliberately the great beast turned about and began to move across the room. At the wall it paused and again looked toward me. From the grotesque head the eyes of the doctor stared at me with an expression of horror. Horror and something else. At first I did not understand. But now I know. Dr. Carroll was telling me goodbye. An instant, and one of the long, ungainly legs reached up along the wall. Slowly the beast raised itself to an upright position. Then slowly, almost reluctantly, I fancied, one of the legs reached up to a shelf which hung upon the wall. While I waited, an immense jug came crashing down, spilling the contents all over the creature. A horrible odor of burning acid assailed my nostrils as the beast sank back to the floor. Yet I stayed on, too horrified to move. Slowly but surely the all-destroying acid burned away the body of the beast. I stood and impotently watched the death throes of the accursed thing, watched the slow destruction of the loathsome body, which in some unaccountable way held the soul of my master. At last it was over. Where the spider had lain, nothing remained but a few shreds and a pool of discolored acid. I must have been totally insane as I tottered out through the open door of the laboratory, into the dawn of a new day, to babble to the police an incredible tale of a gigantic spider which possessed itself of the soul of a man. They told me that I was insane, that the spider's possession of the soul of a man was a product of my disordered imagination. But the doctor's notebook, which we found in the laboratory, proves beyond a doubt that the creature existed, and incredulous though they were forced to believe that Mr. Barton, his wife, and the doctor were all murdered by the creature. Only my statement that the soul of the doctor had, in some unaccountable way, entered into the body of the spider, they have steadfastly refused to believe. Yet, if it is not true, if the authorities are right in declaring such a thing to be impossible, then why did the creature deliberately destroy itself? In closing, I will be as brief as possible, for my story is done, and except for a few comments on the doctor's notebook, there is nothing more to be said. It appeared from the notebook that for some time the doctor had been interested in a theory that certain animals might be increased in size to a limit prescribed only by the desire of the experimenter. He had begun his experiment on a spider in preference to other creatures, on account of some technical reason which he carefully explained in the notebook, but which I did not understand. Day by day he traced the results of his attempt, from the time he first began his experiment up to a very few minutes before his death. Although at the time he wrote it the doctor could have had no idea of the fatal end of his experiment, he made this notation: "It is quite apparent that I have made a miscalculation in arranging my daily feeding schedule. The amount of blood I have been feeding is proving woefully inadequate, and to make matters worse, the man from the abattoir made a serious error in my order for today. The beast is growing much more rapidly than I had expected, and I fear that I am going to have serious trouble unless I can arrange to feed him early tomorrow morning. I must send Burroughs to town as soon as possible to have him bring out enough blood to feed him. I hesitate to think of what might happen should this powerful creature feel the pangs of hunger." And there the manuscript ends, as I presume it ended when I, from my post of vantage outside the laboratory window, saw the doctor slump down upon his desk and fall asleep. I have pondered considerably on the question of how the beast managed to escape while the doctor was seated within a few feet of the pen, and finally I arrived at a satisfactory solution, which is that the doctor had been in the habit of dropping off for a few minutes' sleep at irregular intervals, and that it was at one of these times that the spider made his escape.
End of Section 1. The Hairy Monster.
Section 2 of Weird Tales presents Web of the Spider. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Weird Tales presents Web of the Spider. The City of Spiders by H. Warner Munn. It was on the 12:30 train from Athol to Boston that I met the man with the beady eyes. I mention the eyes particularly, for they were the distinctive features. It is very odd that they are all that I can remember of his appearance. Vaguely I recall that he wore a gray suit, rather light for our changeable November weather, but even that is uncertain. It was a cut-rate day with a slash in prices for an excursion, and the coach was well filled. He got on at Gardner with a small crowd that hustled him down the aisle and watched him beside me. So bewildered that without bothering to ask me if the other half of my seat was taken, he plumped himself down with a relieved sigh. Rather cool, I thought, and without knowing it I must have spoken aloud, for he nodded brightly with a quick little snap of his head, saying, "Yes, isn't it?" Amused at the natural mistake, I determined, since he was so friendly, to strike up an acquaintance, to while away the tedium of a 3 hours' ride, and incidentally perhaps to learn something that might be of value to me in a novel I am writing. Every man has in him one good story if it can only be dug out, but some are buried pretty deep. I forget our first words, but we exhausted the subject of the weather rather thoroughly, and were pleasantly drifting into a discussion of our fellow passengers when I noticed a movement on his sleeve. It was one of the common barn spiders that are so often seen festooning rafters with velvety soft hangings of dove gray. Probably chilled by the cold wind outside, the warmth of the car had brought it out of its concealment to reconnoiter. A spider gives me the creeps, now more than ever that I know why. But then, as always, I felt a surge of revulsion, struck it off his arm, and crushed it with my foot. He was smiling oddly when I looked up. "Do you know why you did that?" he said. "Because I hate the things," I answered. "Always did." "I think the word you mean is dislike," he replied, "but I can truly say that I hate them, for I know more about them in one sense than any other living man on earth today. Shall I tell you why?" "Do," I said, smiled a secret smile within me, and prepared to take mental notes, for I scented a story at last. 1. Into Unknown Country. "My name is Jabez Pentreat," he began. "My mother was English and my father was a Welsh miner. They moved to this country in 1887, 2 years before I was born, as work was scarce and living but a bare existence in the old country. Here they found it but little better, although with more ambition they might have become moderately well-to-do. When I was young, things were in a bad way for us. Father worked spasmodically, while mother took in washings to tide us over hard times. We never had much money. I went to grade school until I was 14, and was then obliged to leave in order that I might bring in a few dollars by my bodily labor. Brains counted for nothing in the manufacturing town where I lived. It was one of Father's favorite sayings that "book larnin' never did nobody no good." So you see I was up against it. 3 years later I ran away from home. I found work in Boston in connection with a fruit importing company, and learned something of the world, as represented by the harbor ports of South America. In one of those little coast towns I met a man who was to change my life. You have heard of Sir Adlington Carew, the man who astounded the scientific world with his masterly monograph on possibilities of the insect world, I asked. "That was he," answered the man with the beady eyes. "To him I am indebted for all my knowledge. At his own expense I finished school and entered college. At his desire I concentrated upon botany, entomology, and other kindred studies, for he hoped that I should take his place in the line of discoverers when he was gone. Well, I can say with pride that his pains were not wasted upon me, although he is not where he can appreciate the changes that time has wrought upon that crude roustabout that I was then. I understand that he is on the west coast of Africa at present, experimenting with the higher forms of apes. South America always fascinated me with its magnificent opportunities for studying insect life. It is a forcing house for vegetation, and in its dank, steaming jungles for thousands of square miles untouched by white feet, who knows what marvelous things may exist, all unknown to the outer world. I have found a few, but I have only skimmed the edges, and never expect to learn much more, although I leave again in the spring. Have you ever paused to think of the swarming life that goes on day after day, beneath your feet, busy with its own affairs, as you with yours? Another world goes about its business of loves and hates, of living and dying, of little engineering works as important to them as a Brooklyn Bridge or a Panama Canal to us, although one step of your foot can destroy the work of days. There are grass-eaters, and there are carnivores that prey upon them, and others that in turn feed upon the slayers. There are cities in miniature, slaves and masters, workers, idlers, miners, and aviators, and all this teeming life may be in your own backyard, unnoticed except when your wife complains because the ants persist in finding the sugar bowl, and the flies just will get in somehow. And remember, this life is alien to us. Although it is so similar to us in some ways, it is a world in itself, far from humans. One writer I have read remarks in a joking way that it may even be alien to this planet. Here is a thought that I would like to have you ponder. While all other insects have their appointed prey, each feeding upon one certain enemy, herbivore or plant and rarely touching other types of food, thus by the wise provisions of nature keeping down the swarming life that otherwise would overwhelm humanity, the spider feeds indiscriminately upon all. The spider, dread ogre of the insect world. How he is feared, not only by his prey, but also by man, against whom, by reason of his size, and that alone, he has but little power. And South America is the insect paradise. Nowhere else will you find such impenetrable morasses, such dank and steamy jungles, such unbelievable monstrosities in both vegetable and animal kingdoms. But I digress. To my tale, then, and think your own thoughts. I ask for no comment or interruption. In search of a sable butterfly with a coffin outlined in white upon each wing, of which only one collector has ever secured a specimen, I came at last to Ciudad Bolivar, which lies in Venezuela. In this town I obtained 8 native Indians who were invaluable at times and nuisances at others. We searched in that mysterious mountain land of Guiana, entering where the Caroni River empties into the Orinoco. The Caroni's waters are combed by cataracts and rapids, but are well known for 50 miles. Here the dense woods begin and man's knowledge ends, for excepting myself, I believe no white man has ever explored those forests. It is one of the mystery lands of Venezuela, the never-never lands where almost anything can happen and usually does. Usually a white in that section is rather a being to be taken care of, as white men are more valuable in a gift-producing way alive than dead. But there are tribes of nomadic Indians, headhunters by choice, that roam the dismal forests, and to them the head of a white man, shrunk to the size of an orange, is their Kohinoor, or Great Mogul. Not far away live the Maquitares, a tribe of blondes, almost white, and at a greater distance the Guaharibos, whose savagery has never allowed the headwaters of the Orinoco to be discovered. My Indians sometimes heard their drums growling to one another far away in the steamy tropic nights, but they came always from the north and south, never from the west toward which we were pressing. On the 6th day from the river we heard them behind us, but still far away, and as we cooked our meals in the tambo, a rude shelter from the night dews, such as the rubber hunters farther south construct, sometimes we wondered why they were upon all sides, but never before. On the 9th day we heard nothing but the ceaseless drip, drip, drip into the swampy ground, and occasionally the roar of some dead forest giant crashing to earth, choked to death by parasitic vines that hid the tree from sight. That night the hunters came back empty-handed. We had not seen any animal all day, not even the usual troop of monkeys that howled down curses at us, swinging along under the forest roof, dropping fruit skins and nuts upon us and warning all life for miles that strangers were at hand. We made hungry camp, for we traveled light and my men were disposed to grumble because we were in unknown country, and no one knew what lay before us. The black butterfly was given up now, but I determined to press on 3 days more, and then to give it up as a bad job and go back, for I already had enough specimens to repay me for my trip. Before I curled up in my hammock, I shook it to dislodge any insects that might be in its folds, and out dropped a large spider, the size of my hand. I smashed it with my boot, and at the same time saw another. As I struck that one, screams arose from my Indians, and they dashed for the fire. One was literally covered with the vermin and dropped before he reached the light. In a moment we loaded the blaze with brush and had a bonfire that roared 6-foot flames. 2. Prisoners of insects. You cannot imagine the scene that met our sight. The things covered the ground and trees all about us. A carpet of gray was moving and rustling continually back from the light, and as the flames shot higher we could see that the twigs and branches hung low with their weight. Now and then one would drop with a plop on the ground as the light struck and scuttle over the backs of others till it found a place to rest. My hammock was now filled with the crawling things as a saucer is heaped with berries, sickening gray creatures with jet-black eyes that glistened hungrily, and all intently watching us. We could hear a kind of low clicking and chittering as they opened and closed their mandibles. It seemed as though they were talking to one another while they waited for us in a curiously knowing way, and those pinpoint eyes watched and gloated most obscenely expectant. The body of the dead man was just outside the circle of light, and all night a swarming heap of spiders surged over and around it, while my Indians fed the fire for their lives, and race and caste were forgotten as we huddled massed about the fire, sweat raining from us in the terrible heat. Morning came at last, and as the sky began to brighten, the gray horrors grew thinner until only a few stragglers still roamed near the clean-picked skeleton. And when the sun rose, they too crept to hiding places, leaving only the white bones to tell the story of that frightful night. When all were gone, my Indians begged me to turn back. I refused, although my own inclinations pointed in that direction. I kept bold face and pointed out that by going west we would avoid the savages and leave this dreaded spot behind us. My headman looked grim but said nothing. So, on again. On into the jungle, fighting our way through thick, tangled undergrowth followed by dense clouds of mosquitoes and gnats, the only life we saw that day besides ourselves. About noon, although we could not see the sun through the riot of vegetation, we found a small stream of clear water which abounded in small fish. We dined royally on fish and fruit in the midst of a death-like stillness. Not a leaf rustled, no birds sang, not a monkey or any other animal did we see that day, and in the same breathless hush we made our 10th and last tambo that evening, having covered perhaps 15 miles during the day. Keeping in mind the former night, we selected a clear open space for the erecting of our shelters, brought in an immense quantity of wood, and sat around the fire in that charmingly complete and unqualified democracy of man when a common danger threatens. Before long, just as the drums snarled faintly to the east, a little black and red creature scuttled out of the wood, bustled down to the water's edge, and drank daintily. I recognized one of the most venomous of the arachnids, usually the size of a silver dollar, but the specimen was easily 5 inches across his scarlet-barred body. I determined to have it, and cautiously loosened my butterfly net from my pack. This breed is very timid, although its bite is so deadly that I crept up on it with the utmost care. About 5 feet away it saw me, and instead of darting away, it jumped in my direction. Out of pure fright, I crushed it flat, and the scenes of the night before were repeated almost identically. But now there were many of the new species, mingled with the gray demons that had dragged down the bearer. It seemed as though there were concentric circles of varying types, arranged about a central point, and the nearer we approached the center, the more horrible and huge grew the individuals that composed each belt. I began to wonder what lay farther on. Again we shivered around a roaring fire, speaking only in low whispers. The natives believed that our besiegers were forest devils, enraged at us for intruding into their private fastnesses. Several times I feared for my life that night, for dark looks were cast at me, and twice there were those who advised strongly that I should be flung out to the filthy things as a sacrifice. But they could not quite screw up their courage to that point, for they knew that I would not submit tamely, and they feared that the taste of blood might enrage the creatures into a rush which would wipe out the survivors. A sleepless night, a night of horror, beneath gloating, incredibly malignant eyes, a night that was a cross-section of eternity. About 2 hours before morning I dozed off, being startled awake again almost instantly by yells of fright. Before me, just outside the firelight, crouched a gigantic monstrosity, hairy and tremendous. Its bloated abdomen was barred with black and silver, the head almost hidden from sight by a yellow mop of fur, from which projected jet-black mandibles, furiously vibrating as it watched us through red, vicious eyes. Behind those eyes I sensed a personality, keenly intelligent. I found myself waiting for the frightful thing to speak, and was horrified at the thought. You cannot credit, I know, but I who saw am telling you the truth. I believed then that fearful spider was as intelligent as you or I, in a more limited way. And I can assure you that it is an absolute fact that the other hideous vermin acknowledged it as their superior. It stood at least 1.5 feet high, and I should judge that it would have tipped the scales at about 20 pounds. It walked about the fire at a safe distance and carefully observed us twice from all angles. Then it moved off in a westerly direction, and we saw the others draw back from in front of it, respectfully, leaving a broad path down which it passed, and they closed in solidly again. The same actions took place as on the preceding morning. Scatteringly they vanished with the dawn, leaving a few stragglers that seemed to regret the necessity that drove them off. There was no question now about what we should do. Rather than spend another such night, we would have braved 1,000 savages. About 10 o'clock in the forenoon, therefore, we started back, but we had gone too far. Before we had gone a mile on our back trail, we heard rustling in the bushes and crepitant pattering as of raindrops, while sometimes we could see small gray bodies bounding along beside us. Still we pressed on. The march became a trot, and the trot a wild, disorderly rout. We flung away our packs, our weapons, and our clothes in a mad dash for anywhere but away. We mounted a small knoll and looked back. A sea of gray, black, and red lapped around us like an island almost level with the water, over which the waves threatened momentarily to break. Slowly from all sides they crept in, rising higher like the chill waters of death. We broke clubs from the trees and prepared to die. Then came that horror of the night, hustling on from the west, with 5 companions that matched it in size. The resistless torrent that was just lapping over the crest of the knoll stopped and receded. The 6 came closer, scrutinized us, and started back down the bank, pausing about 10 feet away as though we were expected to follow. We did. We all had the same thought at once, to kill the most hideous ones, and then as many more as we could before we died. So we ran down the slope, and the man in front of me crashed his club through the largest of the 6. Instantly, we were covered from head to foot with crawling insects, and as we rolled over and over, shrieking and howling with fear, feeling the spiders pop and squelch beneath our weight like ripe plums, an acrid, nauseous stench arose. As we lay there, half dead with sick terror, I noticed that no more were on me. The masses had withdrawn, and one of the larger insects stood very close to my face, on each ebony mandible a drop of venom glistening. Perhaps it was our first visitor, but they all looked alike to me. I jumped up. The Indians lay on, a red noisome carpet of crushed bodies, and we were all covered with a pulpy mess. One by one they stood up, and we discovered that not one of us had been bitten. Then the hordes opened invitingly again a westward path, and we walked down it as prisoners. The prisoners of insects. But one stayed behind. He was a man who had destroyed the large spider. Apparently at a signal, the mass closed in about him, cutting him off from the rest of us. He tried to run to us as they forced us down the trail, but in an instant he was a staggering, bellowing heap of vermin that tottered a few steps and went down. Before we were out of sight, his howls had become moans, and we knew what the end would be. So, with one of the great yellow-headed brutes in the lead, one at each side of us and 2 bringing up the rear, we came again to the fatal Tombo No. 10, and passed westward, following the brook, the swarm surrounding us on all sides, as thickly packed as leaves. 3. The Spider King. About a mile farther on, the brook emptied into a small river. This we followed down the right-hand bank till the middle of the afternoon, when we struck a well-defined path, hard beaten by much travel. The throng of gray spiders now began to disappear, having reached their farthest boundary, the 5 black and silver guards still remaining, and many of the red and sable fellows. But when a short time later the path was barred by an immense crowd of frightful monsters, similar to those that guarded us, the small spiders also returned to their own zone. Just as dusk was falling, we marched out of the jungle into the open, and surrounded by hundreds of silver-barred brutes, were forced down an incline into a valley. It was bare of vegetation, and in the center stood several stone buildings clustered about a larger and more pretentious edifice. These were windowless and doorless, being entered through a trap in the flat roof. They made me think of the nests of trapdoor spiders. As we neared these buildings, a jaguar, or tigre, as the natives term it, came racing down the valley, and behind it poured a hideous mob that hid the ground from sight beneath a palpitant, undulating surface that made my skin crawl to watch. He staggered nearer as though he sought the protection of man, and I saw that his tongue hung out as he panted in the last throes of exhaustion. On the beast's back rode a large spider, which urged the poor animal on to death, and as they reached the nearest building sank its poison into the beast's spine, and El Tigre dropped like a stone. Now we saw a forecast of our own fate. It was plain that we had been brought to this gathering place to be butchered. Meat on the hoof, less troublesome to bring than if it were dead. A wave of frightened animals dashed up, a chattering monkey or 2, many hares, snakes that writhed in agony, half crippled by bites and dragged along by their captors, lizards that hissed with mouths wide open. The lizards were the only ones that fought. Then from the western valley wall another herd poured down, a great anaconda coiling beside a cluster of peccaries, closely bunched together and squealing with terror, and behind all a swarm of hunters. Never before had I seen so many different breeds of spiders dwelling in amity with one another, and again I had the impression that these were intelligent, reasoning beings, hunting together for the good of the many, and as far above the ordinary spider as the Anglo-Saxon is above the Australian bushman. Now we were gathering in a cluster about the stone huts, hunters and hunted, a motley crew herded from all points of the compass over a 20-mile radius, and the spiders set up a vast clacking of mandibles and emitted little hungry, yearning cries. In answer, I heard thuds on the low roofs as the trapdoors fell back, and from each structure crawled a creature that dwarfed our captors into insignificance. It was a disgusting, heart-stopping sight, and our stomachs retched as we saw 8 enormous spiders, each the size of a horse. But it was not their incredible size and filthiness, nor their bloated bodies, which betokened an unthinkable age, that so horrified our souls. It was the look of an incredible, superhuman knowledge within their eyes, a knowledge not of this earth or era, a look as they saw us that might shine in the eyes of Lucifer, conscious of a kingdom or a world that had been gained, ruled, and lost. And I knew that they looked upon us as an upstart race, born to serve, that had by a freakish accident turned the tables on our masters. This, I say, I read in their eyes, but my memory may be colored by the things I later knew. The monsters pounced down, selecting the choicest foods before them. One seized the carcass of a deer and bore it to the rooftop, mumbling down its juices, which would soon leave it a dry, mummified husk of bones and hide. Another selected a large peccary or wild pig, and a third chose a savage lizard that killed 3 of the black and silver guards before it was stung into helplessness. A man was snatched from my side, shrieking as he was dragged to the rooftop and down into the building, his cries cut short by the shutting of the trap. Then one took me by the side, and I gave myself up for dead. I have read of men that have been caught by lions, clawed and bitten, but feel no pain till long after they have been rescued. So it was with me. I felt neither pain nor fear as I was borne to the roof as a mouse is carried by a cat, but only regret that I might have done so many things that now I should never live to do. The creature dropped me upon the stone roof and inspected my clothing, which seemed to puzzle it. Then with a talon it felt of my skin, whose whiteness I do not doubt was unfamiliar. Daintily and with exceeding care it sank its hollow fangs into my arm and commenced the drinking of my blood. I felt no pain, only a haze before my eyes and a giddiness as I fainted. Up from an unfathomable abyss of sleep I swam, cleaving my way to consciousness with mighty strokes. I opened my eyes and saw that I still lived. I was lying on the roof with the 8 horrors around me. The sun was set like a jewel upon a mountain top, nearly at the day's close. The valley was a shambles, covered with spiders gruesomely feasting. One seemed to be communicating with the others. He was the largest of all and appeared to be in power, so that later I dubbed him King. This was the one that had chosen me and had, curiously, not finished his meal. Now, one at a time, each came up, placed its fangs upon my wounded arm, and tasted of my blood. When all had done this, there was another silent colloquy, and finally, at some mysterious signal, several of the guards in silver took me off the roof, half carrying, half dragging me to another building, into which I was dropped and the door closed down. The air inside was fresh and pure, ventilated through cracks in the rude walls. A dim light that seeped in revealed that there were no furnishings in the room except a low dais in one corner, obviously built for one of the great spiders, and a runway that slanted from the floor to the roof door. The interior was swathed in webs so thickly hung that it seemed a tapestry. I tore down part of this to admit more light, but the sun sank below the mountains. I slept a dreamless sleep upon the days, getting what consolation I could from the thought that tomorrow was another day, and at any rate I was seeing things that had not been seen before. 4. Inquisition. I woke with a start. The light of morning poured down through the open trap, but as I was considering the advisability of climbing up the runway, a large body filled the opening and backed down like a cat descending a tree. Halfway down, the Spider King reversed ends and came head first, sliding down the polished slide, worn smooth by many great bodies. I stood up, dizzy with the pain of my wounded arm, which had begun to fester overnight. The monster approached, took my arm in his mandibles, and apparently observed that it was enormously swollen, for he shifted his hold and cleaned out the wound with a talon, afterward injecting something by means of his hollow mandibles. The pain lessened, and in 3 days the swelling was gone, and I was well on the road to recovery. After this natural antiseptic had commenced its work, my captor exuded a quantity of raw web material from one of its triple-jointed spinnerets, and placed the sticky mass upon my arm where it dried and hardened. He then stared unblinking into my eyes for several minutes, and again I had the impression of a mighty intelligence in that loathsome carcass that wished to communicate with mine. Finding that I made no response, the king urged me toward the runway by shoves, and with his assistance I managed to reach the roof and looked around me. The day was fair. Not a living thing moved in the valley, except a few of the guards busy dragging away the skeleton of a sloth. None of my Indians were visible, but I guessed their fate. All had perished in the night, and I was the only survivor. The king carried me to water, his fangs gripped in my clothes, and I drank deeply, after which I was carried back to the hut and dropped in like a sack of meal. About an hour later, the trap opened and a live agouti dropped in, and the door fell. I wondered if I was supposed to eat the little rabbit-like animal, but I wasn't hungry enough for that, so I lay down upon the days and nursed my throbbing arm, while my fellow prisoner hid under the runway and the morning dragged along to midday. The Spider King appeared a second time and investigated my condition. When he saw that the wound was not so angrily inflamed, he eyed me gravely, with a sage air of pondering the case, for all the world like a little German doctor of my acquaintance. I almost expected to hear him say, "Ach, dot is gut." Again he assisted me to climb the polished slide, and upon the roof I found the other monsters. My captor set me down with a proud air of showing off a curiosity to an interested audience, and squatted down where he could look into my eyes. I observed that the entire 8 were males, and wondered whether there were others in the buildings. If so, they must be frightful indeed, for the female spider is usually larger and more ferocious than her mate, and often uses him as food when other dainties run low in the larder. Engrossed with such thoughts, I failed to notice at first that objects around me were growing hazy and vague in outline. It was as though gauze curtains were being lowered between me and the spiders. They dimmed until I strained my eyes to see them. Then another curtain descended and the world went dark. It seemed that inside my skull the brain began to itch. I can think of no better simile, as though a light tendril of cobweb had been laid across it. Cautiously searching, the feeler groped in the convulsions of my brain, an intangible finger tickling until my skin crawled and my hair rose. Occasionally it paused with a firm pressure, and at this I saw bright flecks in the dark and heard a crackling, like an electric current leaping a spark gap. Then suddenly, connections were established, my mind and the spiders were en rapport, and my memory was probed and read like an open book by the Spider King. I felt a great loss of energy, as though my life forces were being sapped. Of what the king learned from me I have very slight knowledge. In the light of later discoveries, I suppose that he obtained very concise information about the outer world, but only fragments of scenes leaked to me through the gray fog that shrouded my brain. Once I remember I was reading in a picture book, learning my alphabet under the guidance of an elder child. I had not seen or thought of that child before for years, but now her face, with all its freckles, was as clear before me as the book from which I read. Then the vision was wiped away, and again the gray mist shut in. Next I was walking the crowded streets of a city. I recognized Times Square in New York. I paused to speak to a friend that approached me. The meeting had taken place long ago, but I wonder if you can understand this. While we were conversing, I entertained the most cannibalistic thoughts. Literally, I regretted that I had not sprung at his throat and devoured that man, and he was one of the best friends that a man had ever had. I could not conceive how I missed such a wonderful opportunity. To roam for days in crowded cities with wonderful food all about me and never to feast when it could have been obtained so easily. Again the fog closed. I realized that those thoughts had been not mine, but the Spider King's. I was reading in a library, reading of people. Other people walked by me, sat beside me, brought me books. Such a wealth of delicious food in the outer world. Come, I shall go there. Never again shall I look with jaded eye upon my neighbor. He is sweet, he is dainty, he is nutritious. There is a peculiar savor about him that no other animal possesses. To the hunting grounds, then, where there is meat enough for all. But what do I say and think? All is a lie. There are no people, no libraries, no books. There is nothing but a vast sea of clouds and spiraling vapors in which I float, a being smaller than the atom. There is a sound of many singing, a low and melancholy chant. If I can understand the words, I shall be free. Hush! Let me listen closer. Now the song is nearer, a wild, unearthly chant, and now the voices strengthen, and now the words are clear, and now I see a vast concourse of people with skins the hue of brass, and they float out from the mists, while outstretched are pleading hands, hands of men and chubby baby hands, beautiful, well-kept hands of young and lovely women, and wrinkled, sallow hands of the very old. Hands that point me out as I float lost in eddying vapors, hands that clench in anger, hands that plead and entreat in a language of their own while their owners sing words quite different. All the universe seems a tangled knot of hands that twist and twine. Oh God, and all the voices sing in tones of dolor and of woe. All the suns are impotent to succor us in a vast dungeon barred with ever-shafting rain, when a silent people of spiders infamous have come to weave their filaments upon our brain. But the knotted hands and fingers, as they squirm and tangle, command with many voices, "Avenge us! Avenge us! Vengeance!" And as I swear that I will, I break through the clinging mists and find myself upon the stone roof in the city of spiders. With a start, I realize that the last vision had been given to me alone. The Spider King had no inkling of my command, or of my acceptance. How did I know this? I cannot tell. I only knew with surety that I possessed one secret from my jailers. It was dusk again. From the western wall began to pour the hunters, driving their prey to the slaughtering grounds. The king carried me to the hut and dropped me in, the trap closed. I had spent almost 6 hours in a trance, and I wondered what these beings had learned in that time, besides the scraps that I had retained. I felt empty, not only physically, but mentally, as though all my cherished knowledge had been brutally stolen and nothing had been put in its place. But I ran over my memories, and I seemed normal. It was a wild and uncanny experience. Outside was a pandemonium of shrieks and howls. The roar of some gigantic animal boomed close to my hut, and the wall trembled. The little agouti crept out from under the runway and cuddled its head in my lap. It was shivering in an agony of terror. I stroked it, and it shuddered violently but nudged closer. A strident clicking like locusts outside, and then again the eerie wail of a jaguar. It was filled with plaintive amazement, as though the beast could not credit what was happening to him. Ah, strike with your heavy paws, El Tigre. Fight on, O mighty one. The master of the jungle at last has met his master, and El Tigre roams the forest nevermore. A long hiss, and I knew that another of the valiant lizards was taking toll amongst his butchers. But there was no more hisses, so the sequel was plain. The dull roar of combat died away, leaving only isolated squeaks as a herd of wild pigs was brought down somewhere in the valley. And then nothing, for when a spider dines, he does so quietly and without undue disturbance. A few minutes later, a large piece of meat was flung in. I did not inspect it too critically, but fell to at once. It was raw, of course, but I was ravenous, and a hungry man that has not eaten for nearly 3 days feels a surge of appetite for almost anything that seems fit for food. True, I had not killed the agouti, but I had been so feverish with my wound and the shock of my captivity that I had then no desire for food. I slept upon the days until a beam of moonlight struck through a chink and lay across my eyes. I began to worry about my chances for escape until I could no longer rest. I went to the opening and looked out. It was a beautiful moonlit night. The valley, as far as I could see, was bare. It brought a plan into my head, and I tore down much of the clinging webs, until I had exposed the lower foundations of the hut. As I expected, the large boulders were filled in by small stones. I worried some of these loose until I had opened a passageway large enough for a small man. But as I stooped to remove the last stone, the little agouti, seeing an opening to freedom, dashed past me and out upon the greensward. It had not gone 10 feet from the hut when a black and silver ghost was after it, and when it doubled to return, several more heaped themselves upon it. Very quietly I replaced the stones and wedged them tight. There was no hope of escape at night for me. Well, one can always sleep if his nerves are iron, and finally I dozed off, a philosophic prisoner. 5. The Farther Vision. Each morning the Spider King carried me to water, and each night I was fed. How I grew to loathe raw meat. How I yearned for green food, milk, and salt. Some nights I dreamed about salt, white mountains of it, which I walked over on snowshoes and slid down upon toboggans and skis, every once in a while reaching down and scooping up great handfuls of it, which I swallowed with relish. Often I awoke to find myself licking the palms of my hands to get what saline content I might out of the perspiration, and dreaming it was salt. Even now I season my food with salt to an extent that makes it impossible for anyone else to enjoy the meal but myself. I grew thin, but my wound healed rapidly, and I had no more visions as wild as the first one. The day after my abortive attempt to escape, my mind was probed again. In all the lucid intervals I remember, the only scenes I saw were of people. Cities that swarmed like hives, villages of people and little isolated houses and cottages. How easy to storm one of those cottages so far from any neighbor. How easy for that horde to conquer a small village and, flushed with victory, to advance upon a city with all the spiders in the country flocking to our standard. Perhaps even to wipe the continent clean of man, leaving this valley and establishing a rule elsewhere. And the night after that unconscious revelation, I began to suspect. I had just come from an interview with the king. As I satisfied my hunger, I tried to imagine the reasons that led him to learn of the outer world and to give me in turn glimpses of the past. For I had learned strange things which shall be revealed in their place. Why had he sampled my blood? Had they relished the flavor, so different from the natives, and were reserving me for an especial tidbit, or as a guide to places where more of my kind might be found? Now I come to a point where I must take care not to strain your credulity to its limit, for I have things to tell that have made me a pariah in the scientific world. I am the butt for the most idiotic and asinine jokes because I have told what I saw, bald narrative with no fancy trimming of mine to make it more acceptable. And this is the story of man's rise and fall, the story of the first reasoning being upon earth, the account of his inglorious servitude and the miraculous freak that saved you and me today from being hewers of wood and drawers of water to an insect. I put my separate visions into short accounts as each was given to me, for each vision holds within it a fact, as each nut a kernel, and if I made a connected story of the whole, it would be more incoherent than in the original form. There are blanks, but use your imagination to fill them. There may be faults of memory, but there is much that tallies with the facts we know. Upon the third day of my imprisonment, the king held communion with me alone. The other spiders of his species remained in their huts. Apparently, having learned from me all that he wished to know, or all that I could tell him, he opened a door for me to read the past. In all the scenes which follow, a word of explanation is necessary. I was granted to peep into the past, it is true, but there were bounds over which I might not trespass. Often the gray mist closed between me and some enthralling picture that I longed desperately to see more of. I participated by proxy in battles and was wounded, but never felt pain. I was present at scenes of the most frightful carnage, when the screams and groans of the dying and the howls of the victors must have produced a deafening din, but I heard no sounds. Is it that the mind cannot hold the memory of pain? I think so. Hark back, if you will, to the time when you suffered with a sprained ankle, a broken bone, or a toothache. You remember that you suffered, but the pain in all its varying degrees you cannot call back to say, at such a moment I felt these sensations. But in regards to sounds, I believe that the sense of hearing in spiders is slight, and I doubt that these had ever possessed it at all. It seemed as though I was closeted within a small compartment. I watched a magic panorama that unreeled before my eyes, as a motion picture operator might observe the screen from his projection booth. Then the reel would end, the lights fade, and all my world became a whirling fog. These, then, are the discoveries that I made, and the facts that I learned from them, as I beheld the most marvelous drama that it has ever been given a man to witness. I stood by the shore of a stagnant lake, which was covered with a thick slimy growth that undulated with oily ripples, as though some great animal moved beneath it, for there was no wind. To my right, the ground was carpeted with a lush growth of coarse vegetation over which danced a maze of insects. I saw dragonflies, whose gauzy wings would measure several feet from tip to tip, whirl and mimic battle. A procession of gigantic ants nearsightedly wove their tortuous path among the thick clumps of mushrooms that studded the fern forest like varicolored jewels embedded in dark green plush. Above me a dome of clouds was spread, that marched from left to right, drizzling a fine mist as they passed. No sun or moon was visible, but a soft lambent light shone through the clouds, diffused by the mist so that the landscape was well illuminated. A multitude of living creatures swarmed in the skies, but as far as I could see, there moved no mammalian life as we know it. A thing that I took for a vulture hovering high dropped and became, on closer inspection, a huge wasp that darted down into the ferns and rose with a kicking insect in its claws, darting swiftly across the lake. All life seemed to be represented by insects. It seemed as though I was called, although I heard no sound. I turned to behold a like scene to that I had been watching. A stone pier projected out above the slimy liquid. From this platform a path wound into the shrubbery. This I expectantly watched, waiting for the one who had signaled to come in sight. Presently the ferns swayed and a huge bulk lumbered down to the pier. It was an immense spider, similar in size to the king, but it was a dull brown and hairless, its skin as thick and tough as sole leather and oozing moisture. I was not surprised by the sight, for I had expected this, and I knew with calm acceptance of the most amazing facts that we meet only in dreams, that I was also a spider, or at least looking through the eyes of one for a time. I understood, or rather my control understood, for this took place long, long ago, that I was to follow, and we two started along the path. Once we stopped to allow an army of ants, similar to driver ants, to cross our route. We were unseen by them, so that they passed on, devouring everything that lay before them, and leaving a wide swath of desolation, bare of any living thing. A short time after this, we came on a wide plain that hummed with activity. Spiders of all types were there, hustling to and fro, herding beasts before them in small bands, toward a large stockade that was built of stone. One of these bands had stopped, and a hubbub was taking place. As we neared this commotion, I saw that these beasts were sometimes standing erect and sometimes upon all fours, and coming closer still, I beheld that their skins were white, and that they were men. Men, I say, but not as men are now. Their faces were dull and stupid, their bodies were grossly fat, and like sheep they crowded together for mutual protection. A very few were thin and wiry, more energetic than the others and more daring. These few were leaving their own bands and were clustering about the scene of trouble, only to be forced back by a guard of small spiders like the black and silver fellows, but these guards were almost hairless, having only the yellow crest of fur that denoted their rank. There were many of the rulers, packed into a knot which disintegrated as I came up, and I saw that the center of the disturbance was a man. Quickly the situation was explained to me, and I gathered that the slave had killed a spider. At my order, he was seized, and we returned to the lake, followed by most of the spiders and all of the men. He was forced to walk out upon the stone pier, and as he did so, the surface of the liquid began to eddy fiercely. He came nearer, and the slime rose and lapped the surface of the pier. Then he turned to run back. But already the mucilaginous liquid had him thickly by the feet. Slowly it crawled up his knees, his thighs, and chest, while his mouth gasped wide for air, or with a cry that I could not hear. Then the sticky slime retreated into the lake, and with it went the slave. Thus were offenders against the spider's law punished for an object lesson to the rest. The mob trooped back into the forest, and as I marched, I pondered upon my surroundings. This was clearly a younger world than mine. An inner voice began to explain that this was a past unthinkably remote, a period of time when the equator and the temperate zones were still in a state of flux, when the equator was one roaring belt of volcanoes that belched lava and ashes into the hissing seas that rose in steam to obscure half the world in clouds. Countless eons would yet elapse before Atlantis and its sister continent, Mu, would be raised from the oceans to breed a civilization upon each, and then to sink again, the one beneath the blue waters of the Pacific and the other in the ocean which bears its name. But while the rest of the world was unfit for life, at the tropical polar countries, the earth was cool enough to support vegetation in abundance, and where vegetation is, creatures will be found to live upon it. Here, as the different species commenced the race for supremacy, the insects forged ahead. The spiders, being the most intelligent, and save man, the most savage, had become the dominant reasoning beings of the globe. Man, arising later, was bred for food and his spirit broken, but now and again one rose and struck back with the results I had seen. The voice died away, and as I marched I thought that it was something, after all, that a man dared to rebel. At any rate, he was not fully conquered, and at this thought it seemed as though I had learned my lesson from the episode. The misty clouds lowered and shrouded me in gray, and with a great roaring in my ears I passed from that era. I stood upon a mountain that overlooked a dreadful chasm. A fierce gale was sweeping along the heights, and there were no clouds in the sky. Around me were grouped several of the rulers, shivering in the wind, their hides but little protection against the cold. The air was no longer warm and sticky, and I knew that we were seeking a warmer climate. To my left, at the foot of the mountain, there was a plain that was swarming with the beast-men, all converging toward the ravine with a multitude of spiders herding them on. Thus far we had come unhindered on our march from the cooling pole, but a mountain range across our path had barred our progress until we had discovered a way to pass through. On the other side of the range dwelt a nation of men that had never known the spider's rule, tall and slim and of noble aspect, a budding civilization that we obliterated from existence. This nation was formed of many small cities built of stone and wood and walled in for protection against the beasts and other men, more savage than beasts as they are at this day. They probably had some commerce with one another, some trade, some slight banding together against a common foe, but we spiders learned little of their life, for we smashed that nation and fed upon its people. But I anticipate. There was fighting in the chasm. A small troop of brass-hued men armed with spears and slings were bitterly contesting the advance of our armies. The pass was glutted with bodies forced on by the pressure of the masses behind, who in turn were forced on by the spiders. Timid and weak as were our slaves, by their very numbers they were a power to reckon with, and though they feared the men that held the pass, they dreaded the spiders more. Gradually they were winning, though. From our height we could see that the brass-faced defenders were striking weaker blows. They were whittling away the head of the column still, but for every man that fell, two sprang into his place. There were dead in that crowd that had been slain at the beginning of the battle and were standing erect in the press, heads idiotically lolling from side to side, unable to fall. We moved along the mountainside, keeping the fighting between us. The ravine began to widen, and our enemy had a greater front to cover, giving our beast-men an advantage which they speedily took. Now came a hungry horde of spiders, swooping past me down the mountain, that flung themselves upon the wary defenders of the pass, and over their bodies the beastmen rushed in mad scramble from the monsters that crowded them on. My band followed down the mountain wall and came finally to the new land of promise. Beyond the entrance to the pass a walled city stood, gates barred and parapets manned with warriors that pelted our masses with stones and sleeting flights of arrows. But while the clumsy slaves scattered on the plain, we spiders with grim resolve scaled the walls, which offered no barrier to our taloned limbs. The brass-hued men fought bravely, but we mastered them and the city was ours. About a mile away another city was beleaguered, and as the spiders rose along the wall, smoke began to rise from the huts within, in ever-increasing abundance. The people, in despair, had fired their homes, in sad preference for the fiery death to the worse fate that awaited them. The grass-thatched roofs made a roaring hell of the city, and the spiders were driven back. Now farther upon the plain another pillar of smoke began to rise, and then a third, until all the cities had followed the example set by their brave countrymen, and as a nation the brass-hued race perished in the ruins of their homes. So it was that sorrow crossed the mountains, and there was weeping and wailing in the land. I stood again before the Spider King, through whose memory I had searched the past as through mine he had explored the present. The blood began to circulate through my numbed limbs, prickling like 1,000 needles. I felt as though I had traveled far. My guards carried me to the dungeon, dropped in a shoulder of venison, and left me alone. I fell upon the raw meat, wolfing it down in great mouthfuls, and as I ravenously satisfied my hunger, I tried to imagine the reasons that led the king to learn of the outer world and to give me, in turn, glimpses of the past. Clearly this was his method of relating his people's history, but why trouble himself at all? Why not slay me as he had the natives? I could only decide that I was being reserved for a guide to the outer world. They had relished the taste of my blood. On pondering over the visions, I recognized the chant of the brass-hued people to be a quotation from one of the poems of Baudelaire. But in the age when those beings fought the spiders, unthinkable periods of time would yet elapse before men began to dream of rhyme. I eventually had reached the conclusion that if I had seen a vision and made a promise, the impression that the pleading voices had desired to convey to me struck a chord in my subconscious mind that nearly equaled that eerie verse, so that in semi-stupor I fancied they chanted in the words of the French poet. I still believe that my theory is correct, but I wonder often what they really did say. The vision was so very real. I decided that each episode took place in the life of a different spider, and by the clearness of each vision it would seem to indicate that the Spider King recalled the incidents in his various reincarnations, or that, lacking the written word to preserve history, this race had developed the ability of storing facts in their brain cells that were passed from one generation to another, as physical attributes sometimes are with men. In all of these glimpses I saw as a spider. I thought as a spider. I looked upon men as beasts of burden created for the well-being of the spider people, an unclean, miserable race, but necessary for our slaves. Thus they lifted themselves to a dangerous pinnacle upon a foundation of sand by depending so much upon a lower race of beings for their own existence. History is full of such errors, for look you, your slave revolts, or dies with nothing to lose and all to gain, and if he succeeds, where are the rulers then? If he fails, progress has stopped or has been delayed, but it is the overlords that bear the expense, not the slaves. They can but die, and a dead or crippled slave is not of much value. Steadily, after the smashing of this polar race, the breeds deteriorated. Civilization came to a halt for ages and began to retrogress. This was the true Dark Age for mankind, the faint dim remembrance of which has persisted in the myth of the Garden of Eden, and the driving force of Adam and Eve, a primeval people, into the wilderness. All that saved the world today from being ruled by spiders is the unknown cataclysm that caused the first ice age, when the world grew cold and the glaciers ground down from the north. The spiders died in the cold, being a tropical race, and only those that could adapt themselves to the changing conditions, growing warm coats of hair and becoming smaller and more lively, continued to exist. Perhaps you can imagine the antiquity of this period of change when you realize that all fossil spiders, or those preserved in amber that have yet been found, are the same size as those we know today. As they become smaller, some of the larger types persisted as freaks, still the rulers, but gradually losing their hold on man. Here follows the story of the Great Migration. 6. Before the cavemen. I was allowed to rest a day without seeing the king, and the next morning I was brought forth and commenced the last series of visions, the first scene apparently taking place many years after the taking of the city. A slash of purple light cleft the vapory haze, and it rolled back before me as a curtain rises at a play. I was on the roof of the central tower in the city, the sun beating down with but little warmth. It had lost a third of its former size and brilliance. The spider through whose eyes I looked moved nearer to the edge and stood staring out over the city. The roofs were covered with snow, a bank of heavy clouds was gathering to the left of the observatory, and the scene was dismal in the extreme. The palm trees that originally had appeared at the taking of the city were gone, and in their places were gnarled, stunted willows, whose bare limbs clattered like a skeleton's arms in the wind. Below, a procession was forming. A new breed of spiders had arisen. Half the size of the conquerors, they were covered thickly with hair. Their faces, which were turned toward my tower as though in expectancy, portrayed the savageness of fiends. Scattered thinly among the multitude were larger spiders of the ancient type, either throwbacks or survivals of the original rulers. Here and there sat bands of men, low-browed, hairy, and brutalized. To such had the human race retrogressed. There were beasts of burden, and these were also men, that tottered beneath their loads of coarse vegetation intended for their own sustenance on the march. For this was an emigration to seek a warmer climate, and the city was being deserted. Climbing up the sheer wall came a large spider, as large as myself, that stood beside me in silent communion of minds. I gathered the impression that all was ready, and they waited only for me. I followed my friend into the street. My control shivered, and I knew it was bitter cold. We took places at the head of the column and commenced the hegira. At the city gates we stopped and looked back for the last time. The clouds covered the sky. The city was drab and deserted. We must have been the last or nearly the last expedition to leave. A white flake floated by my eyes. The pinnacles of the tower were dull as lead. I swung into my stride. The slaves lurched on. Man and his master were on the march. And over all, the snow was gently falling. It was night. Over my head the stars gleamed resplendent. Countless eons had passed, for the sky showed familiar forms. The pole star was the one we had always known, but in a former vision it had not been Polaris. I was some form of sentry, for I was walking a regular beat around a natural valley, accompanied by a troop of guards. All along my path slept the great spiders who still wielded the whip of power. In the valley were penned a savage tribe of men, short and hairy, and bandy-legged, whose language was composed mainly of signs and horrid grimaces. I knew that our control was slipping, for it was against these that I guarded my comrade's sleep. The day before, the slaves had arisen and fled to the forests, many escaping from the horde of small spiders that rulers had perished in the fight, and had pursued them. Several of them we decided to move again. This was the last watch. Soon the horizon flushed ruddy with the rising sun, and the business of the day began. From the thickets came all that were left of the gigantic spiders. We allowed the guard to release the slaves, and after they had gathered their possessions, we traveled along the sandy shore. The spiders kept to the rear as the men shambled along, heads swinging from side to side as they peered viciously for signs of game in the sand. Ice floes drifted in the billows, grinding against the cliffs that we were nearing. Suddenly the men sniffed like dogs as they caught a scent, and we saw great tracks in the sand. They started off in a wide circle that finally led us to the foot of a tremendous glacier, where our game turned to face us. It was a hairy mammoth, his tusks curving like hoops, the points a little below the eyes. The men surged about him, throwing spears and stones, and a multitude of small spiders swarmed over him until the great beast was a heap of vermin and his sides ran blood. Like a falling mountain, he crashed to earth, raining spiders that leaped for safety, and we rulers, careful as usual of ourselves, advanced to the feast. As from a distance we watched the smaller spiders feasting, and the slaves resting near the glacier cliff on the thin strip of beach they separated them from the sea. Suddenly a lump of ice dropped, splintering from the sky, and following with quick descent came others. Then between us and the men roared an avalanche of ice boulders, raising a barrier unclimbable. We dashed, scattering to the land, and behind us the beach was black with spiders pouring a mighty river, racing for life before the advancing glacier, grinding the rocks to powder beneath it as a fissure rent it along a mile-long front. And as we looked back, we saw that long, quiet torrent of ice in motion at last, for as a shot or a whoop is sufficient to start an avalanche of snow and menacing charge, and men frown upon one who whistles or sings beneath the snowy slope of the Alps, so the titanic thud of the mammoth's fall, the earth-shaking crash of his sudden death, had startled the glacier into nervous sleep. And now, separated from the parent body of ice, the mighty cliff towered, toppling toward the sea, and moved ponderously, staggering like a drunken world, crowding the slaves and pounding thinner the ribbon. The men panted, so far behind us as we gained the outside rim that they were cut off. Madly they tore back and forth along the ever-narrowing beach, some swimming in the icy water, some falling upon their spears and superstitions dread of the devils of the sea, whose fins cut the waves as they feasted on the bodies of our slaves. Then the glacier moved inevitably on, entering the water, and the face thundered down with a splash that sent a wave lapping against our feet. Titanic icebergs floated in the tossing sea, monuments to the last of our slaves, that marked the resting place of the remnants of the brass-hued race. No more slaves, no more civilization for the spiders. Hereafter we would hunt our own food, fight our own battles, build our own shelters, becoming more savage and more tiny with the years until we were tolerated parasites in the palaces of men. Our destiny was that we should clear the filth and pests from the homes of an upstart, minor, inferior race of men, but still that time was far in the future. Then followed many snapshots of the past, so that I followed in quick glimpses the fate of that wandering, deteriorating band of spiders whose ancestors had conquered a world. Driven by the ever-advancing cold, they traveled south, deserted always by bands that stayed behind while the main body kept on. Always it was the smallest that lagged behind, the fiercest, the ugliest, the least intelligent. It is their progeny that spins the webs in forest, farm, and field, and in the end comes to inherit the proudest edifices of humanity. As the years were left behind us, our numbers decreased until from millions we'd become thousands. Our rulers could be numbered by hundreds. From time to time we met other bands, some with slaves but most without. Often we fought with these, for the years had made such differences in the species that we could no longer understand our fellow invaders. We saw brutal tribes of men, armed with stone hatchets and clubs, who gave us a wide berth. These were not the descendants of the polar race, but had evolved separately. We saw others yet to evolve in great apes, semi-arboreal, that were beginning to learn the possibilities that lay in the human thumb for grasping tools. But we passed on, our numbers dwindling ever, skirted volcanoes that thundered at us and slew many, fought through the terrible storms of that time, smashed by the pitiless hail, buried by avalanches, and at last found peace, those that were left of us in the primeval jungles where no glaciers could ever reach, and here we made a home. We built houses with the aid of savages that roamed where we had determined to settle, and fed upon their bodies afterward. We established the rings of different species of spiders about our central community, and about 100 of our rulers, all that remained to carry on the race. And here in the heart of the steaming forests we dwelt, no more of our progeny being born, for our age was great, but as our numbers decreased by natural deaths and the years gave us an infernal cunning, our ambition rose to the point where we had almost decided to move again. But what lay outside our home? That was the question which gave us pause. Should we again brave the crunching glaciers and the bellowing volcanoes? But if the glaciers had fought the volcanoes and had been destroyed, then perhaps there were men again. Not the tough and unsavory savages that our hunters sometimes brought in, but large, fat, and toothsome, light-colored brutes that we could again rear in herds. And perhaps with the new food would be found others of our race, so that, with their strength and our cunning, centuries, and development, we should win to undreamed-of heights, as under our crafty leadership our smaller spiders, less intelligent than their forebears, conquered for us a world. At the next glimpse there were only 60 or 70 of the rulers, the males predominating, and as the years went on this little band became less, until, at my last vision, I opened the trap of my hut, and only 7 of my fellows were to be seen on their roofs, as we watched a herd of animals gathered for the evening feast, among them being brown naked men and a peculiar white-faced man covered with a strange hide, the like of which I had never seen before, and whom I intended to dine upon. I, Jabez Pentreat, looked out through the eyes of the Spider King and saw myself, standing as I remembered I had stood days before, as I had waited for the great spiders to pounce down from the roofs. And at this unbelievable sight, the curtain of gauze shut down, and I realized I was at the end of the road. This is the only proof I have that my story is true. 7. The City in the Smoke. 3 days later, being fully cured of my wound, I was again brought from the prison. The spiders were waiting. The valley was acrawl with vermin whose dry rustling filled the air with whispers. Yellow-headed guards surrounded the huts. Gray devils mingled with the scarlet-barred insects. Huge black leaping tarantulas were present in great numbers, but in all that crowd I saw not a single insect whose bite is not poisonous to man. The Spider King, in his silent communication, made it understood to me that my life depended upon my ability to guide them to the nearest community of whites, and I consented readily. Who would not have done the same? I intended to lead them to the river and take my chances of escape there, knowing that they were as careful as cats about entering water, for although the king had promised me my life, I had but little faith in the promise. So on the 8th day of my captivity, we set out to the conquering of an unsuspecting continent. I walked in the center of the huge ruler's formation. About us rustled an impossible troop of guards, and for miles on each side the forest was filled with our myrmidons, scattered far and wide. How I feasted on fruit that day! As we passed the small brook at Tombo, number 10, I caught some small fish and ate them raw, and no epicure ever tasted anything more delicious than that meal was to me. The drums growled again that night, as I lay in the midst of the light sleeping horde that quivered angrily at my slightest movement. It took me, urged on by the spiders, only 7 days to cover the distance that I had taken 10 to accomplish coming in. Toward night, we began to hear the roar of the Caroni River as it struggled through a radal, or rapid, on its way to the Orinoco. Suddenly, about a mile ahead, there burst out a pandemonium of frightful screams that I recognized as humans, voicing inhuman terror. The great brutes scuttled on faster so that I was hard put to keep my place. Clouds of smoke rolled up ahead of us from a campfire, and presently we broke out of the forest and saw the flames. A tribe of ugly natives were trapped by the river where they had made camp in a clearing, building their fire on a sandy spot. Around them, the tall reed-like grass, shoulder-high to a tall man, waved and shuddered and bent low with the rush of the spider army. The men had been surrounded and held until the arrival of the king, and as we came up I recognized their paint and tribal marks to be those of the Guaharibo Indians, savage men who slay for the love of murder and who had roved from their home near the upper reaches of the Orinoco, searching for heads and loot. Many heads hung in the smoke, partly cured, and several of them were white. At this sight something turned to steel with me, and had it been possible to save them, I would not if I could. I said to the king, "These are the first." He understood my meaning, if not my words, and gave the signal for the attack. A great wave of spiders broke over the savages, clicking their battle cry, leaping from one to another, darting through the smoke. Seized with the madness of slaughter, the Spider King and his fellows, to whom this was a joy they had probably been long without, charged with the rest. In a second I was forgotten and absolutely alone. Dazed by the marvel of it, I was yet not too blind to seize my opportunity. Quickly, yet with the utmost care, I crept toward the river where the log canoes were drawn up on the shore and pushed all off but one. Still, the battle raged. As I put one foot inside the canoe, something gave me pause. Again I heard the despairing, pleading cries of the brass-faced people and saw those writhing hands that swore me to vengeance. Stealthily I crawled back to the fire, gathered an armful of resinous light wood, and with a burning brand trailing behind me, set the grass aflame as I ran to the canoe. I paddled upstream to where the forest joined the clearing and beached the canoe. The wind was blowing strongly downstream. With my torch I lit stick after stick and hurled the flaming wood far out into the field. Then I drifted down and held my position in midstream and waited. The battle was almost to its inevitable end. The fire that I had first lit was burning stubbornly into the teeth of the wind, and now, fanned to fury, a 15-foot wall of flame came down with a whirring roar to meet it. The fighting stopped. Man and spider, both were doomed, and from both sides the fire closed in. I yelled in joy, howling crazy, broken curses. Strange how much it looked like a great city in the smoke, with flaming, sputtering sheets of fire that lapped its phantom walls. From that whirlwind of sparks came a vast sound of frying. I heard a bursting mutter like gigantic kernels of corn popping in an enormous pan. A wave of sooty smoke, redolent of burned flesh, rolled out over the river and set me blind and coughing. As I wiped my streaming eyes, a horrid thing staggered from the flames, little spikes of fire shooting from its fat and bloated body. Although his hair was burned away and his mandibles were gone, I recognized the Spider King. He lurched nearer, and I saw that he was blind, just as his charred legs snapped with his weight and he subsided into the river. The water boiled and hissed when he struck it. Once he rose, lashing feebly, and I beheld that his body was swarming with little fish that rent and tore pieces of flesh away. These were the savage little piranhas, the miniature freshwater sharks that give short shrift to anything that falls within a school of them. Again he came to the surface. The water frothed a bloody foam, and then the last of the monsters sank in tatters into the Coroni. Not many of the others escaped. After the fire had swept into the forest, I saw that the ground was black with charred bodies that lay in tumbled heaps around the skeletons of the Guajaribos. By easy stages, I made my way to civilization, bearing a stupendous tale to my friends. I told them my story and said in substance, while you have been wasting your time for hundreds of years searching back through the ages with pick and shovel, scrabbling in the dust of forgotten empires, with arduous sifting of myths and legends to find some small fact, with titanic efforts of geological, biological, and philological research to bring the past nearer, the link that could tell you all you wish to know is hunting flies in the rafters of your own houses. Apply yourselves, therefore, to the means of wresting the secret from it, for you can learn both of this and other lands more than by your explorations. They laughed as I expected they would. He concluded bitterly. As he finished, we were passing into Waltham, and we began locating our luggage, for we had only a few more miles to travel. Then as the train neared Boston, he resumed at the original cause of our discussion upon the word hate of uncertain usage. So, while you feel repulsion, he began, and a sickened disgust at the sight of a spider, it is because the hereditary subconscious memory knows that these creatures were once your lords in another existence, and it commands you to obliterate this loathsome alien life from another age. When you crushed that barn spider under your foot, you unconsciously took revenge for unaccounted eras of oppression that has made such a mark on the human brain that forever and ever most men will sicken at the sight of a spider. You are repelled without understanding the reason for your dislike, but I hate them, for I know what they are, a fact which no other man alive is certain of. All spiders that I come in contact with now are attracted to me. I enter a room, for instance. There is not the sign of a web about. My hostess would swear that the house is spotless, but if there is a spider, it feels my presence somehow, and before I leave I may find one perched upon my shoe, or near me, steadily gazing with its beady black eyes. I hate them, but I have not the fear which you mistakenly call hatred. I am going to search for Carr, and we will search for that polar country where the brass-hued men lived, and may even find a frozen or fossil spider that will prove that I did not lie to my fellow scientists. But until that day I tell my story to no more scoffers, nor should I have told you if I had not wished to see how a layman received the theory that all my contemporaries have rejected. "What? Boston so soon?" he ejaculated as we pulled into the North Station. "I hope I have not bored you." "Indeed you have not, Mr. Pentreat," I answered with a smile. "I wish you good fortune in your search," and I extended my hand. "Thank you, I shall need it," he said gruffly, and wringing my hand, he stepped into the crowd, and I saw my last of the man with the beady eyes. I shall not include this in my novel, nor shall I change his version of affairs. It is an amazing theory, at least, and if it were proved, it would cause havoc to cherished opinions. But if he goes to find his lost city in the north, he goes alone, for I read that Sir Adlington Carew has disappeared into the jungles of Africa's west coast, and as his experiments dealt with great apes and lunatics, I do not think he will be back. Well, you have read the story. I give you fair warning that I don't believe it myself. His eyes were just a wee bit too bright. End of Section 2, The City of Spiders by H. Warner Munn.
Section 3 of Weird Tales presents Web of the Spider. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BenjHartin. Weird Tales presents Web of the Spider, Fairy Gossamer. Fairy Gossamer by Harry Harrison Kroll. If you find Spider Gossamer in the autumn of the year, When the spider balls hatch and the young go forth into the world, it's a sign that the fairies are leading you on to good fortune. Old folks saying. William Thompson sat at the opening of the sinkhole, absorbedly watching tiny strands of spider gossamer issue from the orifice. He had come to this spot, in the cavernous limestone region of Kentucky, in search of a specimen of the genus Arachnid, the most brilliantly colored of temperate zone spiders, his college work in biology at Vanderbilt necessitating his discovering such a specimen. Hearing of a legend current in his neighborhood about spiders, he had come here in the hope of satisfying his requirement. The story related that years ago, one Israel Hicks, suddenly gone crazy and believing himself pursued by an evil spirit, had come out here and begun the breeding of spiders, that he might devise a web to entangle the demon that vexed him. It was averred that previous to his going insane, that he had been a wealthy bluegrass farmer, and many believed that he possessed considerable riches. At any rate, the last of his name and kind, he had come here and lived alone, spending his time and energies in catching spiders and shutting them up in a mysterious insectary which he never permitted any one to visit. And now the old man had been dead these many long years, and likely was well rid of his evil spirit, and none would probably ever know much more about him and his peculiar hallucination. There are spiders somewhere in this locality, William told himself as he continued to observe the strands of silk wafted up out of the hole. And if I could investigate down in that sinkhole, I believe I might just find what I'm looking for. He tried getting down into the hole, but apparently it would not readily admit passage of his body. Strange, that draft, he continued to meditate. I never knew one of these glacial blowouts to have a draft before. He tested the strength of the air current by casting some leaves into the opening. These fragments rose several feet above the surrounding ground level before the force of the air was sufficiently modified to permit them to drop. Well, well, he said thoughtfully, if I could find the other end of this passage, the chances are that I would find my spider. He began an examination of the sinkholes nearby, of which there were many, for in a past geological age, a great explosion of natural gas had honeycombed the entire undersurface region, these pits being outlets of the force of the detonation. But none of the others appeared to have a draft. An ignited match, a certain test of air movement, burnt over them as undisturbed as a candle flame in a closed room. It was apparent to William that there was no direct connection between the pit with a draft and its kindred nearby. The air has to get in some way, though, he reasoned. If it comes out, it surely has to go in. One of the holes hereabouts has to have a downward draft, but no amount of search revealed it. Presently, after an extended exploration, he returned to the chimney hole. Israel Hicks, he recalled meditatively out of the traditions of this authority, as they had been recounted to him, used to say that you never see gossamer except in the fall of the year, it being the spinning of the new spider brood. Now, any idiot knows that where there is gossamer, there are spiders. I've got to locate the other end of this hole. Likely as not, when I do, I will have located Old Man Hicks' spider incubator. I'll wager that it is one gloriously interesting place for a biologist. The idea fascinated him, for the old lunatic was reputed to have had a fancy collection of spiders. William obtained a long, slender stick and prodded down into the hole. He found by the experiment that the passageway went deep into the earth, and bent in the direction of the old house, several hundred yards away on a hill, where the old man had made his home. William scratched his head in perplexity. Did the hole come out somewhere near or under the house? He dashed up the hill and into the yard. An eager search of the abandoned enclosure, however, disclosed no such hole as he looked for. He continued his search into the ruinous old house. The floor was gone, and he found an open cellar glaring vacantly back at the patches of sky that showed through the holes in the clapboards. He stood baffled, for nothing of interest met his eyes. Then suddenly he became aware, across the spot where he stood on this stone cellar bottom, of a draft that chilled his feet. Bending down for a test with his hand, he discerned a steady air movement, fanning his feet and entering a crack in the cobbles. By listening, he could even hear the sound of it whistling into the hole. "Aha!" he ejaculated. "The old lunatic had a secret passageway down to his spider hatchery. Let's raise this rock and take a peek inside." This he did, and there was disclosed, leading deep into the cavernous maw of the earth, a natural tunnel. He had his flashlight with him, and slipping down through the opening, he began the descent. Presently daylight behind him had disappeared. Another turn of the passageway thrust him into Stygian darkness. Down, down he went. Had he not been familiar with caves, he probably would have lost his nerve and refused to penetrate any further. Cobwebs hung everywhere, millions of them, lodged here over the long years since old Israel Hicks had first introduced the spinners. There was no question in William's mind that he had found the previously unknown spider hatchery of the crazy old loon. The chances were that he would find the specimen he sought, since Hicks had been a connoisseur in his line of business and likely had overlooked none of the types in the region. Presently, as he had surmised, he arrived at a widening of the passageway, which in turn opened into a large cavernous chamber. As he stepped down into the large room, quite unexpectedly, a pivoted rock, not unlike some vast door to a sepulchre, swung to behind him. He paused fearfully, believing that his egress was cut off, but far ahead of him a speck of daylight reassured him. Evidently, the sinkhole came out into the cavern there, and he could make his escape at the same outlet as the fairy Gossamer. He went on, flashing his light on every hand. What a dreary haunted den it was! The endless walls of slimy, irregular ceiling were gray with the ashen webs of innumerable spiders. Beads of moisture clung to many of the festoons, which besprinkled him with chill showers. Literally thousands of the curious, agile creatures leaping out into view for possible prey at his entrance. As suddenly and uncannily withdrew to their silken refuges when he turned his light upon them. Their myriad cunning eyes, in that momentary scrutiny, almost frightened him and caused a cold shudder to run up his spine. Then, with a sudden and involuntary exclamation, he stopped. He had found the prize, a beautiful eremnis, possessing perhaps the loveliest geometric markings he had ever observed in the type, almost as large as a silver dollar, with long, graceful legs, and a brilliant figure on its head and another on its back, and intensely black eyes. His problem, now that he had found it, was to snare it, and no easy problem would it be, as he well knew, for the eremnis is as cunning as it is beautiful, and as fearless and savage as it is cunning. Moreover, William had no desire to risk being bitten by this gentleman. Although the type is regarded as non-poisonous, or but mildly so, nevertheless, there were authentic cases where individuals were deadly venomous. He had with him a device manufactured from a fishing reel, section of hat wire, and gauze, intended to capture insects. With this contrivance, he began craftily stalking the prey. The spider retreated, William following. Then, with cunning suddenness, the creature darted down into a crevice of the rock wall. Out of this retreat, William could not budge him. No amount of mild persuasion, appeared in the least to affect this crafty gentleman. Finally, at his wit's end, William, as a last desperate expedient, punched down into the crack with his reel. He desired the specimen alive, but a dead one would be better than none. It was, as he was to perceive when too late, an ill-advised move. Seemingly, the hordes of spiders were waiting for just such a signal, for suddenly they were upon him in one great hungry mob. Great, hairy demons dropped upon his head from above. They crawled across his unprotected face. He felt them creeping up his trousers' legs. Although he frantically brushed them off, slapping them out of his eyes and trying in the darkness to stamp upon them, his efforts seemed only to attract other packs of them. His mind worked rapidly. Knowing the habits of spiders, and the fact that they may go without food for as long as 1.5 years, and in such a state are ravenous, he realized it would be only a question of time before they would overpower him by their very numbers and devour his body. There, in the darkness, with no protection, and only his flashlight to show the way, it might seem a hopeless task to cope with them. Neither could he beat his way back as he had come, for the pivoted rock cut off his retreat. He could only strive forward, knocking the spiders from his face as he went, and trust to Providence to effect his escape by way of the chimney-like suck-hole. He therefore began moving forward as best he might, his hat pulled low over his eyes, his coat collar turned up, and his free hand acting as a relentless brush against the stinging, voracious arachnids. He sensed dimly that the nebula of light increased on the opposite side of the chamber as he approached that quarter. In fact, it shortly began to take definite shape. If he could hold out for another span of moments, he would make it. But already he was feeling sensations of pain in all parts of his body, and he was becoming giddy, whether from fear or poison he could not be sure, but his hands and face were swelling from bites. And then he stopped in frozen horror. Immediately in the opening that would give him egress from this terrible place to the good open sunshine above, he saw the form of the most gigantic spider he had ever beheld. From where he stood, even after making allowance for his unreliable perception, it seemed to measure 2 feet across. It belonged to a genus about which he had read, but which had never been seen before by the eyes of a white man, the monster golden spider, native of the tropics. Where the light fell upon it from above, it gave back an untarnished reflection of the precious metal from which it derived its name. Curiously enough, as he beat his way closer, in spite of the hazard, he found the small pests to be dropping off and falling back. He was in the circle of light, too, and that aided him in brushing them off. Many he succeeded in crushing under his heels, and well might this smaller fry retire, William vaguely reasoned, for this fat old demon had sufficient capacity to devour them as they came. He took a fresh, firm grip upon his reel, and approached nearer for the inevitable conflict. He would have to fight here, and to the deadly finish. Either he or the giant spider must fall, nor did the creature move as he erupted nearer and nearer. Its golden eyes never flinched. It still maintained its masterful composure as William, staking his fate upon one accurate cut of the steel fishing rod, prepared to cleave its body in twain with the tubing. His aim proved true. He saw even before the blow fell. It descended clean and sharp across the middle of the spider's body, and then William, almost collapsing from the letdown of his nerves, saw something he could not bring himself for a moment to believe. Instead of the creature writhing about in death agony, it scattered, not unlike an apparition, with a sudden metallic clanking and jingling. Until his senses returned to him, and the weakness of his legs gave way to some degree of composure, William was unable to examine the results of this singular metamorphosis. When he did, he found the spider to have been made of golden coins in an artful similitude of the insect. When able to think constructively, he conjectured the why of it all. Old man Hicks had had two gods, his money, about which but few knew, and spiders, which he bred and loved. He had placed his money here under the protection of the spiders. The arranging of the coins in form of one of them was a curious slant of the old man's fad, and, true to their trust, all of these long years, the spiders had all but succeeded in their task. William got out of the cave as quickly as he could, but not before he had collected the coins in his pockets and the overplus in his hat. Out in the glorious open sunshine he breathed free, finding that none of the bites inflicted upon him would result in more than temporary discomfort. The adventure recalled to his mind two curious superstitions about spiders. One, that the creatures will not attach their webs to, or come near, gold, and the other, that if you find the gossamer in the autumn of the year, when the spider balls hatch and the young go forth into the world, it's a sign that the fairies are leading you on to good fortune. End of Section 3. Spider Gossamer.
Section 4 of Weird Tales presents Web of the Spider. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Weird Tales presents Web of the Spider. The Spider by Arthur Edwards Chapman. I tell you, Ron, it was queer, uncanny. My friend, Ronald Titherington, laughed and weighed the little golden spider in his palm. "You don't mean to suggest, do you," he replied, "that this little mass of gold and carbon is capable of exercising control over the human will? The thing is valuable, I'll grant you. Those diamond eyes must be worth at least a couple of $100 apiece. But as for anything else, absurd." I got up and stood with my back to the fireplace, somewhat piqued at my companion's incredulity. "You can believe it or not, Ron," I said, "but I do most certainly suggest that such a thing happened. What did I go to the sale for? Not to purchase that comparatively insignificant ornament, you must agree. No, I went to secure for my collection those things that would make it the finest in the country, and I got them. But I tell you, Ron, that when that little spider was put up, I felt a strange desire come over me, an overpowering determination to possess the thing. I don't know why it should have been so. I'm not going to try to explain it. Beside those other antiques, it was as nothing, and yet I would willingly, at that moment, have exchanged them all for it. The diamond eyes of the thing were magnetic. They impelled me even against my mind's ruling. I say again, it was uncanny." Titherington listened to my rather heated recital with a quiet smile on his thin lips, and taking his cigarette from his case, lit it thoughtfully. "Let me see," he mused, slowly as though speaking to himself. "Wasn't this same spider found by the body of the late Sir Nicholas Goldby when he was discovered dead under such mysterious circumstances some months ago?" "Yes," I agreed. "He had brought it from the East, and the police held it to be a sacred jewel, and that Sir Nicholas had met his death at the hands of some Hindu fanatics who sought to return it to the despoiled temple." "Ah!" cried Titherington suddenly, seeming mightily pleased with himself. "So you remember all that, do you?" "Of course," I said, surprised. "Why not, seeing that I had so great an interest in the dead man's collection?" "Then don't you think," he said deliberately, "that it was the very happenings associated with the spider that caused you to act as you did? In other words, wasn't it a case of intensely heightened imagination?" You mean it was my vivid recollection of the facts connected with the case that made me desire to possess the thing, and that I attributed to the spider a power which really was the outcome of my own eagerness? I shook my head, unconvinced. Exactly. Look here, Alan. The facts fit together like the pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. Didn't you say a dark, foreign man bid against you very heavily for the jewel? And when you outbid him, he implored you to let him have it? Well, what is more natural than that the guardians of the jewel, having failed to obtain it by force, should seek to take advantage of this opportunity to secure it? It seems to me, Alan, that you have need to watch against human rather than supernatural powers. Then you think that the foreigner might try to steal the spider from me? Yes, Titherington replied, getting up and stretching himself. Take my advice and keep your eye on the thing. Well, I'm off to bed. It's 11 o'clock. Good night, old man. I bade him good night, and after he had gone, lit another cigarette and sat before the dying fire for a final smoke, casting my thoughts back over the strange events of the day. For all my friend's reasoning, I was not convinced. There was something strange about that golden spider. I was sure. I gazed at it where it rested upon a little china cabinet by the window, and tried to read some signs of hidden force in those great diamond eyes. But no, the thing was ordinary enough. Simply a mass of gold and carbon, as Titherington had said. Throwing the stump of my cigarette into the fireplace, I rose slowly and switched off the light. Then I retired, feeling well pleased with myself and the world in general as the result of my day's work, and wishing nothing better than to yield myself to the goddess of sleep. But for once that deity, usually so quick to respond to my call, failed to smile favorably upon me, and I turned restlessly in my bed, listening to the faint rustling of leaves outside the window and the multitudinous other sounds that materialize in so mysterious a manner in the fancy of the wakeful. In the hall below, the great clock chimed the 11:30, and I found myself counting its ponderous ticks and picturing the massive pendulum swinging, always swinging, slowly, monotonously in its glass prison. Tick-tock, tick-tock, it went, forcing itself on me with such insistence that presently I could no longer hear it through the very intensity of my listening. Once more, I turned on my left side and faced the window, which was wide open, the night being a warm one. The moon had risen, and a narrow beam of light shone between the curtains, painting a silvery path along the carpet to the door, so that I was able mentally to trace the grotesque forms of impossible flowers twining their way through Greek keys that failed to unlock the door of the Temple of Sleep. Ding-dong, 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 chimed the never-sleeping sentinel, and as I listened to the knell of the quarter which had passed, I became suddenly conscious of a new sound of which I had not been aware before, and which I could not reconcile with any known cause. It was a strange muffled drumming, something like the ticking of a watch within a metal cylinder. Of course, it was the ticking of my own watch, hung upon the bed rail, which acted as a sounding board for it. I smiled to myself as the utter simplicity of the explanation came to me, and raised my head confidently to confirm my reasoning. The watch stopped at 25 minutes past 11. Strange! What could it have been? I listened as I propped myself upon my elbow, but now I could not hear it. It must have been fancy, I thought, and lay down again. But barely had my head touched the pillow than thump, thump, thump came the noise with mechanical regularity. And then, with stunning force, the solution hurled itself at me as I pressed a hand against my breast. It was the beating of my own heart. A hot, clammy wave passed over my body at this realization. An unreasoning, nervous dread took possession of me, and I knew that I was afraid, horribly afraid of something which had no tangible existence. As I struggled with this strange feeling and called myself a fool for permitting fears of so childish a nature to overcome me, I saw something that caused my heart to give a great leap and my blood to chill in my veins. Framed in the doorway, glaring at me from the impenetrable blackness of the corridor beyond, were two large, unblinking eyes, shining in the reflected light like the headlamps of a motor, gleaming like a couple of immense diamonds. Then, as I gazed in unbounded horror at the glittering eyes, a great hairy leg crept slowly, hesitatingly into the silver beam, feeling the ground before it in wavering uncertainty. Presently this was joined by another, and yet a third, hovering in midair for a few seconds before they came to rest on the carpet. I tried to turn my head away in fearful anticipation of what was to come, but I could not. There was something magnetic, uncanny about those diamond eyes that impelled me even against my mind's ruling. And as I sat helplessly, bound with fetters of unspeakable dread, the wavering legs were followed by a fearsome skull-like head armed with a pair of great pincer fangs that opened and closed continuously with a rasping, clicking sound which caused my very hair to bristle, and presently the thing stood revealed in its hideous, loathsome entirety. There it was, ruddy golden in the moonlight, evil, horrible, like some huge, hairy bear. Merciful heaven! It was the spider! And it was coming toward me with those hesitating, creeping steps, slowly, noiselessly. I tried to cry out, but my tongue refused to articulate. I would have leaped from the bed and fled before this nightmare, but I could not move. That sinister, magnetic eye held me motionless, and I groaned inwardly with indescribable anguish, while the hot perspiration stood in beads on my forehead. Nearer and nearer it drew. Its outstretched legs felt the coverlet. They brushed my shrinking body. Horror! They enfolded me in an ever-tightening embrace. I stared into those awful gleaming orbs that seemed to gloat over my helplessness, and for a tense moment the thing remained motionless. Below, the clock struck the hour of 12. There was a loud, painful buzzing in my head. Then the spell seemed to fall from me, and as the great fangs of the thing groped for my throat, I gave a loud cry and hurled myself with the blind madness of despair at the foul, hairy shape, falling to the carpeted floor, locked in that relentless embrace. I have but a hazy recollection of what occurred next. It seemed that I was mad. I struggled and kicked frantically in my futile efforts to avoid those fearsome fangs that were gripping my bared throat. Perhaps I screamed. I faintly remember my outstretched hand touching something that was cold, solid, and a sharp, thrilling sense of exultation passed through me as I rained wild blows, sickening, crunching blows on the hideous, grinning head. A loathsome, putrid mass oozed out. The hairy legs slackened and grew rigid. My madness spent, I rolled over on the floor. My stomach revolted. I was nauseated. Sickened, I swooned. They found me lying, apparently lifeless, on the floor, and firmly grasped, in my hand, a heavy iron poker. Close by, its diamond eyes crushed to powder and battered almost beyond recognition, lay the golden spider. End of Section 4. The Spider. Read by Marissa D6, Largo, Florida, September 28th, 2023.
Section 5 of Weird Tales presents Web of the Spider. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chris Pyle. Weird Tales presents Web of the Spider. Monsters of the Pit by Paul S. Powers. How did I lose my left arm?
Well, gentlemen, I have felt that question coming for a long time. And to tell the truth about the matter, I rather dreaded it. For as well as I have grown to know you during these lonesome nights at the club, I never thought the time would come when I could unburden my mind. I don't expect that you will believe me, either you, Bronson, or Roberts here. I tried to tell the story once before, to a French doctor at Port Said. He laughed at me first, and thought me insane afterwards. I won't blame you for doing the same. Sometimes I hardly believe the story myself. It seems more like a nightmare than a reality. But here's the proof, gentlemen. This poor stump, that once was a fairly serviceable left arm. It looks like a neat surgical operation, doesn't it? But it took my wife 3 hacks to get it off. Waiter, bring the vermouth. There, thank you. You look startled, gentlemen. Perhaps you'd better have a drop of the wine to take the chill of the London fog from your bones. Beastly night outside. No, I wasn't joking, Bronson. And if you'll be so good as to hand me a cigarette, I'll tell the tale. Spin the yarn, as you Americans put it. You won't believe the story, but that makes little difference. I think there's a little saying in your country. If you believe it, it's true. It happened 4 years ago when I was down at Port Said with the engineering company. I was a single man then, with not a thought in the world other than to take my good money while I could get it, and to get out when there was no more to be had. It was good pay, but rotten work in a rottener country. The town wasn't bad for a headquarters, but it was the trips into the interior that broke us down. From the chief engineer to Tubbs, the youngest apprentice. A year or 2 and the average man was done in that country. I saw 3 white men sent back to the coast on litters, and 2 more went back in a more gruesome condition. When it wasn't the fever, it was the insects, and usually it was both. The snakes and the flies weren't so bad, for a man could kill them, or some of them, but I'll never forget the breath of those awful swamps, nor the touch of those ungodly creeping things that were bound to be in your boots in the morning, and on your cot at night. Well, it was halfway across the nigger country that stretches between the company offices and Suakin. There were 7 of us white men and a party of blacks. One of the black boys, however, I really grew to like and trust. He knew the country, the desert, and the jungle, and he knew mules. He was in charge of the string we had with us. Collie was this remarkable fellow's name, and I suppose I am the only one who now remembers it. Can you imagine seeing a beautiful English girl in a filthy native town in the depths of Africa? I couldn't either until I saw her. Gad, she was white and young. When I met her in that marketplace with a basket on her arm and dressed like a nun, I got the biggest thrill of my life. She was about 18, and though I didn't see the beauty of her at the time, I was shocked beyond words. I learned afterward that I was the first Englishman she had ever seen, with the exception of her father. But more of that later. Just that glimpse was all I had that day, and it was enough to set me thinking. The chief only laughed when I reached the camp with the news, but the chief was a steady old blighter with grandchildren in South Sea, so I didn't wonder. It was the same when I told the other men, but they thought I had been drinking. But it was true, and of course I asked Collie. Why, that is the daughter of the dread father, the mad white man. He winked over the cigarette I had given him. But no, all white men are mad. And who, I asked, is this white man? A learned man, grinned Collie, but mad all the same. He was here when my father was as I am, and even then he was mad. If he was not mad, would he creep in the swamps and in the sand even as the insects? But how does he live? Ah, he has gold, English gold. 2 times, sometimes 3 times a year, he goes to the coast and brings back all manner of strange things. Wanaki, one of his blacks, once told me that he brought back devils in tiny bottles from the English ships. To uncork the bottles means death, a terrible swelling death. Wanaki told of his devils and how a black boy died, even as cattle die from the cobra. But there was no snake. There was only a white powder. Does the girl go with him on his trips to Port Said? If she had, Wanaki would have told me. The girl child is made to stay with the black women. The white man is mad, and if you take the advice of Collie, you will forget the white child woman in the long black dress. Collie looked very wise indeed, and I believe he wanted another cigarette. I cursed him sourly and left him to his mules. The sight of the woman had set something loose within me. You know well how it is in the wilderness. And it has been long weeks since we had left Port Said. To be sure, there were women there, of a kind. I wanted to know this girl, at least to learn something of her history. Callie's gossip had aroused my curiosity, though I did not believe him. Callie's great sin was his love for talk and his hatred for bare facts. But I vowed to see the girl again. I'll pass over briefly the days that followed. The very afternoon following my talk with Callie, I saw her again, but only a glimpse, and she was gone. Then several days passed, and during them I learned more about the girl and her father. His name was Denham, a doctor, it appeared, with several letters tacked after his name, a scientist. Those were all the facts I could gather, and what he was doing and had been doing the past 20 years was a mystery. Collecting bugs? Possibly. But Callie and the blacks swore that it was more than that. By the burial pits of their fathers, it was more than that. He was a devil doctor, and made the milk of the cows turn sour. He was a man-witch who poisoned the swamps and talked with the spiders at evil hours of the night. He was also a number of other undesirable things, according to the superstitious Callie, who continued to divulge more or less valuable information over my cigarettes. Then came the day when I met the girl face to face, and that day I learned more than ever before, though what I heard scarcely satisfied me. The girl was timid, and though she permitted me to walk with her a short distance, I left her more disturbed than before. Yes, she said, she was English, though born in Africa. She had never seen England, having been no farther than Port Said, and then only once, when a mere baby. Her mother? She did not remember her mother, and she had never heard the English tongue spoken except by her father. This was practically all she told me, but it made me long to hear more. On that short walk with her, I learned several important details, not the least important of which was the fact that she was even prettier than I had at first supposed, and she had been well educated. The professor evidently was an excellent teacher, and she had mentioned books, many books. The next morning I was waiting in the marketplace. She came. It was more than I had hoped. Why bore you with details, gentlemen? I met her again, and grew to know her better than myself. Yes, I was in love, and beyond that there's no explanation needed, I'm sure. We talked of many things during the first week of our acquaintance, and on one subject only was she elusive, her father. Of her father only she would not speak. When I spoke of him, she would turn away with a look on her face much akin to fear. But perhaps I was mistaken. As we grew more intimate, it grew upon me that her father, even if he was the dreadful being Callie had made him out to be, was at least a wonderful scholar. I could read it in this child. She was wonderful. In most respects she astounded me with her learning, and then at other times she would show an ignorance that was pathetic. The man she called father had molded her mind to suit his will, but there is that something about a woman's mind, gentlemen, that no earthly cunning can twist from its course. I began to read it in her eyes that she cared for me more than her innocence knew. I haven't told you her name. It was Irene Denham. I would like very much to meet your father, I ventured one evening. Doesn't he know that you are meeting me here? She hesitated. I have told him of you, Scott, she admitted, and, well, he doesn't exactly approve. Of course it's because he doesn't know you, she added hastily. But when I suggested that you visit us at our home on the veldt, he was very angry. Father is like that. Sometimes I think he hates all white men. I think it's because he's so wrapped up in his work, the work he has been carrying on for 20 years. But tomorrow, Scott, if you will come. I shook my head. Not if he disapproves of it, I began, and then I had a sudden thought. I would go, and moreover, I would come to an understanding with this man. Surely I had the right, at least, for I was determined to take Irene back to England with me. There was no other course open. I would see Professor Denham, and see him the very next day. I told the girl of my plans. And well, gentlemen, I won't go into details, but she accepted them. I would meet her in the dirty little marketplace the next morning, we agreed, and would accompany her home. I found Callie very much worried that night, and when I pressed him for further information and told him that I was planning to visit Professor Denham the next day, he told me bluntly that I would soon die. Nonsense, Callie, I laughed. Why, I expect to find a respectable old naturalist and a fine collection of ants and butterflies. He's harmless. In my country, no one is ever frightened at their doings. He's what is called a scientist, Callie. One of the black fellow boys from beyond the village told me to watch my mules, answered Callie. He told me also that the white witch man has been stealing his cattle. What does he do with the cattle? He takes them into dark pits within his great stone house. Tell me, do butterflies eat cattle? I was getting very angry, and could have taken the impudent black scoundrel by the throat with pleasure. Hold your tongue, I commanded. When I left his hut, Callie was smoking one of my cigarettes all the same. This really was getting interesting. On the morrow, I told myself I would know just how much Callie had lied. At the time, I put the whole story down as the product of Callie's vivid, if not convincing, creative imagination. I was in love. The next morning, I varnished my boots carefully and put on my best khaki breeches. I would have given a small fortune for the white linen ones of the chief engineer, but I didn't dare ask him for them. It was hard enough to get away for the day. Irene was at our rendezvous, and I received the thrill of my life when I saw that she had discarded her nun-like dress for one more fitting to the occasion. It seemed to me to be rather a makeshift affair, but it became her. It brought out beauty that I had not thought her to possess. She was a man's woman, was Irene. I don't know why, dear, but I dread the meeting between you and Father, she murmured. We had left the village and were climbing a baking sand dune. It won't be so bad, I said cheerfully. My education hasn't been along the same lines as your father's, and perhaps he won't be interested in me. Yet perhaps we shall have some things in common. A white man, you know, is a white man, and even Africa can't change him. I'll wager you that the first question he asks me is, have you an old London Times with you? White men have been near the village before, insisted the girl. Never has he admitted them to our home, although one was a scientist like him, an explorer. I believe he hates all men, all mankind. True, he finally gave permission to bring you, but I'm afraid. Does he love you? I asked. I don't know. There was a time when I was sure he did, just as there were times when he would bring out flowers from our garden and put them upon my mother's grave. But for many years he has been changed. He hates the world. He plans to destroy. She did not finish the sentence, but stopped, as if a cold hand had been laid across her red lips. She paled, and I saw that she was trembling. When I pressed her for an explanation, she changed the subject with a frightened, pathetic smile. From that moment on, I felt that a chill had crept down from the dunes like a breath from the swamps. We walked on in silence. There, she said, when we had reached the top of the little hillock. There is home. Home. So this was her home. A melancholy house of stone crumbling like an ancient ruin. It seemed strangely out of place here in this desolation. It belonged to Carthage, or perhaps to some long-dead city. And this child lived here? I shuddered, even though the heat was flickering in waves across the distant veldt. Her steps became slower as we approached, and she seemed to be laboring under a clutching fear. I remembered that the few cheerful and rather idiotic remarks I made fell flat, and truly, I was in no mood for jesting. As we neared the house, I could see 6 black slaves working about the Kroll, and I could see no sign of life within the house. It was fearfully hot, and far, far to the east I thought I could make out the distant line of the sea, but I knew it was a mirage. Well, I met Dr. Denham. We had entered the coolness of the hallway, and as I stood wondering what fashion of man it was who had furnished this dreary place so well, I saw a smiling face peering at us from beyond the draperies. Mr. Scott, I presume. A soft voice, and it fitted the man. In the semi-darkness, which was the nearest approach to comfort in sweltering British East Africa, I saw Irene's father. A man of 50, perhaps, smooth-shaven and neatly dressed in white. The mouth under his rather hooked nose was curved into a smile, and yet, somehow, I felt chilled. No smile of welcome, that. Not that there was anything alarming about the doctor's appearance, for he was nearly as I had pictured him, with his scholarly spectacles and abstracted manner. A naturalist and scientist, he looked his part. I bowed. I am very glad to know you, Professor Denham, I said, and extended my hand. That hand-clasp was like ice. Denham's skin was repulsively cold and moist, like that of a bloated leech. I shuddered and looked at the man closely. The eyes. The heavy lenses of his glasses failed to utterly conceal the serpentine power of those greenish eyes. They were at once the eyes of a hypnotist and snake charmer. Though the professor was smiling with his thin lips, the eyes remained icy, and the skin across his lofty brows was wrinkled into a frown. I remember that he had made a few commonplace remarks and invited me inside. Dinner, he said, would soon be served. He was happy to have an Englishman for his guest. Yes, it was lonely here, but he was fond of loneliness. All the time he was talking, I could not keep my eyes from his face. There was some mystery here, some strange secret in this man's life. And Irene knew of it. For I remembered that little slip she had made while we were crossing the sands. She was worried now, and she was watching her father with mingled fear and apprehension, if I read aright. At dinner, which was served by a good-looking black, the professor talked of many things. Did I like the country? When did I expect to return to Cairo and Port Said? He asked many questions, and for the first time since I met him I felt at ease. Perhaps I had been mistaken after all. First impressions do not always furnish one with a character guide. I warmed up, and we talked until late afternoon over our wine. I was just about to come to the point and tell him the real reason for my journey there, when he asked me to look at his specimens. "Something that you'll find interesting, Mr. Scott, I'm sure." He smiled. "I doubt if you've ever seen anything like them. It has taken years for me to perfect my plans, and it is only recently that I have had any success. Do you know anything of bacteriology?" "Very little," I confessed. "From what your daughter told me, I thought your experiments were confined to insects." "I did not know that bacteriology, too, was a hobby of yours, Doctor." He eyed me sharply. "It's more than a hobby," he said, "as you will soon see. As for insects, well, you will see my insects later." I felt much like telling him that he need not go to that trouble. Creeping things had always horrified me, and I had seen quite enough of them since I had been working in Africa. However, it was my plan to keep him in a good humor, until we could reach an understanding, so I followed him into a distant portion of the great house. "As far as bacteria are concerned," I told him, "I haven't even as much as peeped into a microscope." Professor Denham laughed. "Microscope," he leered. "You won't need a magnifying glass to see my collection." Was the man mad? I felt a chill creep over me. We had reached a sort of laboratory, and the professor withdrew a cloth from a glass case. I looked over his shoulder then and received one of the shocks of my life. What were these horribly squirming things? Not insects, for never in my life had I pictured things like these. They were writhing like maggots in a substance that appeared to be a sticky gelatin. Some of them resembled scorpions, but most of them were rod-shaped things the size of my little finger. They were moving, never still. What are they?" I stammered in an awed voice. "Bacilli," chuckled the doctor. "You mean germs of disease?" I asked, horrified. "Exactly. What do you think of my work? I have multiplied them 1,000,000 times in size. Some of these organisms literally breathe death. It has taken me 20 years to find the secret. And do you know what it means? I am the Lord of the world." It was devilish, and I longed to get out of the room. This man was mad, surely. Yet here was the hideous proof before me. "There they are," went on the scientist, with a horrible smile. "There they are, till I am ready to use them. Safe in the glass case and in a culture medium of agar-agar." I wiped the cold sweat from my face and told him that I had seen quite enough and was ready to leave. "Not until you have seen the most interesting specimens of my exhibit of insect life," smiled the professor. "I wouldn't have you miss that, for worlds." I wanted to tell him that I wouldn't see another sight, like those writhing things in his laboratory, for worlds either. But I followed him from the room and into a corridor. A huge black was waiting for us there. "Well, Sahim?" asked the professor in a harsh, metallic voice. The black giant showed his teeth in a look of anxiety. "The slaves, master," he muttered. "They threaten to fly. They are afraid, and even the cattle whip cannot make them stay longer. Some of them will talk unless—" The doctor whipped a revolver from his blouse and handed it to the great Negro. "Tell them that I will have them thrown into the great pit," he snarled, "if they breathe a word. Kill them, Sahim, if they do not obey. And as for yourself, if you make one slip, the black pit will yawn for your carcass also." The slave's face twitched with fear, and it was nearly livid when he bowed to the ground and backed out of the dank passage on his hands and knees. Before I had time to recover from my astonishment, a terrible sound echoed at my feet. It was an agonized bellow ending in a gurgling wail, and it seemed to come from a cavern under the house. The hair tightened on my scalp at that fearful sound. The death sound of some animal in fear and pain. For a moment I heard it, and then it died suddenly away into silence. "My God," I whispered. "What was that?" "I fancy," smiled the professor cheerfully, "that it was an ox." Callie's weird tale flashed through my head. Perhaps the talkative black had not lied so much after all. There was a deeper mystery here than I had at first imagined, and for the moment my curiosity was stronger than my dread. While I followed the bobbing form of the scientist up the passage, I turned over in my mind all that I had seen and heard. Again I seemed to see those horrible squirming things in the glass case, and once more I seemed to hear that awful wail. An ox! How long would this distorted nightmare last? "Now, if you'll be so good," murmured the professor, "we will look over my collection of insects." He had reached a trapdoor and was tugging at the rope that raised it. It suddenly yawned open, and I saw the first steps of a staircase leading somewhere down into the dark. "We'll just leave the door open so we can see," said the scientist, and he led the way cautiously down the wooden steps. With some misgiving I followed, keeping close to his back. The death cry of the ox still rang in my ears, and I determined not to lose sight of my guide. 3 steps, then 4, then 5. At that moment I heard steps on the passage above, and a second later saw Irene's white face framed in the square opening at my head. "Oh, Scott," she whispered, "come back, come back." Even as the words left her lips, I saw a great black hand placed over her mouth, and caught a glimpse of the giant Negro, his face distorted by a scowl of rage and fury. I leaped up the steps, and as I did so, down came the trap with a bang, and I found myself scuttling in the dark with the professor. I fought furiously, and was overpowering the wiry little fiend when I found myself hanging over the edge of a black void. Something seemed to whirl me closer, and then I fell, with the doctor's insane laughter ringing in my ears. Something strangely yielding broke my fall, something that felt like a suspended mass of silken rope. For a moment I was held there, and as the trapdoor was opened above me, I saw the face of the professor looking down at me from above. So this was the pit. I struggled and tried to wrench myself free from the tangling bands that bound me, for Irene's suppressed cry still echoed in my brain. In vain I tried to tear myself loose, and then, as my eyes grew accustomed to the faint light, I ceased. The silken strands that grasped my arms and legs were as large around as my thumb, and held me like so much steel. The professor was leaning over the edge of the pit. He was speaking, and his voice was quivering with rage. "Fool! Miserable fool!" he mocked. "So you sought to steal my daughter, did you? And she the future princess of the world? I know your kind, and now I can watch you die. Soon you will see my collection of insects." And then in the distant corner I could see a huge pair of phosphorescent eyes staring at me through the gloom. Then another pair, and another. They seemed to appear as if by magic from some dark recess within the pit. Then I saw what covered the floor of the place. Bones. Bones of cattle and of sheep. And in the maze of ropey threads about me hung the carcass of a giant ox. It was being held in nothing less than the web of a monstrous spider. I screamed, and as an echo to the scream, I heard the throaty laugh of the demented man in the gallery. Insects! God! Great bloated spiders, foul and gigantic, were watching me from their awful lairs. Again I struggled to wrench myself away, but I fell exhausted. Then I saw the hideous monsters begin slowly to advance, and I felt the web tremble, as if something of great weight was gliding upon it. Above me and to the right was one of the ghastly spiders. I saw its multiple eyes watching me as it paused. Fangs, shining like polished ebony, protruded beneath those terrible eyes. And when I saw the thing perched on the great web, ready to pounce upon me, I cried out in horror. The web shook again, and I closed my eyes and waited for the dreadful impact. Even now, gentlemen, the sight of a fly buzzing his wings in a spider's web makes me sick and weak. Why I did not faint then, I don't know. Perhaps I was too terror-stricken. I believe the monster would have leaped at that instant, had it not been for a cry on the other wall of the pit. At the sound I began to hope again. It was Irene. She was descending by a ladder under a large trap on the other side, doubtless the one through which the ox had been cast. In her hand was an axe. "Leave me!" I shouted, sick with fear for her safety. "You cannot save me! Back! Back!" But she came, and I saw the terrible thing above me turn on its great legs and watch her. At that second I heard a yell of fury from the professor. He was descending a rope ladder on the other side of the pit, and was foaming with rage. The great spider had faced me again, and I could feel its legs rasp against the web that held me. I saw that the monster was covered with hair, like a huge bear, though no bear was ever so disgustingly sickening as this dreadful thing. I felt like a helpless fish about to be seized by a bloated octopus. Yet once again it hesitated, as if not knowing whether to turn on Irene or the professor. Irene reached me first, and her axe whistled through the air at my feet as she cut me loose from the tenacious web. As she did so, the hideous monster leaped at her. Like a steel trap, and with terrible ferocity, the spider sprang only to meet Irene's axe. The keen edge of the tool sank into its horrible flesh. I wrenched the weapon from Irene's hand and finished the awful thing, saw it writhe out its death struggle, entangled by its own web. I struck again and again, and then threw aside the axe with a feeling of nausea and disgust. Irene clung to me and sobbed. "Quick!" I cried, as I tore my eyes away from the throes of the monster I had killed. "Your father, look!" The unfortunate professor was pinned under the dreadful body of another spider. It had sprung upon him while I was occupied with my own troubles. Seizing the axe, I dashed toward him, taking care to avoid the treacherous web. I struck at the insect of hell with all my strength, and it turned upon me savagely. I saw those awful fangs poised above me as I struck again upward with the axe. My blow landed squarely, but it was too late to avoid the knife-like poison tubes. Something swept into my left hand like a razor, just as the dying and distended body of the spider bore me to the ground. I felt a fetid, cold breath on my neck, and something flabby and soft seemed to encircle my chest. For a moment I lost consciousness. The next thing I remembered was the sense of a great weight being removed from my body. I groaned and sat upright. Irene helped me to my feet, and she was calm, though the dead body of the professor lay not 3 feet away. I had been too late, and the spider had accomplished his deadly work. The scientist had been killed by the product of his own insane cunning. We made good our escape, and it was well, for if another spider, well, I had reached the limit of my sanity. In the passageway, Irene caught a glimpse of my hand for the first time. "Scott!" she screamed. "Look!" My hand was enormously swollen, and even as I watched, I could see a blue discoloration working its way toward my elbow. In the excitement, I had forgotten the slash from the keen fangs of the spider. I was as good as doomed. Irene still held the axe, and as I stood there, shaking like a leaf, she raised her eyes in a prayer for courage. I read the answer in her face, and without being told, I laid down my swollen arm. Well, gentlemen, it took her 3 hacks to get it off. How the blood was staunched, I don't know, for the next thing I remember was being jolted along in an ox cart, bound for the nearest surgeon. A nigger was driving, and I was feeling fine. My head was pillowed in Irene's lap. I looked back then and saw a red glow against the evening sky. The slaves had fired the place and fled. From what I have been able to learn, the spiders died in the ruins, for I've never seen a spider any bigger than my hand since that day. To tell the truth, I don't want to. Irene married me to Cairo, and as soon as I was able, we left for England. Now there's the story, gentlemen. You may believe it or not. Waiter, would you kindly bring another bottle of vermouth? End of Section 5. The Monsters of the Pit.
Section 6 of Weird Tales Presents Web of the Spider. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Spider Bite by Robert S. Carr. By the tomb of Nur Tal, in the chamber of the pool, lies Za, the scribe. By the sting of the box and the juice of the jar he shall arise after descending. Keeper is he to the jewels of Ama-Ka. Professor Ashbrook frowned as Philip finished translating. "It does sound a little odd," he admitted, "but it's hardly worth getting so excited over, do you think? Still, those old Egyptians generally had something to say when they wrote on the stone tablets. Perhaps the tomb of Nurt Hall never was thoroughly examined, suggested Phil. Let's investigate this Chamber of the Pool business. That inscription sounds as though the earlier excavators might have overlooked something valuable. Ashbrook smiled. You do like to organize wild goose chases, don't you? That riddle you just ran across probably doesn't mean anything at all. But there's the chance of discovering a new tomb, and it mentioned the jewels of Ka. Phil's face was pleading and boyish. The professor laughed shortly. Egyptology is no hobby for a modern young romanticist. You get excited too easily. He turned and stared out of the window across the rock-strewn little valley that lay baking in the Egyptian sun. I think we're passing up a mighty interesting clue, persisted Phil. Ashbrook suddenly relented. All right, he said. We'll go, but the chances are 99 out of 100 that we shan't find a thing. 2. Was I right? Professor Ashbrook swept the bare, dusty tomb chamber with a half-contemptuous fling of his arm. Phil was silent. But then, continued the professor patronizingly, there wasn't any digging to do, so there's nothing wasted but our time. Phil bit his lip. We knew before we came here that there was nothing here in this tomb, he exclaimed a trifle indignantly. It has already been opened. What I want to do is see if we can get some clue to the meaning of that riddle about the sting of the box and the juice of the jar. Look here. He took from his pocket a paper bearing the English translation of the puzzling inscription. This says, by the tomb of Nurt Hall, not in it. It plainly states that the tomb of Za, the scribe, is near here somewhere. All we have to do is find it. Exactly. Ashbrook was mildly sarcastic. And how do you intend to go about it? Well, first I'm going to have a good look at every inch of this place. Phil strode over to a far corner of the tomb and began to tap along the wall with a small geologist's hammer. Suddenly he stepped back in alarm. What's the matter? Snapped the professor quickly. Phil smiled a bit shamefacedly. Just a loose stone in the floor. Kind of gave me a start. He turned around and resumed his tapping. Ashbrook pursed his lips in silence a moment, then exclaimed, There couldn't be a loose stone in here. This whole room is carved out of solid rock. Phil's eyebrows lifted. He stepped back and rejoined his companion. That may be, he said slowly. But nevertheless, the floor moved under my feet right over there. He pointed to where his boot tracks showed in the heavy dust. The professor darted forward, knelt, and began to dust the stone floor with his handkerchief. A moment later, Phil was following his example. Here's a straight crack, he announced presently. Seems to be the edge of a block. Yes, it is. Here's the corner. Soon they had uncovered what seemed to be a separate section of stone, roughly 4 feet long and 3 feet wide. You say it moved? For answer, Phil placed one hand on the stone and shoved vigorously downward. With a low grating sound, that end of the block sank into the floor while the other raised itself slightly. A stone slab mounted on an axle through the center, analyzed the professor quickly. Push down again, and harder, Phil. Phil complied. When the under edge of the end of the block appeared, Ashbrook hooked his strong fingers over it, and their combined efforts succeeded in raising it to an almost perpendicular position. Phil gave one more tug. As it swung perfectly upright, both men heard a metallic click. Wonder if it will stay that way now. It seems to be pretty solid. Phil pushed against the stone to see if it would roll on its axle. To his surprise, it was firm. He pushed harder, but he might as well have tried to move the rocky walls on either side, for the revolving slab was now securely locked in its upright position. He shrugged, then stepped back from the opening as a strong current of air arose, icy with the clammy coldness that comes to dead air long imprisoned underground. Like the breath of a phantom, the young man felt it on his cheek. He shuddered at its faint but ghastly odor, an aromatic mustiness that hinted of grim-visaged mummies peering into the eternal blackness of their underground tombs. He involuntarily moved closer to the professor. Queer odor, isn't it? He said slowly. Makes one think of spooks and open graves and things like that. Ashbrook silenced him with an irritated gesture. Rot! He exclaimed brusquely. Phil, your imagination is your greatest fault. But it certainly is strange how wet that air is." "The chamber of the pool," quoted Phil. Try as he would, he could not keep a certain hollow ring out of his voice. The professor turned and frowned. "What's the matter with you? You're beginning to get on my nerves. Go outside and get some fresh air if you feel nervous. Don't stand around in here and croak like Poe's raven." He consulted his watch. "Time for lunch anyhow. Let's both go." Phil felt immensely and inexplicably relieved as he stepped out into the bright glare of the Egyptian sun, and was immediately ashamed of himself for it. He wouldn't let his imagination run wild again, he promised himself. When they re-entered the tomb a half-hour later, his step was almost jaunty. Accompanying them were Biba, their native foreman, and another native carrying small picks, shovels, and electric lanterns. The slab still held its perpendicular position and seemed as firm as before. Phil turned his flashlight's strong beam down into the hole, revealing smooth sides and a level stone floor some 7 or 8 feet below. He lay down and projected the light around the interior of the pit. "There's a tunnel leading off to the left," he announced. "Let me see," exclaimed the professor. He lay down by Phil's side and craned his neck. "It's carved out of the solid rock, so there's no danger of a cave-in. I wonder how the air is down there." He sat up, tore a leaf from his notebook, lighted it, and tossed it down a few feet back in the tunnel. It burned brightly. "It's all right," he said, satisfied as to the safety. Phil leaped down into the stone-walled pit, holding his flashlight before him. In a moment the professor and 2 natives had joined him. In single file they started through the tunnel, their elbows brushing the walls. They walked a moment in silence. Suddenly Ashbrook halted so abruptly that Phil, in second place, collided with him. "What is it?" he whispered. The professor moved aside so that Phil could look ahead. Immediately before them, the ceiling of the tunnel sloped sharply to the floor, barring further progress. The angle where the ceiling met the floor was filled with an accumulation of dust and debris. Phil dropped to his hands and knees and poked in the litter. "Give me a shovel," he said presently, turning to one of the natives. In a few minutes he revealed that the slope of the ceiling was not complete, but ceased as abruptly as it had begun at a point about 10 inches from the floor, leaving an aperture the full width of the tunnel at the bottom. A gust of air, colder and wetter than before, swept past them like a ghost escaping from a sepulchre. Phil was busy with his flashlight. "I think the tunnel continues," he said after a brief inspection. "I'll crawl through and see what's on the other side. If there's anything we want, we can break down this part of the wall and get it." "I'm going with you," said the professor. He stopped and surveyed the 10-inch crack dubiously, then regarded his rather rotund waistline. "I don't think I can make it," he added. "Let's see." He experimented, then stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. "Impossible," he laughed. "One's enough, though. There's no danger." He spoke the last sentence in a slightly louder tone. An instant later, an eerie voice echoed out of the blackness behind him. Faintly it came a single word. "Danger." Both natives started, the whites of their eyes plainly visible. Ashbrook coughed. "Peculiar echo," he remarked evenly. Phil licked his dry lips. To him the echo had had an entirely different inflection from that the professor had given it. Why hadn't the other words come echoing back too? Then he shook himself, dropped flat, and, flashlight in hand, crawled slowly into the forbidding hole before him. Ashbrook had an uneasy feeling, a premonition almost, as he watched the tips of Phil's boots disappear. "See anything?" he called to dispel his nervousness. "Not yet." The voice came as if from the bowels of the earth. When it ceased, the silence was so intense that to Ashbrook the ticking of his watch in his trousers pocket was as loud as the rapid, rhythmic dropping of coins into a metal bowl close at hand. He was relieved when the sepulchral voice resumed its reporting. "It's high enough to stand up, I guess. Wider." There was an instant of scuffling, the smacking thud of a body falling violently upon the unyielding rock. A groan, then silence. For an instant, Ashbrook was petrified. Then he quickly prostrated himself before the opening, cupped his hands, and called. "Phil! Oh, Phil! Answer me! Are you hurt?" He listened intently for a reply. None came. He could hear a liquid dripping somewhere beyond in the blackness. Again he called. A steady drip, 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 now quite audible, was his only answer. He wheeled on the terrified natives. "Break through that rock!" he commanded. Although numb with fright, they moved forward to obey, only to stop short as a new horror presented itself. Ashbrook followed their wide-eyed stare, and his lips curled back in revulsion. For there, crawling slowly up the wall before them, was a huge white spider, a creature occasionally encountered in very old tombs. The frightful thing was fully as large as the fingers and palm of a grown man's hand, with a bloated body and unusually thick legs that looked as though possessed of a strength far out of proportion to the size of the body. Covered as it was with matted white hair, it stood out against the dark rock like a bleached skull mounted on black velvet. It crawled slowly, deliberately, as if gorged to repletion on some hideous meal, the probable nature of which caused Ashbrook an involuntary shudder. The two natives were absolutely paralyzed with fear. Their eyes bulged in their sockets, and on their foreheads a cold sweat stood out in great beads. For not only is the Egyptian tomb spider a fearsome and horrible thing to behold, but the legends and superstitions which surround it are of such a nature as would cause the most harmless and mild-appearing creature to be regarded with mortal terror. Ashbrook regained control of himself with an effort. He drew his revolver, took careful aim, and fired. The soft-nosed bullet spattered the huge spider into a sticky clot that drooled slowly down the rocks. With the roar of the revolver, the natives bolted, screaming, into the darkness, dropping the tools and lanterns in their mad flight. The thin pencil of illumination from the flashlight his only guide, the professor hurriedly made his way back along the tunnel. He broke into a run when he heard the natives' screams double in volume. At the end of the tunnel, he found them pointing upward. He took a startled glance, then stepped back, aghast. The trap door was closed. For an instant he felt a hysterical impulse to scream with them, but the very panic of the others steeled his own nerves against giving way. He grasped Biba roughly by the arm and shook him. "Brace up," he barked. "We've got to get the door open. Down on your hands and knees, quick!" They obeyed his command, and in a moment were braced together in a corner of the wall, their bare knees padded against the coming pressure with Ashbrook's jacket. Still holding his flashlight, he stepped lightly upon them, one foot on each of the bare brown backs. He settled himself, snapped out his light and pocketed it, placed both hands against the cold stone of the door overhead, took a deep breath, and pushed. For a moment he was assailed by the horrible suspicion that someone had placed a heavy weight over the trap door, for it seemed immovable. Then, to his great relief, it gave, slowly and ponderously, but enough to assure him that it was moving on its axle. Inch by inch the great stone slab swung upward. The effort was tremendous. Though the atmosphere in the tunnel beneath the old tomb was chilly, hot perspiration streaked down Ashbrook's face. The natives winced and cried out softly as the steel hobnails of his boots bit into their backs, but they held fast. There in the utter blackness and silence the trapped man strained for what seemed ages. His arms ached and throbbed till he feared he would collapse. His whole body trembled, and the great vein on his sweat-bedewed forehead stood out alarmingly. At last a thin ray of faint daylight filtered in from the tomb above. With renewed vigor he pushed till the crack had widened to several inches. Then, summoning every ounce of strength, for an instant he held the great rock with one hand, while with the other he reached for the far end. His fingers crept around the thick block. He made one last tremendous effort, and the slab swung into perpendicular, locking there as it had done before. His strength spent, he staggered, gasping against the wall, while the natives scrambled up and out with an almost monkey-like agility. Biba reached a hand down and helped Ashbrook out. "Get the electric drill! We've got to get Phil out of there!" he shouted as soon as he had regained his breath. In a few minutes they were dragging the heavy apparatus to the edge of the pit. At first the natives were loath to climb down into the gloomy place again, but when the professor fingered the butt of his revolver nervously, they obeyed with alacrity. Under the blaze of 2 electric lanterns, Ashbrook watched the powerful drill quickly cut through the soft stone wall beyond which Phil had disappeared. He called from time to time, but received no answer. As soon as a large enough hole was made, he squeezed through into what appeared to be a large chamber, but he had no time to take note of his surroundings, for the first object the light fell upon was the huddled form of Phil lying on the floor. He quickly knelt beside him, and was feeling his pulse when, to his relief, the young man opened his eyes and looked about him dazedly. He saw Ashbrook and tried to smile. "Something lit on me," he said weakly. "Bowled me over, and I cracked my head on the floor." At that moment a bright illumination dazzled them as Biba, the wall demolished, stepped through carrying an electric lantern. The professor helped Phil to his feet. "How do you feel? Want to go outside and get some fresh air?" he inquired. "No, I'm all right, just a sore lump on my head," Phil assured him. Together they looked about them. The chamber in which they stood was fairly large and almost square. A few articles of furniture, a gold-encrusted chariot, and several large urns of preserved fruit were grouped about in the tomb. But the scene that caught their attention and held it was in the center of the room. From a hole in the ceiling, water dripped slowly into a small oval pool, which was apparently quite deep. At either end of the pool, an upright mast was sunk into the stone floor, and between the masts, above the water, was suspended a hammock-like swing in which reposed a mummy. On a low stand at the brink of the pool were an ornate little jar and a small carved box. For the first time in his life, Phil saw the professor really excited. "Just wait till I get my camera in here," he exclaimed. "What will the British Museum say to the arrangement and position of that mummy? Why, Phil, we found something new, absolutely new." But Phil was gazing toward the mouth of the tunnel by which they had entered. "That's what hit me," he said quietly. "Look." Ashbrook turned. From an axle set high upon the wall above the opening extended a long wooden beam, parallel and close to the side of the chamber. On the end of the beam was affixed a wicked-looking metal blade, set so that when the wooden arm swung down, it would sweep quite close to the floor, thus decapitating or seriously injuring a person who might be emerging through the 10-inch crack the electric drill had just enlarged. The beam was discharged by pressure against a small wooden trigger set on the floor. "I kicked that trigger with my foot as I stood up," said Phil. "If I'd crawled 1 foot farther, zowie!" He made an unpleasant gesture. "As it was," he continued, "it was only the shaft that hit me and knocked me over. It's a good thing I stood up as soon as I found I could. Even so, I don't think that knife missed me very far. Why, say, Phil, that thing seems to be cocked ready to go off again. How could it reset itself? There's something mighty queer here, I tell you. See if there is any way a person could get out of this chamber except through our tunnel. That heavy beam couldn't swing back up in place itself. We'd better set it off, though, or one of the men might get hurt." He advanced, kicked the trigger with his boot, and leaped backward. The murderous weapon swept down with a creak, but instead of swinging back up again as a thing of pendulum construction might naturally be expected to do, it remained suspended in the air on the farthest extremity of its arc. "There must be a catch of some sort up there," said the professor, indicating the hole where the axle disappeared in the wall. "But that's all the more reason why it couldn't swing back in place by itself. Someone was in here while you lay unconscious." "If there was," said Phil uneasily, "he's in here yet. You can see for yourself there's nobody here but that mummy over there." "And I hardly think he'd do it," supplemented Ashbrook smilingly. Instinctively, both men turned their gaze toward the grim brown profile that was visible over the edge of the ornamented hammock. Suddenly, Phil gripped Ashbrook's arm. "Look! For God's sake, look! The thing's moving!" The professor took a step forward, and his jaw dropped. Then it snapped shut, and he straightened up. He cleared his throat. "Bunk! Your imagination's playing tricks, or else it's air currents swinging that hammock. 3,000-year-old mummies don't move." Phil shuddered. "I hope it was my imagination," he murmured. At that instant, Biba, who a few minutes before had gone back into the tunnel, burst in. "Stone door closed again," he gasped. There was a stunned silence. Then the professor asked a question. "When did it close?" "Just then." "About 30 seconds ago?" "Yes, swung down shut. Nothing touched it." For several seconds, Ashbrook was lost in thought. Then he exclaimed, "Phil, run up underneath the trap door and watch. I've got an idea." The young man cast a last, wide-eyed glance at the mummy, then trotted down the tunnel, leaping the pile of stones where the barrier had been removed. The professor called to him. "All set," came back the reply. Ashbrook walked over beneath the long wooden arm that still hung motionless. He stood on tiptoe, grasped it just above the blade, and pulled downward. "Anything happening?" he shouted at the tunnel mouth. "No!" He pulled harder. The beam moved downward a few inches. "Say, this trapdoor is beginning to open," yelled Phil excitedly from the tunnel. The professor released his grip on the arm. It jerked back up into its original position. "The door's dropped back shut again now." "All right, that's what I wanted to find out. Come back in here now." As Phil re-entered the chamber, Ashbrook smiled and pointed at the beam's axle. This is really a simple arrangement, and ingenious, too. See that axle? Well, that's the same axle that the stone slab is hung on. As we pulled open the trapdoor, we automatically drew this swinging arm up into place and set it. When that was set, the trapdoor was locked open. But when you touched the trigger and released the beam, the stone slab fell back down and bottled us up in here. We've got the drill down here now, so we'll cut the trapdoor down. Then we can't get caught. Let's break up this unpleasant-looking business, too, suggested Phil, pointing to the knife in the beam. After they shoveled the loose stone out of the tunnel, removed the heavy slab from its axle, and took down the swinging beam, it was past time for their evening meal. Ashbrook suggested they reserve the examination of their discoveries till the next morning. Phil agreed with him. 3. "Better bring the folding table too, Phil," called the professor from the door of the tomb. "I want to examine that mummy before we bring him out." He turned to Biba, who stood beside him. "Are the batteries and lanterns in good shape?" The native nodded and followed him down the ladder which they had placed in the pit to facilitate entrance and exit. When Phil emerged from the tunnel into the chamber of the pool, Ashbrook was preparing to take a flashlight picture. Phil unfolded the long, low, portable table he had brought with him and set it up. Then he moved over and stood beside the professor. "I expect that's Za there," he remarked by way of conversation, pointing at the mummy. Ashbrook was busy and did not answer, so Phil wandered over closer to the pool. He took from his pocket the translation of the inscription that had brought them there. He reread it. "By the sting of the box and the juice of the jar." His glance fell on the stand that held the squat jar and the carved box. He looked back at the professor, completely engrossed in putting a slide in his camera. Acting on a sudden impulse, Phil quickly picked up both the box and the jar and walked out. Ashbrook did not notice his departure. When Phil returned from his concealing the two objects beneath his cot, he smelled the odor of burnt magnesium powder and found the professor in a highly satisfied humor. "Let's take him down now and have a close look at him. I may take some more pictures, too, for he seems to be clothed differently from any mummy I ever saw before. In fact, he's virtually naked." They moved toward the hammock. "The ropes are slipped over hooks in each of the poles," observed Phil. "We can unhook them and swing hammock and all over onto the floor." "Good idea," commented the professor. The ropes easily unhooked, and for a moment the two men held the thing low above the water, standing across the pool from each other, preparatory to swinging it ashore. "Wow, this fellow weighs a ton," groaned Phil, bracing his feet to keep from slipping into the water. "It's those ornaments on the hammock," explained Ashbrook. "He's fastened in, too. Whoever took care of him fixed a nice, safe berth. All right now, heave-ho!" They swung together. At the same instant, the dry, crumbly old ropes parted, and with a splash, the hammock and mummy plunged beneath the dark waters of the pool. The professor stepped back in disgust. Phil sat on the dusty floor regarding the piece of rope in his hand. "Confound the luck," expostulated Ashbrook. "I wonder how deep that water is. Now he won't be worth a thing if we do get him out." He tied a small rock to a 6-foot piece of cord and sounded the pool. The stone sank the full length without touching. "We could make a grappling iron," suggested Phil. He eyed the surface of the water. "Look at the bubbles coming up, would you?" "Yes, that dried-up old mummy will soak up water like a sponge." "I'd like to get him out," said Phil. "I'll see if I can rig up some sort of tackle right now." "All right, and in the meantime I'll look over this stuff." Ashbrook indicated the other contents of the tomb. Phil met Biba standing spellbound in the tomb above, watching another great white spider crawl slowly up the wall. Phil, too, was struck with revulsion at the hideous sight the creature presented, but being somewhat of an entomologist, he was also intently interested. "Is it poisonous?" he asked. Biba shrugged his shoulders. "Then why are you so afraid of it?" The native turned horror-wide eyes upon him in an inarticulate reply. "Did you ever hear of anyone's being bitten by one?" Biba admitted that he never had, but added that a horrible death would be sure to follow if one were. Phil smiled. "Well, I never saw a spider like this before, so I think I'll add him to my collection. He seems to be a sleepy beggar. Ought to be easy to capture." He stepped outside and returned a few minutes later with a glass jar and a stick. Holding the jar at arm's length beneath the creature, he dislodged it with the stick, quickly clapped the lid on, and the huge spider was his captive. It lay sprawled helplessly on the bottom of the jar. Phil turned to Biba. "Simple, wasn't it?" The native turned and walked away, shaking his head. "Bad business," Phil heard him mutter as he left. 4. A thorough search of the little camp revealed absolutely nothing with which even the crudest kind of grappling iron could be improvised. At noon, the professor came up from the chamber in high glee, bearing a bundle of papyrus rolls, which Phil knew would occupy him for some time. After lunch, the young man decided to go to the military post, some 10 miles distant, to borrow a grappling iron and, incidentally, to pay a call on Major Nepper, the officer in charge of the post and a friend of his. As he slipped into a clean white shirt, his eyes fell upon the glass jar and the spider within. He pondered a moment. His collection was stored back in Cairo, he told himself, and 2, he lacked the paraphernalia to properly preserve the creature, so why not make Major Nepper a present of it? He knew that the Major was a well-known collector and would be able to inform him as to the name and habits of the thing. After a 15 minutes whirlwind ride, he drew up by the officers' quarters at the post. He found the Major at his desk, and when the necessary formalities and informalities of greeting an old friend were disposed of, broached the subject of a grappling iron. Nepper dispatched an orderly to search through the supply house. "Say, Bill, I've got something out in the machine for you," exclaimed Phil, suddenly remembering the spider. He stepped out and got the jar. Major Nepper examined the motionless form through the glass. "It's what is called a tomb spider around here," he informed him. "We get a hold of one every now and then. Although almost every large collection contains 1 or 2, nobody knows very much about them. Somehow or other, no one seems to want to make a detailed and careful study of the things. I personally have investigated a little and found that they lack the nasty viciousness so remarked in most of the other very large species of the spider family. It's queer, though, for these spiders have by far the largest venom sacs I've ever seen. Just a moment and I'll show you. You don't mind if I spoil this one, do you?" "No, go ahead," Phil replied. Deftly, Nepper removed the huge spider from the jar, killed it, and impaled the body on a small dissecting board. A few minutes of skillful work with a sharp penknife, and he laid aside 2 soft, yellowish oval sacs, the size of ripe cherries. "Once prompted by a morbid curiosity," he continued, "I took some of this venom and analyzed it. I found it to be of an entirely different nature from the irritating poison of other spiders. In fact, as far as I could ascertain, it wasn't even poisonous. But then I'm not much of a chemist, and there are a great many things that scientists don't know yet. Rather a trivial matter all the way round, too, don't you think?" "Yes, I suppose that the private life of a rare spider doesn't matter a great deal one way or another," agreed Phil with a smile. "Have you noticed, though, that the mere sight of one will incapacitate for work any native in Egypt? They'll step over a deadly snake and never give it a second thought, but let one of these sluggish, helpless old spiders appear on the scene, and they're paralyzed." "Yes, it seems to be one of their pet superstitions," laughed Phil. "There's no figuring out a native's way of thinking," sighed the Major. The orderly returned carrying a small grappling iron on a 25-foot chain. Phil thanked Nepper and said goodbye. He drove slowly on the return trip to camp and did a great deal of thinking. Remembering the box and jar concealed beneath the cot in his tent, he determined to investigate as soon as he arrived, but mostly he thought about large white spiders. Finding Professor Ashbrook engrossed and oblivious among his papyrus rolls, Phil went to his tent, placed the box and the jar on his desk, and started his investigation. He selected the jar. It opened easily. He found it to be nearly filled with a thick, clear, odorless liquid, which covered several leafy twigs. Phil lifted one out by means of forceps. The leaves and stems were perfectly preserved, and after consulting a naturalist handbook, he recognized it as a rather uncommon, though not rare, shrub, which could be found in that locality. Rather disappointed by the commonplace nature of his find, nevertheless he resolved to obtain a growing specimen of that shrub on the morrow. He turned his attention to the box. Finding no lock or clasp, he surmised from the elaborate carvings on the front that the lid must be operated by a hidden spring. Painstakingly, he set about to find it. As he worked about the box, he noticed an unpleasant odor, but when his fingers suddenly stumbled upon the spring and the lid flew open, he sprang up and covered his nose with his handkerchief, for there, coated with a jelly-like preservative, lay fully a dozen huge white tomb spiders. 5. "May I have that mummy, Professor?" asked Phil, pointing to the dripping form of Za, the scribe, which they had just recovered from the pool and removed from his hammock. "You may have it as far as I'm concerned," replied Ashbrook. "It's spoiled for exhibition purposes. What on earth do you want it for, Phil?" "Oh, I have a little theory I'd like to try out, that's all." "It's all right with me," consented the professor. I'm going to finish translating those papyrus rolls. They give some new facts on old Egyptian law that are mighty interesting." He hurried out through the tunnel to the ladder which led to the outside world, leaving Phil alone in the chamber of the pool. Throwing several rough towels about the mummy, he quickly lifted it onto the examination table under the direct blaze of the electric lights. Unfolding the towels, he intently scrutinized the inert figure. Za, the scribe, had been a well-formed man of medium stature. His skin was dark, his hair close-cropped and jet black, hands small with exceptionally long fingers. Phil could see at once that this man had not been subjected to the usual mummification processes. The body was intact and free from the long, closely wound linen wrappings characteristic of all other mummies. He wore but a single light garment and sandals, with an armlet of hammered silver above his elbow, a costume such as any ancient Egyptian might have worn about his private estate, the young man thought. He lifted an arm toward him. It moved stiffly in its socket. As he turned it over, palm up, the elbow cracked sharply. The limb was but slightly shrunken, the flesh firm and cold. He held the heavy upper arm in his hand and gripped it. With a little more elasticity and quite a bit more warmth, it could easily have been that of a sleeping man. Phil flexed the arm slowly. The biceps muscle rolled evenly under the smooth brown skin. Suddenly Phil began to wonder how this man had met his death. In an effort to discover some wound or sign of disease, he removed the clothing and examined the body minutely. Numerous scars attested that Za had been a fearless warrior in his day, but they were all old and completely healed. Poisons were in vogue then, and the keeper of a treasure would be a likely victim. The features of the mummy attracted the young man's attention. The closed eyes, the straight-bridged nose, the set lips, and the slightly sunken cheeks. He stood close by and regarded them for some time. Then he narrowed his eyes, cupped his chin in his hand, and leaned over, peering searchingly into the dark countenance, as if trying to find the answer to the mummy's secret. Tentatively, he reached out a forefinger and pushed back an eyelid. He looked beneath and compressed his lips, as if afraid to make an exclamation. Then again he stared fixedly at the face before him for quite a long time. When he left the chamber of the pool, a strange light was burning in his eyes. 6. Phil arose early after a sleepless night. Bolting a hasty breakfast, he tramped around over the surrounding country till about noon. On his return, he bore 3 small bushes which he had dug up by the roots. 2 of these he carefully transplanted behind his tent, reserving the 3rd for immediate employment. Seated at his portable desk, he held a powerful magnifying glass over a limb of the shrub and painstakingly compared it with a portion of the preserved twig he had discovered in the jar from the chamber of the pool. Convinced at last that they were one and the same plant, he went into Ashbrook's tent, and not finding the professor there, helped himself to one of a set of nature books. Settling himself on a camp stool, he thumbed through the section dealing with shrubs and bushes till he came to an account of the Mona bush. There was only a single terse paragraph, but to Phil one sentence stood out sharply from among the rest. This herb was believed by the ancient Egyptians to have magical properties, and the juice of the leaves was much used by them in the preparation of their medicines. Replacing the book on the shelf, he went down the ladder into the cool underground vault where lay Za, the scribe. The body was completely covered with a heavy canvas which Phil had purposely drenched with water. He removed the covering and wiped the trickling drops from the quiet brown face. The band of silver now fitted its owner's arm as snugly as it had done in life, Phil observed. He was satisfied that the body had absorbed enough water to counteract the drying effect of the preservative, if indeed a preservative had been used. Phil grew feverishly excited. He flexed the arms several times, noticing that the joints were not so stiff as before, and that the flesh was softer and more elastic. Then he studied the translation on the slip of paper. By the juice of the jar. The jar had contained sprigs of the Mona bush. That must mean that the juice of the leaves was in some way connected with the riddle. The juice of the leaves of the Mona bush had been used by the ancient Egyptians in their medicines. Phil plucked one of the thick oval leaves from the twig he had brought with him and crushed it beneath his thumb on the table beside the mummy. Instantly a strong, pungent vegetable odor, utterly unlike anything he had ever smelled before, assailed his nostrils. It crept like the scent of incense through the damp, still air of the underground tomb, an odor both pleasant and unpleasant. Puzzled and fighting against the fantastic ideas and whisperings that flitted through his mind, Phil walked aimlessly about the tomb chamber for a few minutes, pausing to study a crude sketch on the wall, or to gaze wide-eyed into the black depths of the pool from which the mummy had been retrieved. Still finding no solution to his problem, Phil turned back to the low table and Za, the scribe. Suddenly he gave an exclamation of disgust, for upon the table, apparently materialized out of the thin air, were 2 gigantic tomb spiders. The young man took a quick step forward in an effort to prevent the hideous things from molesting the body, but checked himself when he saw that did not seem to be their object. Rather, they seemed eagerly searching for something which they could not see. Standing by the side of the table, Phil watched the 2 things scurry back and forth with more display of energy than he had believed them capable of. Interested, he leaned forward and noted their every move. Almost frantically, the 2 great white spiders wove about, often brushing the side of the mummy in their erratic course. Suddenly the larger of the 2 ranged within an inch or so of the crushed leaf of the mona bush. As if frozen in its tracks, it stopped for an instant, then flexed its thick hairy legs and pounced upon the sticky green clot of juice and pulp. A moment later the other spider had done the same. Their bloated bodies relaxed, and they lay quietly, seemingly finding satisfaction in the strong, peculiar odor. His face a study in conflicting disgust, puzzlement, and interest, Phil watched intently, but when he saw one of the unlovely pair endeavor to sink his fangs into the wooden table, and failing to do so, exude an unbelievable quantity of his thick yellow venom, disgust came to the fore, and with a shuddered oath, the young man swept the 2 loathsome creatures to the floor, and ground them into the dust under his heavy boot heel. Feeling somewhat better, he glanced again at the crushed leaf. Queer, he told himself, how a mere odor could excite those sluggish spiders into such a frenzy. Then, like the flash of a lightning bolt, the idea came to him. The juice of the jar. In the same metaphor, the sting of the box would be the bite of a tomb spider. For had not the little carved box been packed with preserved spiders, and the age-old legends surrounding them, and what Major Nepper had told him about their having the largest venom sacs, seemingly not poisonous, very little known. Why, perhaps... Phil dashed out of the chamber, through the tunnel, and up the ladder into the tomb above. He collided with Professor Ashbrook in the doorway. Grasping him by the arm, the younger man led him back down into the chamber of the pool, talking rapidly all the while with passionate earnestness. His eyes burned feverishly, and his face quivered. At first, the professor's weather-beaten countenance showed surprise and a mild annoyance at Phil's outburst. As he assimilated some of the rapid flow of talk, his expression changed to one of incredulous astonishment, then to anxiety for his companion's sanity, till finally he made the young man cease and began to question him. Phil repeated what he had said. Professor Ashbrook's fingers worked nervously. He compressed his lips till they were almost bloodless, and a faint glimmer of the queer light that shone so brightly from Phil's eyes began to appear in his. An hour later both men were standing beside the still form which lay on the table in the chamber of the pool. They conversed in low, vibrant tones, casting frequent glances at their silent companion, Za, the scribe. The professor spoke excitedly of rare forms of catalepsy, of the lost art of Egyptian medicine, and also of the jewels of Ka. 7. The batteries in the electric lanterns were exhausted, and there were no others in camp. Thus it was that in the center of a ring of flickering yellow candle flames, a weird and unearthly scene took place in the dark dampness of a tomb beneath a tomb, in the chamber of the pool. The strange, unforgettable odor of the crushed leaves of the mona bush hung stiflingly heavy in the chill, motionless air. On the low table lay the body of Za, the scribe. Their faces tense, Phil and Professor Ashbrook stood over him. The older man was applying a thick green liquid to the mummy. It was the juice of a great many leaves of the mona bush. Some he rubbed on the legs and thighs, then a circular spot on the stomach, a little over the heart, liberal applications on the arms and shoulders, while the remainder he used on the back of the neck. This done, both men donned heavy rubber gloves. Phil lifted a tin box from the floor, a box with air holes pierced through the lid. He opened it and spilled its contents fully upon the bare chest of the mummy, then stepped back quickly and averted his face. Tomb spiders had not been hard to obtain by using the odor of crushed monabush leaves as a lure. The professor, too, was standing with his back to the weird and horrible scene. He spoke without turning. "How many preserved spiders was it that you found in the little carved box?" 14. Unconsciously, both men spoke in subdued tones. "And you're using 14 now?" "Yes." "What if they're not enough?" "I've got 3 more in this jar to use as a last resort." "How long do you suppose it will take?" "I haven't the slightest idea." For some time there was absolute silence in the twilight of the tomb. In the tall corners, the shadows quivered like great black beasts held on leash. "Oh, but a thing like this couldn't be," Ashbrook burst out. "It's impossible. Horrible." "We've gone too far now. All that's left to do is follow through the procedure and see whether our wild hopes and fancies are true." Presently, Phil steeled his nerves and turned slowly round. Squatting in clusters over the body were the spiders, motionless, their fangs sunk deep as they pumped their mysterious toxin into the dead veins of the mummy. It was with difficulty that he restrained himself from turning and fleeing at once from the blood-curdling and eerie sight. As rapidly as possible, he plucked the tenacious things from the body and replaced them in the tin box, his hands protected by the rubber gloves. Ashbrook applied a stethoscope to the bare brown chest. He listened breathlessly for a few seconds, then sighed and shook his head. Phil began to chafe one of the cold wrists. "We'll allow an hour for the stuff to do its work. If nothing happens, then we'll use the other 3 spiders. After that, we'll give up the whole wild business, bury this body, and try to forget that we were so foolish, so heathenly superstitious, I might better say." 3/4 of the hour had elapsed before the death-like hush was again broken. The towering monster shadows in the far recesses of the tomb became more restless as the candles burned low and lower. The white-strained faces of the 2 men stood out sharply in the semi-darkness, their bodies indistinct and shapeless. The professor felt for a pulse in one of the thin muscular wrists, then shook his head again. "Get those other 3 spiders out, Phil," he said. "I think we're going to need them." "Let's wait a few minutes more," replied the other. He, too, picked up a wrist and held it. Standing very quietly, his fingertips resting lightly on the pulse, Phil strained every ounce of his powers of perception. Suddenly he gasped. Surely it couldn't be that. No, it must have been his imagination. But there it came again. Then he uttered an exclamation that caused Ashbrook to start. For beyond the shadow of a doubt he had detected a faint pulse in the cold wrist of the 3,000-year-old mummy. In a few quick words, Phil informed the professor, who immediately seized the stethoscope and pressed it to the chest once more. He passed the instrument to Phil. The young man listened for a moment before he could hear, coming as if from a great distance, the slow, faint but unmistakable sound of heartbeats. "What about the temperature?" he breathed, in an awed whisper. Ashbrook snatched a thermometer from the armpit of the reclining figure and looked at it dubiously. "Only gone up 2 degrees, he announced. "Hadn't we better try a stimulant? It isn't called for, but it couldn't do any harm, and it might hasten matters a great deal." Phil nodded his acquiescence. The professor poured a liberal portion of brandy down the throat of the slowly reviving man before them. Afterward, neither Phil nor Professor Ashbrook could hazard a guess as to how long they kept vigil over the body of Za, the scribe. Phil remembered lighting new candles twice. Neither slept. Slowly, very slowly, the thermometer climbed, and the heartbeats increased in strength and volume. At the end of the 5th hour, respiration was noticeable. Once the lips twitched. Just as the exhausted watchers were about to give way to the growing wariness that excitement can not always dispel, the eyelids were slowly raised for a moment, then drooped. Soon the heavy breathing of the man was quite audible and the limbs rolled limply. "He's asleep," whispered the professor. Snatching short naps by relays, Phil and Ashbrook passed the next 12 hours. At the end of that time, both the pulse and the temperature were almost normal. Phil absented himself for some time and returned with a pot of steamed coffee. The professor had just finished his 2nd cup when he glanced down at Za. "Look!" he exclaimed. Phil followed his pointing finger and saw with astonishment that Za was staring at the ceiling with wide-open eyes. Motionless as statues, they watched him slowly turn his gaze to one side till he seemed to be regarding a spot on Phil's shirt front. The young man felt a disturbing little cold shiver scamper up his spine as the unwinking stare rose inch by inch. Before he knew it, he was looking straight into the deep black eyes of a man who had supposedly died 3,000 years before. The eyes were misty and unfocused, like those of a very young baby. Spellbound, Phil watched them shift and squint till they regarded him squarely. For a moment they gazed into each other's eyes, then a few faint lines wrinkled Za's forehead. In the same slow, deliberate manner, he blinked his eyes a few times, then changed his position very slightly. The effort seemed to cause him pain, for he frowned quite noticeably. Presently he began to open and close his mouth uneasily and to lick his dry lips with a still drier tongue. Ashbrook hastily supplied half a glass of cool water. Za swallowed several times and turned his head to stare with increased interest at his benefactor. Gradually, his animation increased, till at the end of perhaps 2 hours he essayed to raise himself to a sitting position. He fell back weakly, but with the aid of the other two was soon swinging his legs slowly to and fro as he sat on the edge of the table. Phil and the professor hovered about him excitedly, hardly daring to believe their own eyes and half fearing that he might fall back any moment into a lifeless mummy once more. By degrees his eyes brightened, his facial expressions increased, and his whole demeanor livened. He pointed at the pitcher of water and was able to hold the cup with which Phil supplied him, and to drink from it copiously. Soon he evinced a desire to walk. Phil and the professor supporting and assisting him, he hobbled stiffly a few paces, then halted and looked about. A queer, dull glow came into his black eyes as he recognized his surroundings. By turns he inspected the pool, the empty chests, and the mouth of the tunnel. When he saw his empty, gold-weighted hammock lying on the floor, he made several unsuccessful efforts to speak. Finally, he uttered a few words in a guttural tongue. The professor shook his head and made gestures to show that he did not understand. "Try writing in hieroglyphics," suggested Phil. Ashbrook took his pencil and painstakingly constructed on a leaf from his notebook a simple sentence to the effect that they did not understand his language, and inquiring if he desired anything to eat. He handed the paper and pencil to Za. The Egyptian scrutinized it a few moments, examined the pencil curiously, then grasping it in his fist like a dagger with a few incredibly dexterous motions, set down a reply in well-formed characters. The professor translated carefully to Phil. "He says that it is difficult for him to speak, and that he is not hungry." Phil was seized by a sudden inspiration. "Ask him where the jewels of Ka are. This resurrection may not last but a few hours." Ashbrook nodded rapidly and narrowed his eyes. "I'd better work up to it gradually," he whispered from the corner of his mouth. He made several trifling inquiries about the architecture of the tomb, to which Za replied briefly. Impatience getting the best of him, the professor put the question direct. "Where are the jewels of Ka?" The brown-skinned man looked at the paper fully a minute before he raised his head. Phil was startled at the uncanny red light which appeared to glow from his eyes. He regarded Ashbrook till the latter grew uneasy. Then the disturbing glow was suddenly extinguished, and to the amazement of the two white men he pointed at the black, glassy surface of the pool. Za made his way unassisted to the edge, knelt, and extended his arm to the elbow in the water. After a few minutes of groping, he brought up a loop of heavy, hand-wrought chain. Stretching it tight, he pulled. As Phil and the professor stepped quickly to his side, he made an upward gesture. "He means for us to pull up on the chain," exclaimed Phil. Under their combined efforts, they lifted a heavy object a few inches and felt it grate to one side. The two white men, believing it to be an urn or chest containing the precious stones, endeavored to bring it to the surface. Za checked them and pointed again at the surface of the pool. The level of the water was rapidly lowering. "We must have lifted a plug out of the bottom," cried Ashbrook excitedly. When grappling for the body of Za, they had found the pool to be more than 9 feet in depth, so it was some time later when they watched the last of the water gurgle out through a rectangular hole in one corner. By the side of the drain was a corresponding stone block, to the top of which the chain was attached, leading to a heavy staple set in the stone a few inches below where the surface of the water had been. But the object that attracted their wide-eyed attention was a small chest in the exact center of the pit, its priceless magnificence gleaming softly through the silt and slime which partly covered it. Heedless of the expression on Za's face, Phil seized a candle, lowered himself over the edge, and dropped lightly down beside the chest. As Ashbrook brushed by the motionless Egyptian, he unconsciously noted that the odor of the mona bush was still strong upon him. A moment later, Phil and the professor were bending over the open chest and tearing away the rotted leather case within. Suddenly, a scintillating blaze of multicolored light burst out from within, as the candlelight fell upon a great mass of wondrous gems, glistening with water and reflecting a rainbow-like radiance into the faces of the two men, who leaned close, drinking in the beauty. A sound from above caused them to look up. Instantly their surprise and delight were replaced by sudden terror, for upon the edge of the pit, his eyes blazing a maniacal red, stood Za, the scribe. He held aloft a heavy carved stand and slowly gathered himself to send it crashing down upon them. Seeing that he was observed, he paused. His dry, blackened lips writhed back from his yellow teeth in a fiendish mockery of a smile, and the low cackle of a madman grated from between his set jaws. Looking above and beyond them, Phil was conscious of something else, a huge, white, hairy something that twinkled across the ceiling and halted above the maniac. As Za drew himself to his full height and tightened his grip on his brutal weapon, the white, hand-like thing upon the ceiling dropped, alighting tenacious as a burr on the back of the brown man's neck. Za shrieked and dropped the stand to one side. He fell to his knees, clutching at the horror on his back. Phil hastily tucked the little casket of jewels under his arm and scrambled up out of the pit after the professor. There both men stopped aghast at the horrible sight on the tomb floor before them. A mighty tomb spider, a giant of its kind, was clamped in a death-like grip to the spot on Za's neck that reeked of the odor of crushed leaves from the mona bush. The huge thing's thick, hairy legs twisted and knotted themselves convulsively as its greedy fangs sank deep. The brown man writhed in agony, his glazing eyes rolling wildly in their sockets. One arm shot out and grasped Phil by the ankle, dragging him toward the edge of the empty pool. The young man screamed in mortal terror and kicked himself free. His glance swept down into the pit, and, as if touched by a high-voltage wire, his whole body suddenly stiffened. The color drained swiftly from his face, leaving it a ghastly gray. The case of jewels slipped unheeded from his fear-paralyzed arms and crashed to the floor, sending the glittering baubles rolling in the dust. Trooping up out of the foul subterranean darkness of the great square drainage hole at the bottom of the pit came countless thousands of great white spiders. In an undulating tide of furry evilness, they crept up from the lower chamber that had been their prison, and from which the water had just driven them. The professor, too, saw the advancing horde of horror, and the two men's eyes met in unutterable terror. A low moan from the dying Za broke the spell. Snatching up a huge handful of the wondrous stones, Phil led the dash for the doorway, where for a moment he paused and looked back. As Za, his spinal cord severed, sank at last into the eternal rest which should have been his 3,000 years before, he rolled limping over on his back, crushing under him the bloated form of the immense spider. With a noise like the bursting of a great oily bubble, the creature's thin skin split, and it spattered out into a formless blot. The blood from the lacerated neck swelled into the sticky puddle that had been a tomb spider, and trickled out to meet the oncoming wave of glittering eyes and writhing legs that was flowing soundlessly over the edge of the pit. End of Section 6. Spider Bite by Robert S. Carr.
Section 2 of Weird Tales presents Web of the Spider. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Corey Doucette. Weird Tales presents Web of the Spider, The Purple Cincture by H. Thomas Rich. It was a day in midsummer, I remember. I had been tramping over the densely wooded and desolate hillside the greater part of the morning, getting with each mile farther and farther from the tawdry haunts of home and nearer the rugged heart of nature. Finally, It must have been afternoon time. I paused and made a light lunch of the sandwiches and cold coffee I had brought with me from town, sitting on the edge of a great slab of rock, swept clean and smooth by ages of winds and rains and snows. All about me was a veritable garden of great projecting rocks, jagged and broken, flat and polished, needle-like, giant flowers of earth in 1,000 different forms. Here and there, a short, dwarfed pine of spruce tree struggled for a footing amid its rocky friends, and the restless undergrowth surged up through every crack and crevice, while energetic mosses and lichens clutched at the granite walls and crept bravely up. One had a feeling of awe, as if in the presence of elemental eternal forces. Here, I thought, if anywhere, one might commune with the voiceless void. Suddenly, my eyes chanced to fall upon a fissure in the rock to the left, and I sprang up with a low exclamation. What I had beheld was to all appearances a human skeleton. Advancing reluctantly, yet with the instant inquisitiveness which surrounds the dead, I bent and peered into the fissure. As I looked, a cry escaped me. The object I beheld was indeed a skeleton, but what a skeleton! The head, the left hand, and the foot were entirely missing, nor was there any sign of them at first sight. Thoroughly fascinated by the morbid spectacle, I began a search for the missing members, and was finally rewarded by unearthing the head some 20 feet away, where it lay half buried in the soft loam of decayed vegetation and sifted coal. But a painstaking and minute hunt failed to reveal the missing hand and foot. I was successful, however, in finding something immeasurably more important, a manuscript. This I found by the side of the mangled skeleton. It consisted of several pages of closely written material in a small pocket notebook, which fact in connection with the partial shelter afforded by the crevice where the body lay, doubtless accounts for its preservation through the years that have passed since its owner met its hideous fate. Picking up the notebook with nervous fingers, I opened it and turned the damp and musty pages through, reading it at first hastily, then slower and more carefully, then with a fevering concentration as the awful significance of the words was riveted into my brain. The writing was in a man's cramped, agitated hand, and I give it to you just as I read it, with the exception of the names and places and a few paragraphs of vital scientific data, all but a few words at the very beginning and end, where the manuscript had been molded into illegibility by the gradual action of the weather. Here follows. As strange. I had a sense of apprehension from the start, a vague, indescribable feeling of doubt, of dread, as if something were urging me out, away into the sullen hills. I might have known the law of retribution as positive as the law of gravity. I know that now. Oh, irony. But I was so sure. No one knew. No one could know. She, my wife, heart of all until the end, and the neighbors, her friends, never. She had merely pined away. No one dreamed I had poisoned her. Even when she died, there was no thought of autopsy. She had long been failing, and had I not been most concerned, none in the little town of blank, but who sympathized with me. And I mourned, oh, I mourned. So it was that she paid the price of her infamy. Ah, but revenge never was sweeter. And he, oh, but I despised him, even as I had formerly admired him, even as I had once loved my wife, so I despised him. And despising him, I killed him but with a poison far more subtle than that I had used to destroy my wife. Killed him with a poison in effect so hideous, so harrowing, that I scarcely think of it without sickening even as I write. The poison I inoculated into his veins was a germ poison, a disease. I, a physician of no small repute, had discovered and bred a disease I had found existed only in a particular and very rare species of virulent purple and orange banded spider. The genus. Here follow in the original manuscript 7 paragraphs of elaborate scientific data of no particular interest to the average reader, but of incalculable import to the scientific world. These paragraphs I have omitted from this account for very significant reasons, but I hold them open to the scientific examination at any time, and, as I have said before, I will welcome investigation by reputable scientists. A disease was responsible for the extreme rarity of this particular species. By segregating and breeding diseased members of this particular species of spider, I was able to produce the disease in the young in its most virulent form. You can well imagine the care I used in handling these spiders to prevent infection. Briefly, the symptoms were as follows. The spider, about to be stricken, apparently first experiences a peculiar numbness of the first left foreleg, to judge from its inability to use or move the affected member. A day or so later, the leg, which is in healthy condition, is a dull brown, turns a pale, sickening shade of yellow, which deepens rapidly until it's taken on a flaming orange hue. Then, in a few hours, a deep, vicious-looking blue cincture or band appears just at the first joint of the affected member. This cincture rapidly deepens to purple, which seems somehow to sear its way into the flesh and through the bone, so that in a surprisingly short time the whole leg is severed at the joint where the cincture has been. The spider then appears to regain its normal condition of health, which it maintains for about a week. Then once again, the hideous disease manifests itself, this time in the left feeler or antenna, which in turn becomes yellow, then orange, whereupon the same blue cincture appears and deepens to purple. Then in about the same period of time as the case of the leg, the antenna drops off, seared as if by some hellish flame. Once again, the spider appears to regain its health. Then, in about a week, the whole head of the stricken insect turns slowly yellow, then orange. Once again, the spider appears to regain its health. Then, in about a week, the whole head of the stricken insect turns slowly yellow, then orange. Then the cincture appears, and as the last manifestation, the head is seared off in flaming agony, and the spider dies in horrible convulsions. That briefly is the process, as I was able to note after weeks and months of tireless research and observation, so that more perfect punishment for the man who stole from me my wife while pretending to be my friend. Loving her as I did, I had not the heart to kill her in this hideous way, so I put her to death with a painless and insidious poison. But for blank, I had no mercy. In fact, I gloated as I worked over my vile and diseased spiders, breeding them together until I was convinced that I had the germs of the disease in its most virulent form. Even then, I was not sure what the effect would be on a human being, but that much at least I must hazard. So having finally made all my preparations, I invited him to my house and placed one of the diseased spiders upon his forehead one night as he slept. It must have bitten him, for he awoke with a cry, and I had barely time to close his door and get back to my room before I heard him rise and turn on the light. Then he called me, and I came to him, burning with a fiendish satisfaction. "Something has bitten me horribly," he said. "I feel as if I were going to be ill." I managed to reassure him by telling him that it was very likely nothing but one of our uncommonly large mosquitoes, and he returned to bed, but he did not sleep. All night I heard him moaning and tossing, and in the morning he was very pale. "I do not know what is the matter with me," he said, and I thought he looked at me queerly, but I feel as if a little rest would do me good. I feel choked. I think I will pack up my knapsack and go off to the hills for the weekend. Want to come? I longed to go with him to see the dread disease work, but I feared its deadly contagion and was anxious to get him away before I myself became contaminated. So I said no, and he went. That was the last I ever saw of him, but once. He went away as he had promised, and he seemed apparently well, all except the curious little inflamed spot on his forehead, whose significance I knew so well. He went away, and he failed to come back. Days passed, and there came no word from him. People began inquiring. It was odd that he should have left no address. His business suffered. Weeks went by, and no word. Search parties were sent out. The river was dragged. The morgues of nearby cities were searched, and all the while I laughed. For who would think of turning to those far-off hills? And yet, as the days went by, I found myself turning to them again, wondering. I grew nervous, agitated. I got so I couldn't sleep. Finally, on a day in late summer, it was the 8th of August, date I shall never forget, I packed a few things and set off. In search of him. God knows. I tried to tell myself not, but at any rate I found myself strangely, magnetically drawn to those distant, somber hills, and thither I went. It was one of those gorgeous mornings that only August can produce, and the exhilarating air would have lifted my spirits, but instead I walked along depressed, and the knapsack strapped to my shoulder served only to intensify the feeling. In spite of all I could do, I found my mind reverting to the hideous revenge I had wreaked on my wife and her lover, and for the first time, repentance stole in upon me. I walked along slowly, and it was well toward noon before I left the beaten road and started at random, off over the hills following a narrow and little-used path. Progress now became doubly slow and painful, leading often up steep inclines and hard descents, with the aspect momentarily becoming more and more rugged as I left the lower hills and climbed toward the mountain. By this time, however, I had got a kind of exhilaration, sought in vain during the earlier hours of the morning, and climbed on and on, glad to free body and mind thus of the poison of brooding and lassitude. I would return to the town in the night and take supper at one of the small inns that abound thereabouts. This would give me some hours yet before I turned back. For the time being, the thought of searching for Blank was forgotten. I had freed my mind of him entirely. Presently, the path I had been following branched, and the right half narrowed into an all but obliterated trail leading up a laborious slope. Forcing my way over dry, snapping underbrush and under low-hanging spruce boughs, occasionally starting an indignant partridge from its hidden nest, often put to a wide detour to avoid some hazardous gully cut deep by centuries of spring and autumn freshets. I at last emerged upon a small circular clearing, evidently the work of some lone woodchopper. Here I sat down, tired by the climb, and refreshed myself with a sandwich from my knapsack. I pushed on to the summit, pausing frequently to examine some uncommon species of insect life with which the hills abounded. So much was I enjoying myself, and such scant notice of the time did I take, that the sunset came upon me unawares, and I found myself with darkness settling in on all sides with a startling rapidity, still on the summit of the mountain with a good 3-mile descent before me. Indeed, the prospect was not altogether a cheering one, and I reproached myself for my heedlessness. But I had found a species of spider for which I had searched in vain for months, so somewhat reassured by its precious body in a pillbox in my pocket, I started down. In spite of my speed, however, night shut in on me before I had made 1/4 of the return, leaving me to grope the rest of the way in utter darkness, with not even the light of a dim star to go by. Vague fear awoke within me, but I shielded my eyes and stumbled to the bottom, sliding, falling, clutching here and there at some projecting tree limb to check my headlong descent. Finally, torn and disheveled and shaking, I emerged upon the clearing, pausing only to breathe. I plunged on into the dark. Fear was growing that particular fear of the dark, which is the heritage of those who have taken human life. What was that? Something lay gleaming queerly ahead, with a dull phosphorescent glow. I stooped and picked it up, and flung it from me, shuddering. It was the skeleton of a human foot. I groped on my every heartbeat, choking in my throat. Of a sudden I came forcefully against a barrier of rock. I tried to feel my way around, to get beyond it, but could not. It seemed continuous, a solid wall that would not let me by. Had I fallen into a trap in the darkness? Terrified, I turned, and lay there, something else gleaming with that same weird phosphorescent glow. Sick with terror and dread, half fearing what it might be, I sprang on it and picked it up, the rotten hand of a human being. With a stifled gasp, I flung it from me, reeled, tripped through some vines, and fell swooning. When I came to myself, I struck a match and looked about me. Its feeble flame revealed a pair of damp, rocky walls, low and vaulted. I was in some sort of cavern. Later on, I crept out, collected an armful of sticks, brought them back, and soon had a fire started. By its light, I observed that the rear of the cave was still in darkness, and judging that it must extend back indefinitely, I gave my attention to my immediate surroundings, when with a shock I saw, directly in front of me, a granite slab. On it lay several loose sheets of manuscript, scrawled wildly on odd scraps of paper. With a prophetic dread, I bent forward and gathered the loose sheets together. Holding them near the fire, I peered closer. Then I think a cry must have escaped me. The writing was in Blank's hand, and curiously scrawled and scraggly, but still recognizable. So fate had brought me to my victim. For the rest, there is little more to say. I am doomed as I deserve, even as he was doomed. His words speak all that can be spoken. They follow. April 4th. I had meant to spend only a weekend in the hills. Yet here I am, after 2 weeks, still here and suffering the pains of hell. What has come over me I cannot imagine, and yet, can I not? I am not too sure. Perhaps Blank has in some devilish way managed to poison me. He is insanely jealous. He thinks there is something between his wife and me. Verily, I believe he harassed her to death on the subject, and having thus brought her to her grave, he wishes to send me there. Perhaps he will succeed, if it is true that in some fiendish way he has got some of his germs into my blood. The bite at his house that evening, I am not sure. It was the most unusual bite. It seemed upon the instant to sour all my blood. And yet, if he accomplishes my death, how vain it will be, for as God is my witness, I swear I never harmed his wife. We were the best of friends, nothing more. And she loved him with a wholeness, a passion that any but a man maddened by groundless jealousy must at once have seen. How he has wrecked his life. A mind so brilliant, and yet, with her dead, a closed room. However, I may be wrong. I will wait. By the symptoms I will know. I write this down, for I must do something. April 5th. It is he now, his hellish work. I am sure of it. Today my left leg, which for 2 weeks has felt positively numb, turned a sickening yellow from the ankle down, which began at once to deepen until it now flames orange. And, oh, the pain is hellish. Yes, I am sure it is Blank's work, but I will still withhold judgment. April 6th. Today, a deep, virulent blue cincture has appeared just at the ankle of the affected leg. What a hellish contrast to the orange. It is Blank, I am sure now. Oh, what a fiend. April 7th. The cincture has deepened to purple, and seems to cut into the very flesh. It seems sometimes as if the pain would drive me mad. April 8th. My flaming foot dropped off tonight, seared at the ankle by purple cincture, and I flung it outside the cave. I wonder, perhaps, I may yet live to return to the world. Ah, I will be avenged for this. May 23rd. I am cursed. Cursed! Today, just as I was beginning to believe the hellish thing had left me, it returned this time in my left hand. Oh, I can see it all. Tomorrow, the next day, and the next. For just 2 weeks my hand will be numb. Then will come that frightful yellow, then the orange, then the purple cincture. Curse the man who discovered this hellish disease and turned it into me. I could tear him limb from limb. Oh, I pray to return. I would go now, yet I fear my malady is of a vitally contagious nature. I have not the heart to menace a whole community, perhaps a whole nation, perhaps humanity itself, merely to avenge myself on one man. June 6th. I was right. This morning I awoke with my hand that death yellow. Oh, it is too regular, too certain, too cruelly certain. June 9th. Thank God, my hand is gone, out there where my foot went. It happened tonight. Perhaps I may yet return. Perhaps I may yet be avenged. I wonder. July 21st. Doomed. That fearful numbness again, this time in my head. I cannot think. I cannot write. I can scarcely breathe. Oh, the pain. The pain. Here it ended in sputter of ink, trembling in every limb, filled with a horror and anguish and remorse no man can know. Spellbound by the awful tale those few sheets told, I sat there motionless. So I'd been wrong. Oh, my jealousy, my insane jealousy. As I sat there, all desire of life suddenly left me, and I thrilled with joy at the remembrance of the hand and foot I had come upon outside the cave. They were his. I had touched them. I was contaminated with the dread disease. What was that? I listened, straining every nerve. From the back of the cavern had come a sound. 5 minutes passed. 10, 15. I was oblivious of time. But it was not repeated. Slightly I relaxed my aching nerves and tried to think. Already I fancied I could feel the fearful poison of the diseased spider working in my veins. Suddenly, the significance of the last entry in Blank's diary burst upon me, and I sat shivering as under a sudden deluge of icy water. July 21st. 2 weeks more would make it August 5th, and 3 days more would bring it to August 8th. Great God, I cried aloud. Tonight is the night. Yes, tonight is the night, echoed a sepulchral voice from the cavern's inner darkness. In an agony of dread, I looked, and the blood within me paled to water at the sight that met my gaze. Something without but a single hand and foot emerged from the shadows of the back of the cavern and began to come forward, leaning heavily upon a rough staff for support. Stay back! Stay back! For the love of God! I shrieked. But the terrible thing came on, and the awful eyes fastened themselves upon my person and suddenly recognized me, and it smiled, a hideous smile. When it drew nearer, I could see that all above the shoulders flamed orange, while around the neck a livid purple cincture seemed actually to be searing its way into the flesh. This is your revenge, it spoke, and this is mine. Raising the hellish stump of a mutilated left arm and panting heavily at me, my suffering is over, but yours is all to come, and to the bodily pains of hell will be added to the mental tortures of hopeless remorse, knowing your wife was innocent. With that, I curse you. Even as it spoke, the eyes rolled out of sight behind horrid lids, and the tongue protruded itself in flaming agony, and the whole head, suddenly severed at the neck, thudded the cave floor. I came to my feet with a mad cry, that shattering the silence beyond the deepest shadows swelled up in 1,000 echoes from the wall of a soul in torment to the screech of a crucified demon. Then I rushed headlong out. For the rest, blank. The last page was illegible, as the first had been, worn and corroded by the slow action of years of decay. I put the notebook slowly in my pocket and sat there thinking, sickened and awed by the astounding manuscript. Again, I went over to the skeleton there in the fissure. Now I understood why the hand and foot were missing, and why I had found the head many feet from the body. There it lay, mute evidence that the retribution was complete. End of Section 2 of Weird Tales Presents Web of the Spider, The Purple Cincture.
Section 8 of Weird Tales Presents Web of the Spider. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Weird Tales Presents Web of the Spider. The Valley of the Spiders by H.G. Wells. Towards midday, the three pursuers came abruptly round a bend in the torrent bed upon the sight of a very broad and spacious valley. The difficult and winding trench of pebbles along which they had tracked the fugitives for so long expanded to a broad slope, and with a common impulse the three men left the trail and rode to a little eminence set with olive-dun trees, and there halted, the two others, as became them, a little behind the man with the silver-studded bridle. For a space they scanned the great expanse below them with eager eyes. It spread remoter and remoter, with only a few clusters of sere through bushes here and there, and the dim suggestions of some now waterless ravine, to break its desolation of yellow grass. Its purple distances melted at last into the blush slopes of the further hills, hills that might be a greener kind, and above them, invisibly supported, and seeming indeed to hang on in the blue, were the snow-clad summits of mountains, that grew larger and bolder to the north-westward as the sides of the valley drew together, and westward the valley opened until a distant darkness under the sky told where the forests began. But the three men looked neither east nor west, but only steadfastly across the valley. The gaunt man with the scarred lip was the first to speak. "Nowhere," he said with a sigh of disappointment in his voice. "But after all, they had a full day's start." "They don't know we are after them?" said the little man on the white horse. She would know, said the leader bitterly, as if speaking to himself. Even they can't go fast. They've got no beast but the mule, and all today the girl's foot has been bleeding. The man with the silver bridle flashed a quick intensity of rage on him. Do you think I haven't seen that? He snarled. It helps anyhow, whispered the little man to himself. The gaunt man with the scarred lips stared impassively. They can't be over the valley, he said. If we ride hard. He glanced at the white horse and paused. Curse all white horses, said the man with the silver bridle, and turned to scan the beast his curse included. The little man looked down between the melancholy ears of his steed. I did my best, he said. The two others stared again across the valley for a space. The gaunt man passed the back of his hand across the scarred lip. Come up, said the man who owned the silver bridle, suddenly. The little man started and jerked his rein, and the horse hoofs of the three made a multitudinous faint pattering upon the withered grass as they turned back towards the trail. They rode cautiously down the long slope before them, and so came through a waste of prickly twisted bushes and strange dry shapes of horny branches that grew amongst the rocks into the levels below. And there the trail grew faint, for the soil was scanty, and the only herbage was this scorched dead straw that lay upon the ground. Still, by hard scanning, by leaning beside the horses' necks and pausing ever and again, even those white men could contrive to follow after their prey. There were trodden places, bent and broken blades of the coarse grass, and ever and again the sufficient imitation of a footmark, and once the leader saw a brown smear of blood where the half-caste girl may have trod, and at that, under his breath, he cursed her for a fool. The gaunt man checked his leader's tracking, and the little man on the white horse rode behind a little lost in a dream. They rode after one another. The man with the silver bridle led the way, and they spoke never a word. After a time it came to the little man on the white horse that the world was very still. He started out of his dream. Besides the little noises of their horses and equipment, the whole great valley kept the brooding quiet of a painted scene. Before him went his master and his fellow, each intently leaning forward to the left, each impassively moving with the paces of his horse. Their shadows went before them, still, noiseless, tapering attendants, and nearer a crouched cool shape was his own. He looked about him. What was it had gone? Then he remembered the reverberation from the banks of the gorge and the perpetual accompaniment of shifting, jostling pebbles, and, moreover, there was no breeze. That was it! What a vast, still place it was! A monotonous afternoon slumber, and the sky open and blank except for a sombre veil of haze that had gathered in the upper valley. He straightened his back, fretted with his bridle, puckered his lips to whistle, and simply sighed. He turned in his saddle for a time, and stared at the throat of the mountain gorge out of which they had come. Blank! Blank slopes on either side, with never a sign of a decent beast or tree, much less a man. What a land it was! What a wilderness! He dropped again into his former pose. It filled him with a momentary pleasure to see a wry stick of purple-black flash out into the form of a snake and vanish amidst the brown. After all, the infernal valley was alive. And then, to rejoice him still more, came a little breath across his face, a whisper that came and went, the faintest inclination of a stiff black-antlered bush upon a little crest, the first imitations of a possible breeze. Idly he wetted his finger and held it up. He pulled up sharply to avoid a collision with the gaunt man, who had stopped at fault upon the trail. Just at that guilty moment he caught his master's eye looking towards him. For a time he forced an interest in the tracking. Then, as they rode on again, he studied his master's shadow and hat and shoulder, appearing and disappearing behind the gaunt man's nearer contours. They had ridden 4 days out of the very limits of the world into this desolate place, short of water, with nothing but a strip of dried meat under their saddles, over rocks and mountains, where surely none but these fugitives had ever been before. For that! And all this was for a girl, a mere wilful child! And the man had whole cityfuls of people to do his basest bidding, girls, women. Why in the name of passionate folly this one in particular? Asked the little man, and scowled at the world and licked his parched lips with a blackened tongue. It was the way of the master, and that was all he knew, just because she sought to evade him. His eye caught a whole row of high-plumed canes bending in unison, and then the tails of silk that hung before his neck flapped and fell. The breeze was growing stronger. Somehow it took the stiff stillness out of things, and that was well. "Hello," said the gaunt man. All three stopped abruptly. "What?" asked the master. "What?" "Over there," said the gaunt man, pointing up the valley. "What?" "Something coming towards us." And as he spoke a yellow animal crested a rise and came bearing down upon them. It was a big wild dog, coming before the wind, tongue out, at a steady pace, and running with such an intensity of purpose that he did not seem to see the horseman he approached. He ran with his nose up, following, it was plain, neither scent nor quarry. As he drew nearer the little man felt for his sword. "He's mad," said the gaunt rider. "Shout," said the little man, and shouted. The dog came on. Then, when the little man's blade was already out, it swerved aside and went panting by them and past. The eyes of the little man followed its flight. "There was no foam," he said. For a space the man with the silver-studded bridle stared up the valley. "Oh, come on!" he cried at last. "What does it matter?" and jerked his horse into movement again. The little man left the insoluble mystery of a dog that fled from nothing but the wind, and lapsed into profound musings on human character. "Come on," he whispered to himself. Why should it be given to one man to say "come on" with that stupendous violence of effect? Always, all his life, the man with the silver bridle had been saying that. "If I said it," thought the little man. But people marvelled when the master was disobeyed even in the wildest things. This half-caste girl seemed to him, seemed to everyone, mad, blasphemous almost. The little man, by way of comparison, reflected on the gaunt rider with the scarred lip, as stalwart as his master, as brave and indeed, perhaps braver. And yet for him there was obedience, nothing but to give obedience, duly and stoutly. Certain sensations of the hands and knees called the little man back to more immediate things. He became aware of something. He rode up beside his gaunt fellow. "Do you notice the horses?" he said in an undertone. The gaunt face looked interrogation. "They don't like the wind," said the little man, and dropped behind as the man with the silver bridle turned upon him. "It's all right," said the gaunt-faced man. They rode on again for a space in silence. The foremost two rode downcast upon the trail. The hindmost man watched the haze that crept down the vastness of the valley, nearer and nearer, and noted how the wind grew in strength moment by moment. Far away on the left he saw a line of dark bulks, wild hogs, perhaps, galloping down the valley, but of that he said nothing, nor did he remark again upon the uneasiness of the horses. And then he saw his first one, and then a second great white ball, a great shining white ball like a gigantic head of thistledown, that drove before the wind athwart the path. These balls soared high in the air, and dropped and rose again and caught for a moment, and hurried on and past. But at the sight of them the restlessness of the horses increased. Then presently he saw that more of these drifting globes, and then soon very many more, were hurrying towards him down the valley. They became aware of a squealing. Athwart the path a huge boar rushed, turning his head but for one instant to glance at them, and then hurling on down the valley again. And at that all three stopped and sat in their saddles, staring into the thickening haze that was coming upon them. "If it were not for this thistledown," began the leader, but now a big globe came drifting past within a score of yards of them. It was really not an even spear at all, but a vast, soft, ragged, flimsy thing, a sheet gathered by the corners, an aerial jelly-fish, as it were, but rolling over and over as it advanced, and trailing long, cobwebby threads and streamers that floated in its wake. "It isn't thistledown," said the little man. "I don't like the stuff," said the gaunt man, and they looked at one another. "Curse it!" cried the leader. "The air's full of it up there. If it keeps on at this pace long, it will stop us altogether." An instinctive feeling, such as lines out a herd of deer at the approach of some ambiguous thing, prompted them to turn their horses to the wind, ride forward for a few paces, and stare at that advancing multitude of floating masses. They came on before the wind with a sort of smooth swiftness, rising and falling noiselessly, sinking to earth, rebounding high, soaring, all with a perfect unanimity, with a still, deliberate assurance. Right and left of the horsemen the pioneers of this strange army passed, at one that rolled along the ground, breaking shapelessly and trailing out reluctantly into long, grappling ribbons and bands. All three horses began to shy and dance. The master was seized with a sudden unreasonable impatience. He cursed the drifting globe roundly. "Get on!" he cried. "Get on! What do these things matter? How can they matter? Back to the trail!" He fell swearing at his horses, and sawed the bit across its mouth. He shouted aloud with rage. "I will follow that trail, I tell you!" he cried. "Where is the trail?" He gripped the bridle of his prancing horse and searched amidst the grass. A long and clinging thread fell across his face. A grey streamer dropped about his bridle arm. Some big, active thing with many legs ran down the back of his hand. He looked up to discover one of those grey masses anchored as it were above him by these things, and flapping out ends as a sail flaps when a boat comes about, but noiselessly. He had an impression of many eyes, of a dense crew of squat bodies, of long, many-jointed limbs hauling at their mooring ropes to bring the thing down upon him. For a space he stared up, reining in his prancing horse with the instinct born of years of horsemanship. Then the flat of a sword smote his back, and a blade flashed overhead and cut the drifting balloon of spider-web free, and the whole mass lifted softly and drove clear and away. "Spiders!" cried the voice of the gaunt man. "The things are full of big spiders! Look, my lord!" The man with the silver bridle still followed the mass that drove away. "Look, my lord!" The master found himself staring down at a red smashed thing on the ground that, in spite of partial obliteration, could still wriggle unavailing legs. Then when the gaunt man pointed to another mass that bore down upon them, he drew his sword hastily. Up the valley now it was like a fog bank torn to rags. He tried to grasp the situation. "Ride for it!" the little man was shouting. "Ride for it down the valley!" What happened then was like the confusion of a battle. The man with the silver bridle saw the little man go past him slashing furiously at imaginary cobwebs, saw him cannon into the horse of the gaunt man and hurl it and its rider to earth. His own horse went a dozen paces before he could rein it in. Then he looked up to avoid imaginary dangers, and then back again to see a horse rolling on the ground, the gaunt man standing and slashing over it at a rent, and fluttering mass of grey that streamed and wrapped about them both, and thick and fast as thistledown, on wasteland on a windy day in July, the cobweb masses were coming on. The little man had dismounted, but he dared not release his horse. He was endeavouring to lug the struggling brute back with the strength of one arm, while the other he slashed aimlessly. The tentacles of a second grey mass had entangled themselves with the struggle, and this second grey mass came to its moorings and slowly sank. The master set his teeth, gripped his bridle, lowered his head, and spurred his horse forward. The horse on the ground rolled over. There were blood and moving shapes upon the flanks, and the gaunt man, suddenly leaving it, ran forward towards his master, perhaps 10 paces. His legs were swathed and encumbered with grey. He made ineffectual movements with his sword. Grey streamers waved from him. There was a thin veil of grey across his face. With his left hand he beat at something on his body, and suddenly he stumbled and fell. He struggled to rise, and fell again, and suddenly, horribly, began to howl. "Oh! Oh! Oh!" The master could see the great spiders upon him, and others upon the ground. As he strove to force his horse nearer to this gesticulating, screaming grey object that struggled up and down, there came a clatter of hoofs, and the little man, in act of mounting, swordless, balanced on his belly athwart the white horse, and clutching its mane, whirled past, and again a clinging thread of grey gossamer swept across the master's face. All about him, and over him, it seemed, this drifting, noiseless cobweb circled and drew nearer him. To the day of his death he never knew just how the event of that moment happened. Did he, indeed, turn his horse, or did it really of its own accord stampede after its fellow? Suffice it that in another second he was galloping full tilt down the valley with his sword whirling furiously overhead, and all about him on the quickening breeze, the spiders' airships, their air bundles and air sheets seemed to him to hurry in a conscious pursuit. Clatter, clatter, thud, thud. The man with the silver bridle rode, heedless of his direction, with his fearful face looking up now right, now left, and his sword arm ready to slash. Out a few hundred yards ahead of him, with the trail of torn cobwebs trailing behind him, rode the little man on the white horse, still but imperfectly in the saddle. The reeds bent before them. The wind blew fresh and strong over his shoulder. The master could see the webs hurrying to overtake. He was so intent to escape the spiders' webs that only as his horse gathered together for a leap did he realize the ravine ahead, and then he realized it only to misunderstand and interfere. He was leaning forward on his horse's neck, and sat up and back all too late. But if in his excitement he had failed to leap, at any rate he had not forgotten how to fall. He was horseman again in mid-air, and came off clear with a mere bruise upon his shoulder, and his horse rolled, kicking spasmodic legs, and lay still. But the master's sword drove its point into the hard soil and snapped clean across, as though chance refused him any longer as her knight, and the splintered end missed his face by an inch or so. He was on his feet in a moment, breathlessly scanning the onrushing spider webs. For a moment he was minded to run, and then thought of the ravine, and turned back. He ran aside once to dodge one drifting terror, and then he was swiftly clambering down the precipitous sides, and out of the touch of the gale. There under the lee of the dry torrent's steeper banks he might crouch, and watch these strange grey masses pass and pass in safety till the wind fell, and it became possible to escape, and there for a long time he crouched, watching the strange grey, ragged masses trail their streamers across his narrowed sky. Once a stray spider fell into the ravine close beside him, a full foot it measured from leg to leg, and its body was half a man's hand, and after he had watched its monstrous alacrity of search and escape for a little while, and tempted it to bite his broken sword, he lifted up his iron-heeled boot and smashed it into a pulp. He swore as he did so, and for a time sought up and down for another. Then presently, when he was sure these spider swarms could not drop into the ravine, he found a place where he could sit down, and sat and fell into deep thought, began after his manner to gnaw his knuckle and bite his nails. And from this he was moved by the coming of the man with the white horse. He heard him long before he saw him, as a clattering of hoofs, stumbling footsteps, and a reassuring voice. Then the little man appeared, a rueful figure, still with the tail of white cobweb trailing behind him. They approached each other without speaking, without a salutation. The little man was fatigued and shamed to the pitch of hopeless bitterness, and came to a stop at last, face to face with his seated master. The latter winced a little under his dependent's eyes. "Well?" he said at last, with no pretence of authority. "You left him?" "My horse bolted." "I know. So did mine." He laughed at his master mirthlessly. "I say my horse bolted," said the man who once had a silver-studded bridle. "Cowards both," said the little man. The other gnawed his knuckle through some meditative moments, with his eye on his inferior. "Don't call me a coward," he said at length. "You are a coward, like myself." "A coward possibly. There is a limit beyond which every man must fear. That I have learnt at last, but not like yourself. That is where the difference comes in. I could never have dreamt you would have left him. He saved your life 2 minutes before. Why are you our lord?" The master gnawed his knuckles again, and his countenance was dark. "No man calls me a coward," he said. "No, a broken sword is better than none. One spavined white horse cannot be expected to carry 2 men a 4 days' journey. I hate white horses, but this time it cannot be helped. You begin to understand me? I perceive that you are minded on the strength of what you have seen and fancy to taint my reputation. It is men of your sort who unmake kings. Besides which, I never liked you." "My lord!" said the little man. "No!" said the master. "No!" He stood up sharply as the little man moved. For a minute perhaps they faced one another. Overhead the spiders' balls went driving. There was a quick movement among the pebbles, a running of feet, a cry of despair, a gasp, and a blow. Towards nightfall the wind fell. The sun set in a calm serenity, and the man who had once possessed the silver bridle came at last very cautiously and by an easy slope out of the ravine again. But now he led the white horse that once belonged to the little man. He would have gone back to his horse to get his silver-mounted bridle again, but he feared night and a quickening breeze might still find him in the valley, and besides he disliked greatly to think he might discover his horse all swathed in cobwebs and perhaps unpleasantly eaten. And as he thought of these cobwebs, and of all the dangers he had been through, and the manner in which he had been preserved that day, his hand sought a little reliquary that hung about his neck, and he clasped it for a moment with heartfelt gratitude. As he did so his eyes went across the valley. "I was hot with passion," he said, "and now she has met her reward. They also, no doubt." And behold! Far away out of the wooded slopes across the valley, but in the clearness of the sunset distinct and unmistakable, he saw a little spire of smoke. At that his expression of serene resignation changed to an amazed anger. Smoke? He turned the head of the white horse about, and hesitated, and as he did so a little rustle of air went through the grass about him. Far away upon some reeds swayed a tattered sheet of grey. He looked at the cobwebs. He looked at the smoke. "Perhaps, after all, it is not them," he said at last. But he knew better. After he had stared at the smoke for some time, he mounted the white horse. As he rode, He picked his way amidst stranded masses of web. For some reason there were many dead spiders on the ground, and those that lived feasted guiltily on their fellows. At the sound of his horse's hoofs they fled. Their time had passed. From the ground, without either a wind to carry them or a winding sheet ready, these things, for all their poison, could do him little evil. He flicked with his belt at those he fancied came too near. Once, where a number ran together over a bare place, he was minded to dismount and trample them with his boots, but this impulse he overcame. Ever and again he turned in his saddle and looked back at the smoke. "Spiders," he muttered over and over again. "Spiders! Well, well, next time I must spin a web." End of Section 8, The Valley of Spiders, by H.G. Wells. Read by Inkell.
Section 9 of Weird Tales presents Web of the Spider. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Weird Tales presents Web of the Spider. The Strange Case of Pascal by Robert Eugene Ulmer. Just how I stand in the sight of God, I do not know, for the affair of 20 years ago is still an unsolved mystery in my own mind and in the minds of others. I offer no defense, for I have no idea as to how the terrible deed was done, or whether I am directly or indirectly responsible for it, if at all. Neither shall I attempt to explain, for I cannot. Rather, I shall relate it all, just as it happened, and the significance thereof, if any, must be sought in your own conclusions. I have borne it long in silence, for fear has sealed my lips. But now, I desire to reveal that which has tormented body and soul, and made an old man of me before my time, so that the world may judge for itself. The weight of my misery can be supported no longer, and I thank God the end is in sight. Neither excusing nor explaining, then, I shall begin. My name is David Pascal, profession, Doctor of Medicine. As a young man, I held an enviable reputation in my chosen field, and was credited with the virtues of ordinary respectability, a law-abiding nature, and abhorrence of the brutal. I was an average citizen. At the time of which I write, I had a partner, Blenheim by name, a man of singular personality, intelligence, capability, and, when I first met him, of most charming character. His countenance, however, filled me with a nameless fear and disgust. Its features were bloated and leering. This I could well afford to forget, in view of his splendid capacities, and I prided myself upon affiliating with me such a splendid fellow. But it was not long before he developed into a most skillful criminal, who, by means of wily machinations, involved me in a net of shady operations, conducted by him in my name and over my signature, of which I was wholly unaware and entirely innocent. I will not go into details, for they are of no significance. But suffice it to say, when I finally came to my senses, I was forced into silence in order to save my name from utter ruin. Had I been wise, I would not have delayed the inevitable. Blenheim slowly absorbed my interests, and I became a mere figurehead, he the actual head of the firm, while with each passing day I sank deeper into the mire, until in my own eyes I was a convicted criminal. More than once, emboldened by desperation, I resolved to denounce him, but fear of the terrible cost always restrained me at the crucial moment. All this I might have suffered to the grave, but when Blenheim poisoned against me the mind of the girl I loved and had resolved to wed, and stole her affection, I rebelled. Grieved and desperate, I rushed upon him one day and publicly denounced him, while he stood by in smiling contempt, with Margaret, deceitful beauty, clinging to his arm, regarding me in cold disdain. Blenheim fulfilled his threats, In a few days he brought forth incriminating documents and other evidence signed by myself. I was accused, but he had cleverly shielded himself from possible prosecution in all matters, questionable as well as legitimate. I was utterly damned. The result was that I was tried, found guilty, and sent to prison for fraud to serve 5 years. I came out, broken in health, embittered, but determined to avenge myself by finding Blenheim, if he yet lived, and forcing him to public confession of his guilt and my innocence. Here, let me state that my thoughts, although bitter, did not take the terrible form they later assumed, but confined themselves strictly to the course mentioned. During my 5 years' incarceration, Blenheim's cruel and avaricious face had obsessed me. Waking and sleeping, I beheld his repellent features, obese and dissipated. It was through him I forfeited my reputation, respect, and all hope of rehabilitating my life. My name was forever besmirched, a subject for disgust and ridicule. Professionally, I was lost. Self-esteem was gone, my love shattered by my enemy. Altogether, the state of my mind was maddening, and I often wonder that my thoughts did not pursue a more violent course. When again I saw Blenheim, he was easily found, as his name was widely spoken. He was established in luxurious quarters, surrounded by all material evidence of the respect and favor that had once been mine. Margaret, his wife, had reared a family, but was now like a rose that had withered, a sorry vision of former beauty. I forced my way past protesting clerks into Blenheim's private sanctum and stood silently in the doorway, watching him at his desk. He had not changed, still crafty, leering, as always, though his hair was slightly tinged with silver. "Well?" he demanded curtly, swinging around and glancing up at my general ill-favored aspect. I approached him. "You don't know me, Blenheim?" He peered earnestly into my eyes for a few seconds, and then I saw him start and turn pale. "Pascal!" "Yes," I echoed grimly. "Pascal." Then I warned him, promised that I would have vengeance for the wrongs he had done me, that he had best enjoy his prosperity while he might, and left him, a somewhat shaken, fearful man. But his natural boldness and quick recovery soon restored him, I am sure, and after I left, I believe he forgot me, at least temporarily. That night, lost in visions and plans of revenge, I retired, seeing as usual my old partner's leering face before me. But I could not sleep, and began to pace the floor in a state of great agitation. Tiring at length, I sank wearily into a chair, while my senses slowly slipped away from me. The room, I myself, seemed unreal, as if viewed from a distance by my detached self, and a queer mist obscured my mental faculties. I nodded sleepily. My eyes drooped heavily and closed, and the only impression I carried into unconsciousness was a vivid, unforgettable one. The face of Louis Blenheim. I dreamed. My bed seemed to have fallen silently away from me, and I hung suspended and alone in the silence, darkness, and loneliness of infinity, the only living thing in that black void, supported by I know not what strange influence that prevented my crashing into bottomless depths. But, while waiting, I became conscious of a subtle presence, unseen, unheard, but growing more tangible each moment, until the darkness in front of me was relieved by a ghostly, phosphorescent glow that emanated from a monstrous structure whose exact nature I could not determine. Growing more distinct, it developed into a colossal web, octagonal in shape, the wings and fibers of which were lost in the all-enveloping gloom, and so vast that they seemed to fill the universal void. Its clinging, silken threads vibrated as if stirred softly to and fro by some agitation of the atmosphere, unfelt by me, fascinating, yet filling my soul with terror. In the grip of the unnameable attraction toward the heart of the web, its filaments seemed hungry to receive me, and slowly but irresistibly I was pulled forward, struggling with all my bodily and mental powers. Nothing availed, and, as if impatient with my reluctance, the vast web began to glide toward me, growing more overwhelming the nearer it drew, until I felt as an ant before an elephant, or as a man in the face of nature's might, utterly impotent, pitifully infinitesimal, at the mercy of overpowering force. A sense of suffocation developed. My struggles were renewed, and I cried out, but my wild utterances sounded oh so weak in that infinitude, out of which had come this colossal fancy, so terribly grotesque that the most vivid imagination can never conjure up the conflict that raged within me. Straight to its heart I was drawn, until the web loomed before me, vast, unfathomable, filled with invisible horrors and a fate I could not divine. In a breathless rush, while I cried and frantically fought its fascination, I hurtled through the intervening space and into the web, which then, with every clinging fiber, began to close upon me, entwining my arms and legs, choking my cries, stealing my breath, paralyzing every muscle in my body. I battled impotently against my doom. The soft, silken film clung tenaciously to my fingers. I was enveloped in a shroud of the gauzy stuff until lips, eyes, and nose were buried. It matted upon my hair and throttled my breath, but I was able still to see, though dimly, and realize what was occurring. And with mortal horror I beheld layer upon layer, sheet upon sheet of that endless web fold themselves about me remorselessly, silently, until I was helpless, unable to utter even the slightest sound. But I wondered vaguely what would next occur, and why the demon of this mighty trap did not come running out upon its binding strands, and with poisonous tentacles cover my body with his repulsive self, and bear me away to its hidden lair of dread. At the thought, I shivered anew, and agony's perspiration trickled from my brow, for I was convinced that each succeeding instant would be my last, and breathing was accomplished with the greatest torture. I lay entirely blanketed in a shroud of gossamer fiber, from which there was no escape, but still, the dreaded monster did not appear, though my soul was alive to the ever-present fear of its advent. Was I to die thus, a prisoner in this fantastic trap of horror, slowly, with maddening torture? A sudden rushing roar, beating against my muffled ears, answered the unspoken thought, and with a terrifying swoop, the entire monstrous web engulfed me. A feeble attempt to scream was choked in my throat. My struggles ceased as I succumbed and lay still. Then, a new sensation, a strange vibration upon the strands. And looking up, I beheld what I dreaded most, a monstrous spider, at least 6 feet long and 3 high, gliding swiftly over the network of his trap. A horrid creature with fat and bloated body, covered with stiff black spines, and legs, dozens of them, long, powerful, and bony, and patched over with a scrawny layer of black down. In places, the glistening hide was exposed, and as the thing drew nearer, I saw that it exuded a gummy fluid of pronounced sulfuric odor, covering the beast from head to foot, and clinging to the fibers of the web in glittering globules. The head was huge, but more horrible because I perceived, with a thrill of revulsion, that it was a human head. The features of the countenance were almost livid, in stark contrast to the jet of its body, and the face was that of Louis Blenheim, infinitely more cruel and repulsive than in life. 2 long fangs hung from the drooling mouth, through which was shot the deadly venom of its bite, and the great eyes, protruding and yellow, glared on me with such greed as turned my soul faint and made me long for the end. The hideous thing drew nearer, and I reeled from its stench, while its breath fanned my cheek hotly, the fangs glistening in its foul mouth, gaunt claws expanding and contracting like those of a cat, while the body seemed to pulsate and swell to twice its bloated size before my revolted gaze. The disgusting creature was upon me, covering my own with its vile bulk, crushing out my life and settling searching fangs in my flesh. But when the gleaming eyes came so close to mine, and I felt the sticky fluid oozing from the monster onto my own skin, quivered under the cutting pain of that bite, and revolted at the touch of the clammy brute, I renewed all my struggles with tenfold vigor, for visions of being dragged away to the monster's abysmal den, there to be feasted upon and subjected to the agonies of a rending death, flashed before me. The hideous face was grinning fiendishly, and with a superhuman effort I dragged weighted hands from the mesh of gossamer and buried their fingers in the slimy body, shuddering. But my efforts were as the breaking of a ripple against a mighty seawall, and in the end I fell back panting, exhausted, and was carried swiftly to the web's yawning maw. There the spider paused to take firmer hold upon my body, but as it halted, I gazed into the black depths of the awful threshold before me, and instantly trembled with unspeakable terror. My mind flew to the knife I always carried, and with a wild thrill of desperate hope, I prayed God that I might grip the blade. And suddenly, to my unspeakable joy, I beheld the weapon in my hand. Whence it came, I knew not. It was there, my one hope of deliverance. I wrenched an arm free from the momentarily relaxed grip of a talon, and dragged the steel upward. Swollen fingers gripped the hilt, and a leaden arm swung the knife. With a snake-like hiss, the monster turned, and I felt again the sting of its foul fangs. Once, twice, thrice I struck, burying the steel in the hairy body. In those few anguish moments, I lived through ages, blindly cutting, slashing, tearing madly, while with each fresh wound I inflicted, a spurt of the nauseating fluid would cover and almost strangle me. But I fought on and on. Agonized rage distorted the features of the man-spider, and my hate of Blenheim rose to superhuman heights. Another bite of venomous fangs, and I cried, but continued to plunge my sticky and dripping knife into the bloated beast. With each incision of its teeth, I felt a rending pull within, leaving me weakened and gasping. But I battled to the last, covering the monster with ragged, gaping wounds. At last, the body staggered on unsteady legs, and inwardly I sang with fierce triumph, for the death wound had been inflicted. But how short-lived was my triumph! Of what avail the struggle of man in death's grip? I, too, was surrendering to the inevitable, but my failing arm made a final swoop, and then annihilation. My last impression was of Blenheim's face, with Spider's body, gloating over my dead form in his final victory, like a hideous, brooding incarnation of the horrors of hell. My dream ended abruptly, vividly, and I awoke to find the morning well advanced and daylight streaming in through my window. I leaped to my feet with a vast sigh of relief from that mental experience, but determined to seek Blenheim and a settlement that very morning. As I hurried from the house, a newsboy's cry halted me. Some instinct, I know not what, prompted me to purchase a paper. The next moment I was gazing spellbound at the flaring headlines. Louis Blenheim mysteriously murdered. Following is an excerpt from the account. And Blenheim was found dead in bed early this morning, after his family had heard cries of distress and sounds of a violent struggle in his room. The body was bleeding from numerous dagger wounds. No clue to the murderer has been found, but there are several inexplicable circumstances surrounding the tragedy that color it with an element of the supernatural. The deceased was covered by a strange gummy fluid, which exuded a pronounced sulfuric odor, while in another part of the room were found what appeared to be remnants of a great web, some of which were clinging to the body. End of Section 9. The Strange Case of Pascal. Read by Marissa D. Six, Largo, Florida, September 28th, 2023.
Section 10 of Weird Tales presents Web of the Spider. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BenjHartin. Weird Tales presents Web of the Spider. Left Eye. Left Eye by Henry S. Whitehead. The spider was as large as a prize peach, with great, waving, metal-like mandibles. Pierre Goddard was a French-Canadian by descent, whose grandfather had departed the purlieus of Montreal for the good of his miserable hide in the days of Riel's rebellion, and settled in that indefinite area of scanty-soiled farmland along the western shore of Lake Champlain between Keysville and Plattsburgh. The degenerate stock of the Goddards, long impoverished since the era of its plebeian origins in France, did not recover in the descendants of the original fugitive. Pierre, the grandson, combined in his makeup the native cussedness of the lower-class Canuck, with the skinflint qualities which his lifelong residence among the narrow-minded yokels with whom he consorted had readily imparted. Shiftless, furtive, mean-souled, he eked out an existence on his few barren acres of poor land, which was endurable only because there was neither in his heredity nor his experience any better standard by which he could realize, to the full, the utter meanness of everything that conspired to make up his life's record. At 19, Pierre had married Katie Burton, a flat-chested, swallow-faced slattern of his own age. At the end of 5 years of sordid married life, 4 brats of their begetting littered up the dirty kitchen of Pierre's cabin through the long, cold days of the northern New York winter, and spent their summers rolling about in the dirt at the roadside and making faces at the occupants of the automobiles which passed in a wavering, irregular string all day and most of the early evening along the state road between Keysville and Plattsburgh. That is, there were 4 brats and Kathleen. To what ancestor of Pierre or Katie Kathleen could have been a throwback is one of those obscure ethnic mysteries which are so baffling when they emerge in the families of recognized people. In Kathleen's case, it baffled no one, since there was no one in particular to remark this fairy among the ugly gnomes who pretended to be her brothers and sisters, this glorious little swan among rough ducklings of the Goddard brood. Kathleen had always been utterly different from the rest. By the time she was 6 or 7, her positive characteristics were already strongly developed. She stood out from the rest of her sordid family like a new minted gold coin among pocket-worn pennies. By natural choice and habitually, she was dainty and neat. Dirt never stuck to her somehow. The rest of the brood were different from each other only in the varying ugliness of their budding dispositions and the equally variant qualities of their general detestability of appearance and habit. All the rest, for example, would fight at the drop of a hat to gain possession of anything that turned up unappropriated, that even vaguely suggested value to their joint scrutiny. In these snarling contests, Kathleen, coolly aloof, was uninterested. The rest possessed in common that coarse, scrubby hair of indeterminate color which characterizes the children of outdoor living peasants the world over. Kathleen's, a shimmering glory of delicate ringlets, shone burnished copper in the afternoon sun when she swept off the rickety back porch, or daintily threw a few grains of hard corn to Pierre's scraggly hens. At 16, she was as coolly aloof from the blandishments of the coarse young men of her neighborhood as ever she had been to the scrambling bickerings of her family. All such advances left her wholly uninterested. What dreams and aspirations lay behind those clear blue eyes, those eyes like the blue of the Caribbean at noon, no one had ever guessed, that is, no one except the good priest, Father Tracy, who came over from one of the neighboring towns for Mass every Sunday morning, and on alternate Saturday nights and before First Fridays, to hear the confessions of this outlying portion of his difficult flock. To Father Tracy it had been for some time clear that the lovely body of the little Kathleen harbored one of those rare souls, delicate and fragrant, which burn with the desire to offer themselves wholly to the love of God. Here the good father knew, or strongly suspected, was a budding vocation for the religious life, a vocation which it was one of his rewards to cultivate and foster. As yet Kathleen was too young to leave her home, even if that had been feasible, and enter upon a novitiate with the good sisters at Plattsburgh, or perhaps, better still, in her case with some other good sisters much farther away from the place of her sordid origins. But for this vocation, as he watched it grow, at first weak and trembling up towards the dim light of a possible fulfillment, then later with the kind of thin but pure and steady flame, Father Tracy said many novenas of thanksgiving. It was one of his chief sources of happiness, and, as was natural in such cases, Kathleen responded to his interest in her, and through his gentle, kindly leading of her soul, was beginning, as she fulfilled her maturity, to see the distant light more and more clearly. This vision she cherished with all her heart, and if it begot in her an almost perceptible wistfulness, it did nothing to minimize the cheerful kindliness with which she went about the performance of her daily tasks, or the cultivated discretion with which she had laboriously learned to meet and neutralize with challengeable moods of her vicious father and slatternly loose-minded mother. The wind-swept habitation for God which she had made of her pure little heart was rudely battered on a certain Thursday morning in the month of August in her 17th year. Pierre, her father, who combined with the shiftless existence of a small peasant fanner the more adventurous and profitable avocation of a bootlegger's runner for a Plattsburgh operator, was frequently away from home at night and even for days at a time when he was engaged in doing his part in bringing consignments of illicit merchandise down from unknown points in nearby Canada, either overland along the state road or by devious and rutted byways, or, what was an easier though somewhat less direct method, much favored by the profession, up the lake on dark nights, a process which was more lucrative because there were less people to bribe, and correspondingly somewhat more dangerous, as requiring a landing on the shores of Vermont across the lake, or somewhere on the New York side. He had been away on one of these expeditions for 2 days, and had returned some time during the small hours Wednesday night. On that Thursday morning, after 2 nearly sleepless nights, unkempt, ugly as a bear with a sore nose, he pushed his way into the kitchen about 9 o'clock and demanded something to eat. Kathleen brought him his food, and he ate in a brooding silence. She waited, sitting on the step below the open doorway, for him to finish, so that she might wash his dishes and tidy up the table after him, softly humming a tuneless little song, her mind entirely otherworldly. Pierre, having finished his breakfast, came straight to the point of a certain matter which he had been cogitating for several weeks. "Come here," he said. She rose and came to the table, expecting that he required another cup of coffee or something of the sort. "Shut the door," barked her father. She closed the door leading to the small hallway out of the kitchen, wonderingly, and returned to her father's side. "How old are you?" he asked, looking at her as though he was appraising her. 17. 17, eh? His eyes went over her again. in such fashion that, without knowing why, she felt suddenly choked. 17. Old enough. Now listen, that is old enough. You are going to marry Steve Benham. I got that all fixed, see? Me and him, we talk about it a lot, and Steve is all right for it. The choking feeling nearly overcame her. The blood seemed to suffuse her whole body, and then recede somewhere, leaving her icy cold and afraid. Marriage had never entered Kathleen's mind. And Steve Benham? Benham was a brutal-faced young tough who, with greater advantages such as are offered to the denizens of great cities in their worst aspects, might have shown as a criminal of the lower type, a yegg, a killer for hire, the ready and effective tool of some brutal organized gang. As it was, he had taken advantage of such opportunities as presented themselves to his somewhat restricted field of development. He was one of Levine's crowd in the bootlegging operations, a close associate of Pierre Goddard's. "What the hell's the matter with you now?" roared Pierre, curbing his voice slightly in view of his desire for secrecy. This was his lookout, and none of Katie's business. He could handle his own girl all by himself without his wife's having any part in it. Benham had offered him $200 to put it through for him, and that $200 he meant to have, and as soon as possible, too. "Steve's all right, ain't he? What's the matter with Steve? Now cut out this blubberin'." Kathleen's lips were trembling in a colorless face, her eyes big and bright with the tears she was forcing to remain unshed. She knew the resources of this brute of a father which an inscrutably unkind providence had inflicted upon her. Pierre, his anger mounting by leaps and bounds, glared at her, his ugly face rendered hideous by a savage snarl, his clenched hand showing white at the knuckles as he gripped the table's edge. "Oh, Daddy, I can't. Kathleen's restraint had broken down under this unexpected and crushing blow. She sank down in a chair at the side of the table and buried her lovely head in her hands, her body shaken with convulsive sobs. This weakening aroused all the half-laden brute in Goddard. With a savage curse, he seized Kathleen by her hair, dragging her face up from the table, and with the back of the other hand dealt her several cruel and heavy blows. She sank. As she shrank away to the floor, a shuddering heap of misery and pain. Pierre rose, his anger partially allayed, and looked down at her. He kicked her, but lightly, in the side. "Get up out of that, and get the hell out of here and clean yourself up. Steve's coming in about noon, and I'm going to tell him it's all set for him. Don't you dast do nothing to spoil it neither, you hear? Now get up, and beat it along, and get yourself prettied up." He seized her roughly by the shoulder, dragged her by her feet, and shoved her through the door into the hallway. Upstairs in her tiny little room, she lay across the bed, bruised and shaken, trying to collect her wits. One refuge and one only occurred to her, for even under the stress of this unexpected manifestation of her father's known brutality, she had no idea of giving in to his demand and receiving Steve Benham as her suitor. Trembling, shaken in every fiber of her delicate body, but with her almost unformulated resolve burning within her like a bright, strong flame, she dragged herself resolutely to her feet and began painfully to change her clothes. She had decided to go to Father Tracy for protection. An hour later, very softly, she crept downstairs. It was past 10 o'clock, and she would have to manage to elude her mother. Her brothers and sister had not been about the house, she remembered, since their breakfast time. Her mother would be below. She had been out in the chicken yard when her father had come into the kitchen for his breakfast. He had gone out immediately after she had come upstairs, probably to report progress to Benham. She shuddered and crept down the stairs like a mouse. She could hear her mother aimlessly pottering about in the kitchen. She slipped out of the seldom-used front door and out to the gate and along the road. As she turned the first corner, she met her sister Eunice, walking beside one of the town boys. "Where are you going all dressed up?" inquired Eunice, her pert face alive with interest in this unexpected apparition of Kathleen in her best dress and Sunday hat. Kathleen bit her lip. This was a wholly unexpected and entirely unavoidable misfortune. She was utterly unused to deceit. The truth was her only resource. I have to go to Villanova to see Father Tracy," she replied simply. Eunice's eyes opened wide in astonishment. She said nothing, and Kathleen, walking as rapidly as she could, passed the couple and continued on her way. It was not until noon that Eunice arrived home, and Kathleen, with 2 hours' start, could not be overtaken. Goddard, on hearing his daughter's destination, was, for the time being, nonplussed. He would have to think this over. It was a wholly unexpected move on Kathleen's part. Cursing her in his black heart, he betook himself, accompanied by a fresh bottle of Levine's commodity, to the Baum, and spent the afternoon in consultation with the bottle. About 5 o'clock, having had a brief nap and awakening in an uglier mood than ever, he came back to the house for another bottle, and with that he disappeared until dark. He did not come into the house for his supper, and to the summons of his son Ernest he replied only with such fervent curses that Ernest, edified, returned to the house to warn the rest of the family to leave the old man alone. About 10 o'clock, alone, he set out in his Ford car. The family heard him go, but this meant nothing to them. They were used to his blind rages and to his goings and comings at all hours. Exercising that kind of low cunning which he had inherited from his disreputable ancestors, and which had served him well in his many evasions of the officers of the law of the state of New York, he did not drive through the neighborhood small village where Kathleen had met her sister walking, but took a devious way through obscure mountain roads to Villanova, the larger town which lay several miles inland from the lake shore, and where Father Tracy lived. He left his Ford several rods up a wood road at the foot of the mountain, near the edge of the town, and threaded his way through the more obscure streets in the direction of the rectory. Very few people were abroad, but when he arrived at the edge of the backyard of the parochial residence, he observed with a certain satisfaction that the house was lighted in what he supposed to be the pastor's study on the first floor. He had brought the automatic pistol which always accompanied his professional journeys over the Canadian border, but his ride in the pure Adirondack night, and the necessity for concentration in driving over the rough mountain roads, had dissipated the effects of the 2 bottles of cut whiskey which he had consumed, to that degree that as he approached the house with murder in his black heart, he did so with all the native cunning he possessed, keyed to the last notch, and indeed in a state of almost preternatural caution. But within him, unleashed, burned the evil fires of rage, disappointment, and hatred against his daughter and this good priest, which had seared and hardened his evil soul to the point where he would stop at nothing. Under the stress of this stimulation, he decided suddenly not to use the pistol, and he looked about the yard for a suitable weapon. The devil placed one to his hand. There, near the back porch, lay an ideal club, a section of thin gas pipe left that very day by the local plumber, who had fitted a new section to the hand pump which supplied the kitchen. He picked up the pipe, which was about 2 feet in length, and balanced it in his hand, a devilish grin contorting his bleared features. Very softly he approached the house on the side which lay in shadow, and took his stand under the lighted study window. Cautiously he raised himself to a level with the lower edge of the window, and peered through the transverse aperture left by an imperfectly pulled-down shade. Kathleen sat with her back to him, within 2 feet of the open window. On the other side of the table sat the priest. Kathleen was speaking. He craned his neck to listen, his teeth now unconsciously bared. "I think it would be better for me to go out to the convent out there in the west, Father," she was saying. "For, as you say, the farther away I go, the safer I would feel." The priest made some reply, of acquiescence and approval, unintelligible to Goddard, who was now busily engaged in removing, with the delicate touch of a repairer of watches, the fasteners from the wire screen which separated him from his prey. It came out in his hands without a sound, and before the priest had finished his remark, Goddard was in the room, cursing frenziedly, though still softly, for he was still under the influence of his cautious obsession. He sprang like a tiger through the window, and with one terrific blow had crushed his daughter's lovely head like an eggshell. Father Tracy, overcome with horror and momentarily helpless in the face of this berserk attack out of the calm mediocrity of his side yard, was the next victim. With unspeakable blasphemies on his crusted lips, foam in the corners of his mouth, Goddard was upon him, and the iron bell fell again and again until all human semblance was gone, and a heap of huddled pulp on the rapidly crimsoning floor of his quiet study was all that remained mortal of the kindly priest of God. Then, shivering under the fearful reaction of his holocaust, Goddard, exercising the last remaining power of the stimulation of his low cunning, blew out the lamp, and as silently as a shadow slipped out through the opened window onto the grass beneath. He turned back along the shadow of the house, but before he had reached the open yard behind, he bethought him abruptly of the detached wire screen which he had left leaning against the side of the house. He returned cat-like, and busied himself with refastening it. Just as he snicked home the last of the 4 patent fasteners, footsteps approached along the sidewalk from the farther side of the house, and he crouched like an animal against the side of the house in deep, protecting shadow. The footsteps, accompanied by 2 unconstrained voices, and punctuated by raucous laughs, continued past the house. Goddard held his breath until it seemed to burn within his breast, and furtively, cat-like, watched with unwinking small eyes the 2 uncertainly outlined figures pass the house. At last they were gone, and noiselessly he slipped again along the side of the house in the protecting shadow, and disappeared into the tangle of weeds at the end of the yard. Again, by back streets, he threaded his way tortuously towards the mountain road where he had concealed his car. As he stepped cautiously out onto the main road which led into the village of Villanova, he almost ran into 2 large men who were standing smoking silently at the roadside. Involuntarily he stopped, and the 2 turned toward him. A blinding flash dazzled his eyes as one of the men turned the gleam of an electric flashlight in the direction of the furtive shape which had broken in upon their meditation. At once Goddard was recognized. It was the 2 men who had passed the rectory while he was replacing the wire screen in the window. Both hailed him by name. "What you a-doing way out here this time of night, Pierre?" came the full bass of Martin Delaney.
"Gosh almighty! Thought you was a ghost or something."
It was the squeaky voice of Louis Legrand. Shaking in abject terror, the stimulation of his bloodlust entirely dissipated and no longer supporting him, Pierre Goddard could only stand, his knees shaking and knocking, and goggle back at his interlocutors. At last, after the passage of several moments, and a new look, one of curiosity, had implanted itself on the faces of the 2 countrymen, Goddard managed to gasp, in a dry, throaty voice, not at all like his own, something about a piece of business here in Villanova. And, not waiting to ascertain what effect his unusual preoccupation might have upon Delaney and Legrand, he hasted at a kind of shambling trot down the main road toward his hidden car. Both Delaney and Legrand were very much mystified at Goddard's unusual behavior. The two cronies, commonly bereft of all but the usual topics of local conversation, which were anything but interesting, made the most of this mild mystery. Therefore, it was very firmly implanted in their rather obtuse minds that there could be only one possible author of the horrible crime which had been committed in the rectory, when the little town buzzed and seethed with it the next morning. By 10 o'clock of that Friday, a posse was out after Goddard, under the direction of a deputy sheriff and equipped with 3 automobiles, and had traced him as far as Willsboro Point, by an imperfection in one of his tires, when the search was abruptly terminated by finding the car itself, which he had abandoned at the side of the Point Road, at the intersection of another road which led down to the shore of the lake. It did not require more than the very average intelligence of Deputy Sheriff Mallier to come to the obvious conclusion that he had gone across the lake and into Vermont, a conclusion corroborated by the statement of an irate resident camper who had been searching during the past hour and a half for a missing St. Lawrence skiff in which the camper had planned to go perch fishing that morning and which could nowhere be discovered. The posse drove back to Willsboro Station and notified the Vermont authorities at Burlington by telegraph. Then Deputy Sheriff Mallier reported to his superior, who got in touch with Albany asking requisition papers on the governor of the state of Vermont for a fugitive who had, the night before, brutally murdered his own daughter and a blameless priest of God. But the Vermont authorities, although they took due action upon the telegraphed information, which contained an exact description of Goddard, failed signally to get on the track of the fugitive from justice who had left the New York shore, unmistakably from Willsboro Point. Every usual precaution was taken, and for some time it was surmised that Goddard, familiar with the lake shores from a lifetime of contiguous residence and from his professional activities as a rum runner, had managed to land on the Vermont side and make his escape into the mountains. The greatest puzzle was what could have become of that St. Lawrence skiff, which he had discovered so opportunely. Some of the clearer-headed of those who set themselves to solve this problem came to the conclusion that Goddard, desiring to conceal from his pursuers the point of his departure inland in Vermont, had scuttled the boat near the shore's edge, which he could easily have managed either by smashing a hole or two after landing, weighing down the skiff with rocks and shoving her out into the deep waters of the lake, or by doing the scuttling before landing and swimming ashore. At any rate, there was, on the Vermont side, no trace either of the fugitive or of the delicate little vessel in which he had left the New York side. As Goddard sped away from the vicinity of Villanova, it required from him every particle of concentration he could summon to drive at all. He opened up his dingy little car, which had, despite its battered appearance, an excellent engine, and hitting the high spots of the twining, rough mountain roads, he concentrated every effort in the blind urge to put as many miles as possible between himself and the scene of his horrible crime. It was only when after several miles of incredible bumping and swaying he had reached a state road that a definite object for his flight began to take form in his harassed and befuddled mind. As he gave fragmentary thought to this pressing problem, something of his native low cunning reasserted itself. His evil mind began to function. It first became plain to him that he could not return to his squalid home. He had been seen and recognized. His one hope was that the crushed and mangled bodies of his unfortunate victims might not be discovered until morning. There was no good reason why they should be discovered. The priest, as he knew very well, lived alone except for a superannuated old woman who was his housekeeper, and this ancient crone had unquestionably retired for the night long before his arrival in Villanova. Being ancient and decrepit, she could be trusted to sleep through everything until morning. Barring a night call for Father Tracy, the chances were excellent that the bodies would not be discovered until some time the next morning. It was now a little after midnight. It would be light around 4 o'clock. He had something like 4 hours to work in. He speeded up the car along the lake shore southward. He would go up the lake, as the southerly direction, for some inexplicable reason, was called locally, away from Canada. Canada had been his first lucid thought, but that, as he reasoned cunningly, would necessitate a wide detour, or else passing through Plattsburgh, and he wished to risk neither the loss of time nor the dash through a good-sized city, even at 1 o'clock in the morning. Therefore, he turned south in the direction of Essex. As he neared Willsboro, the town just north of Essex, a brand-new idea occurred to him. By abandoning his car somewhere hereabouts, he could get an earlier start for crossing the lake into Vermont. With every mile he traveled, the lake narrowed, but straight across from Willsboro it would only be 4 miles, and, he reasoned, he would rather be out on the lake in the dim dusk of early morning than attempting to conceal his car and steal a boat in anything approaching daylight. A little past the Willsboro railroad station, therefore, his idea having begotten another in his cunning brain, this time something in the nature of an inspiration, he turned his ear sharply to the left, grinning evilly as he acted upon his newest hunch, and ran back, nearly at right angles with his previous course, down upon Willsboro Point. This is a peninsula, several miles in length, running northeasterly, a section of fine farmland in the center. Its 2 shores thickly populated by summer campers, city people for the most part. No one pursuing would ever imagine that he had turned off, he reasoned. Besides, the city people at the camps had canoes, and in a canoe, from somewhere near the point's end, he could, with the greatest ease, make his unseen way out to one of the 4 brother islands, conceal the canoe in some dense thicket of underbrush, and effectively hide out. There were, too, lake gulls' eggs in abundance on the island, and no one would suspect, until it was too late, that he had done otherwise than attempt to make his escape, either into Canada, his own first idea, or across the lake into Vermont. The car was his immediate problem, but there was no way of solving that. There was, as he well knew, no water along the shore deep enough to permit his sending it at full speed over the edge into the lake, and so hiding it effectually. He left it directly in the road, and slunk down to the lake shore at his right in search of a canoe. His luck held. At the very first camp he reached, he found not only canoes, but a St. Lawrence skiff. A staunch type of boat, round-bottomed, sharp-nosed at both ends, a boat capable, like a canoe, of being managed with a light paddle, but, although equally fast, infinitely stauncher and less dangerous than any canoe. Silently he launched out into the lake, and with swift yet noiseless paddle strokes shot his stolen skiff out into the black darkness in the direction of the 4 brothers. These islands, les Isles des Quatre Vents, of the voyagers, are old haunts of the lake smugglers. They lie, from the viewpoint of one approaching them directly from the point shore, in the order of a mouth, nose, and 2 eyes, roughly speaking. The nearest, called the mouth, was sighted after a few minutes of vigorous paddling by Goddard, who passed it to the right or southerly direction. It had upon it a cabin, former residence of the keeper of the gulls, which are protected by state law. Goddard was not looking for the comforts of cabins. He passed the Nose, a low-lying, swampy island, and paddled on to the island which would correspond to the left eye. This, the most rarely visited of the islands, infested with gulls, presents, like its fellow eye, a precipitous shore all around, and is heavily forested with evergreens and thick virgin underbrush. Guided precisely by the noise of the gulls, which are constantly bickering, and then by his own keen eyesight, Goddard carefully navigated the little island, finally landing and drawing the skiff into a tiny bay which was little more than a cleft in the guano-covered rocks. He concealed the skiff, despite the darkness, with immense cleverness, and began the difficult ascent of the cliff. At last, bruised, spent, and befouled with guano, he reached the summit, and half walked, half crawled, through the tangled underbrush towards the almost impenetrable center. In his ascent, he had disturbed countless nesting gulls, and their din, to his strained and taunted nerves, was distracting, but the increased noise did not trouble him. The gulls were always at it, day and night, and such an increase would not be heard 1.5 miles away on the sleeping point. It was, curiously enough, the spider webs that really annoyed him. Undisturbed for centuries, these midnight spinners had worked and spun and plundered the air without hindrance. As Goddard pushed his precipitous way up the rocks and then again through the almost impenetrable underbrush, he was constantly brushing away long, clinging webs, which crossed and recrossed before his face and neck and about his scratched and bleeding hands and wrists. As he penetrated farther and farther towards the slightly conical center of the little island, it seemed to him that both the restraining pressure and the clinging tendency of the webs were on the increase. But his native wit assured him that this impression was due to his fatigue and the reaction from the enormous amount of bad whiskey he had imbibed during the afternoon. He was indeed in the very depths of reactive depression. He cursed softly and bitterly, with a despairing note of self-pity, as the webs, ever thicker and stronger as it seemed, appeared almost to reach out after him, to bar his way to effectual concealment. At last, trembling in every limb, the salt sweat running into his parched mouth, shaking and weak, he observed that he was stepping slightly downhill. His progress since leaving the upper edge of the cliff had been slightly ascending. He had reached the approximate center of the island. Wearily he paused, and almost sobbing out of his bitter curses, tore fretfully with trembling fingers at a great mass of thick, silky web that had attached itself to his mouth. As he looked about him through the darkness, and felt with his hands for a comparatively level place on which to sit down, he almost shrieked. He had put his hand down on something feathery, soft and yielding to the touch. He looked horrified at the ground. Gibbering in mortal terror, he drew a box of matches from his pocket, and, cupping his hands, cautiously drew one across the side of the box. The flare of the safety match revealed something white. He looked closer, stooping near the ground and carefully guarding the flame of his match, and he saw that it was the body of a gull. Something, he thought something that seemed as big as his 2 fists, scampered away through the underbrush, awkwardly, a lumpish kind of thing. A mink or weasel, his reason reassured him. The match went out, burning his fingers, and a pall of sudden blackness fell upon him. Terrified, less moved with the caution of a lifelong habitude for concealment, now, he struck another match and examined the gull by its yellow flare. From the bird's throat ran 2 thin streams of blood. The blood stained his hands as he picked it up. The gull was warm, living. It struggled, sinuously, faintly in his hands. All about it, about its head and about its legs, and pinning its powerful wings close to its side, ran great, silken swaths of spider's web. The gull muttered, squeakingly, and writhed weakly between his hands. With a scream he could not suppress, he hurled it from him and attempted to rush away from this place of horror. But now, weakened by his exertions, his forces sapped by long debauchery, his nerves jangling from the terrific stress he had put upon them that night, he could not run. All about him the underbrush closed in. It seemed to him as though bent malignantly upon imprisoning him here among these nameless, silent, spinning demons which had destroyed the gull. He had hurled his matches away with the same flinging motion begotten of his horror. It was utterly impossible to recover them now. The thick blackness had closed down upon him again at the burning out of the second match. He could feel the blood suffuse his entire body, and then recede, leaving him cold. He shivered as he suddenly felt the sweat cold against his sodden body. Chill after chill raced down his spine. He whimpered and called suddenly upon God, the forgotten God of his erratic childhood. But God, it seemed, had no answer for him. A soft touch came delicately upon the back of his clenched right hand. Something soft, clinging and silky, passed around it. Suddenly he shrieked again, and spasmodically tore his hand loose. But even as he struggled to free his hand, a terrible pain seared his leg, a pain as though he had stepped under water upon a stingray, a pain as though a red-hot poignard had been thrust far into his calf. And then something soft and clinging fell upon his head, and he could feel the thick strands of silk being woven remorselessly through his hair and about his ears. As he sank to the ground, his consciousness rapidly waning, the first clinging, composite, deliberate strands went across his eyes. His last conscious thought was of his daughter Kathleen's soft, silky hair. It was not until nearly 2 weeks later that the skiff came to light, when 4 large rowboats slowly approached Les Isles des Quatre Vents from the direction of the lakeside of the base of the point. Crowded into the boats were the boys from Camp Cherokee, making one of their annual boat hikes to the 4 islands. Their course naturally brought them first to the island which has been called the Left Eye. The St. Lawrence skiff, loosened from its primitive fastenings by a heavy storm which had intervened, had slipped out several feet from its concealed underbrush. "Oh, look! Somebody's out here already!" shouted a sharp-eyed youngster in the bow of the foremost rowboat. "Can't we land here, Mr. Tanner?" asked one of the older boys when all the eyes had sought out and discovered the skiff. "We have plenty of time. Nobody ever comes to this island, they say, and most of us saw the others last year." Consulting his watch, his mind on lunch ashore, the counselor in charge of the boat hike gave his consent, and the 4 rowboats drew in close to the spot where Goddard had made his landing. Mr. Tanner looked closely at the skiff. "I shouldn't be a bit surprised," he remarked slowly, "if that were the skiff that was stolen from down on the point a couple of weeks ago." The boys chattered excitedly while the boats lay off the shore of the Left Eye, Mr. Tanner considering. It was not impossible that the murderer, Goddard, lay concealed on the island. No one had hitherto thought of such a possibility. Mr. Tanner came to a conclusion after rapid thought. He would take the skiff, thus cutting off the murderer, if indeed he were concealed on the island, from any probable escape. So far it appeared a clear course. 2 reliable older boys, placed in charge of the salvaged skiff, returned it to its owner, who promptly telephoned the sheriff. Mr. Tanner conducted his protesting flotilla across to the island which has been called the Mouth, the island on which stood the hut, and where the boys' temporary campsite had been planned. The oars moved reluctantly, for the boys wanted to land and hunt the murderer. Mr. Tanner, whose responsibility lay in another direction than the apprehension of criminals, preferred to proceed according to schedule. 2 hours later, a laden rowboat put off from the point and approached the four brothers. The watching boys thus, as it were, augmented by the authorities, could be restrained no longer. Mr. Tanner was able to manage it so that his 4 rowboats followed the official rowboat to the left eye. Beyond that, he could not control his Indians. The boys nearly swamped their boats in eagerness to disembark. In the end, it was one of them who did, actually, discover Goddard's remains. "Gosh!" the rest heard him shout. "Look here, everybody! Here's a thing like a mummy!" The spot was soon surrounded, the more agile boys distancing the slower-moving sheriff and constables. Goddard's body, easily identifiable from its clothing, lay, or more precisely, hung in the thickest tangle of all the tangled bushes and brush which made the central highest point of the little island almost impenetrable. At first sight, it gave the impression of a bundle of clothes rather than a human body. It was, as the boy had cried out, virtually a mummy, though sodden through the draggled clothes, which Goddard's progress through the tearing brush had greatly disarranged, by the effects of the heavy storm which had revealed the skiff. It gave the appearance of a human body, which, as though by some long process of time, had dried up to a mere fraction of its original bulk. It swayed, held free of the ground by the heavy brush, in the brisk breeze which was blowing up the lake from the cold north. The grayish appearance of this strange simulacrum of a human form, which at first puzzled the men when they approached to disengage it from the tangled bushes, was found to be due to the innumerable heavy strands of broad, opalescent, silky webbing which had been wound about the head, about the hands and arms and legs, webbing now frayed and torn in places by the wind and the friction of the bushes. One of the constables, a heavier, rather brutal-faced person, pulled at it and rubbed it from his hands on his canvas overalls. "Looks for all the world like spider web," he remarked laconically. "What do you suppose it can be, Herb?" addressing the deputy sheriff in charge. Herb McClear, the sheriff, pushed his way through the bush, close to the body. He, too, examined the web, touching it gingerly with his fingers, and then rubbing his fingers as though something uncanny, unwholesome, had touched him. The boys, sensing something dreadful, fell silent. Several pushed their way toward Mr. Tanner and stood near him. McClear, pale now, stooped and seemed to be looking at something near the ground. "Give me that stick," he ordered. One of the constables handed him what he demanded, and with it the sheriff poked at something on the ground. Their curiosity, overcoming the general sense of something queer about the whole proceeding, several of the boys and 2 of the constables shouldered through the brush toward the sheriff, now digging with his stick, his face red again from stooping and his exertions. Those standing nearest observed that the sheriff was enlarging a hole that ran into the ground near the heavy root of one of the bushes, a hole about which were heavy warps of the same gray shimmering web. The stick broke through a soft spot and sank far into the enlarged hole. "My God," they heard the sheriff say. He played delicately with the stick, as though working at something that the ground obscured. He twisted and worked it about in the hole. At last he drew it up, still carefully, gingerly. And on its end, transfixed, there came into the light of that morning a huge, frightful, maimed thing, of satiny, loathsome black like the fur of a bat, with glowing salmon-colored striping showing upon its hunched back, a spider as large as a prize peach, with great, waving, now ineffective, metal-like mandibles. They saw its little burning eyes, like harsh diamonds, gleam once, before the sheriff, holding it on the ground with his stick, set his foot on the dreadful thing. The wind blew cold from the north, as the men in a tight knot half dragged, half carried the meager body of Pierre Goddard hastily out through the retarding brush in silence, while a subdued and silent group of boys, closely gathered about their white-faced counselor, hurried down the declivity toward the edge of the cliff, below which they could see their boats floating down there in the clean water. End of section 10. Left Eye.
Section 11 of Weird Tales presents Web of the Spider. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Weird Tales presents Web of the Spider. The Monster God of Mamurth by Edmond Hamilton. It was out of the desert night that he came to us, stumbling into our little circle of firelight and collapsing at once. Mitchell and I sprang to our feet with startled exclamations, for men who travel alone and on foot are a strange sight in the deserts of North Africa. For the first few minutes that we worked over him, I thought he would die at once, but gradually we brought him back to consciousness. While Mitchell held a cup of water to his cracked lips, I looked him over and saw that he was too far gone to live much longer. His clothes were in rags, and his hands and knees literally flayed from crawling over the sands, I judged. So when he motioned feebly for more water, I gave it to him, knowing that, in any case, his time was short. Soon he could talk in a dead, croaking voice. "I'm alone," he told us, in answer to our first question. "No more out there to look for. What are you two? Traitors? I thought so. No, I'm an archaeologist, a digger-up of the past." His voice broke for a moment. "It's not always good to dig up dead secrets. There are some things the past should be allowed to hide." He caught the look that passed between Mitchell and me. "No, I'm not mad," he said. "You will hear. I'll tell you the whole thing. But listen to me, you two." And in his earnestness he raised himself to a sitting position. "Keep out of Eugene Desert. Remember that I told you that. I had a warning, but I disregarded it, and I went into hell. Into hell. But there, I will tell you from the beginning. My name, that doesn't matter now. I left Mogador more than a year ago, and came through the foothills of the Atlas Ranges, striking out into the desert in hopes of finding some of the Carthaginian ruins the North African deserts are known to hold. I spent months in the search, traveling among the squalid Arab villages, now near an oasis and now far into the blank, untracked desert. And as I went farther into that savage country, I found more and more of the ruins I sought, crumbled remnants of temples and fortresses, relics almost destroyed of the age when Carthage meant empire and ruled all of North Africa from her walled city. And then on the side of a massive block of stone I found that which turned me toward Eugene. It was an inscription in the garbled Phoenician of the traders of Carthage, short enough that I remembered it, and can repeat it word for word. It read literally as follows: "Merchants, go not into the city of Mamurth, which lies beyond the mountain pass, for I, Sandrabat of Carthage, entering the city with 4 companions in the month of Eshmaun to trade. On the 3rd night of our stay came priests and seized my fellows, I escaping by hiding. My companions they sacrificed to the evil god of the city, who has dwelt there from the beginning of time, and for whom the wise man of Mamurth hath built a great temple, the like of which is not on earth elsewhere, where the people of Mamurth worship their god. I escaped from the city and set this warning here, that others may not turn their steps to Mamurth and to death. Perhaps you can imagine the effect that inscription had on me. It was the last trace of a city unknown to the memory of men, a last floating spar of a civilization sunken in the sea of time. That there could have been such a city at all seemed to me quite probable. What do we know of Carthage, even, but a few names? No city, no civilization, was ever so completely blotted off the earth as Carthage, when Roman Scipio ground its temples and palaces into the very dust, and plowed up the ground with salt, and the eagles of conquering Rome flew across a desert where a metropolis had been. It was on the outskirts of one of those wretched little Arab villages that I had found the block and its inscription, and I tried to find someone in the village to accompany me, but none would do so. I could plainly see the mountain pass, a mere crack between towering blue cliffs. In reality it was miles and miles away, but the deceptive optical qualities of the desert light made it seem very near. My maps placed that mountain range all right, as a lower branch of the Atlas, and the expanse behind the mountains was marked as Eugene Desert, but that was all I got from them. All that I could reckon on as certain was that it was desert that lay on the other side of the pass, and I must carry enough supplies to meet it. But the Arabs knew more, though I offered what must have been fabulous riches to those poor devils. Not one would come with me when I let them know what place I was heading for. None had ever been there. They would not even ride far into the desert in that direction. But all had very definite ideas of the place beyond the mountains as a nest of devils, a haunt of evil jinns. Knowing how firmly superstition is implanted in their kind, I tried no longer to persuade them, and started alone, with 2 scrawny camels carrying my water and supplies. So for 3 days I forged across the desert under a broiling sun, and on the morning of the 4th I reached the pass. It was only a narrow crevice to begin with, and great boulders were strewn so thickly on its floor that it was a long, hard job getting through, and the cliffs on each side towered to such a height that the space between was a place of shadows and whispers and semi-darkness. It was late in the afternoon that I finally came through, and for a moment I stood motionless, for from that side of the pass the desert sloped down into a vast basin, and at the basin's center, perhaps 2 miles from where I stood, gleamed the white ruins of Mamurth. I remember that I was very calm as I covered the 2 miles between myself and the ruins. I had taken the existence of the city as a fact, so much so that if the ruins had not been there I should have been vastly more surprised than at finding them. From the pass I had seen only a tangled mass of white fragments, but as I drew nearer, some of these began to take outline as crumbling blocks and walls and columns. The sand had drifted too, and the ruins were completely buried in some sections, while nearly all were half covered. And then it was that I made a curious discovery. I had stopped to examine the material of the ruins, a smooth, veinless stone much like an artificial marble or a superfine concrete, and while I looked about me, intent on this, I noticed that on almost every shaft and block, on broken cornice and column, was carved the same symbol, if it was a symbol. It was a rough picture of a queer, outlandish creature, much like an octopus, with a round, almost shapeless body, and several long tentacles or arms branching out from the body, not supple or boneless like those of an octopus, but seemingly stiff and jointed like a spider's legs. In fact, the thing might have been intended to represent a spider, I thought, though some of the details were wrong. I speculated for a moment on the profusion of these creatures carved on the ruins all around me, then gave it up as an enigma that was unsolvable. And the riddle of the city about me seemed unsolvable also. What could I find in this half-buried mass of stone fragments to throw light on the past? I could not even superficially explore the place, for the scantiness of my supplies and water would not permit a long stay. It was with a discouraged heart that I went back to the camels, and leading them to an open spot in the ruins, made my camp for the night. And when night had fallen, I sat beside my little fire. The vast, brooding silence of this place of death was awful. There were no laughing human voices, or cries of animals, or even cries of bird or insect. Nothing but the darkness and silence that crowded around me, flowed down upon me, beat sullenly against the glowing spears of light my little fire threw out. As I sat there musing, I was startled by a slight sound behind me. I turned to see its cause and then stiffened. As I have mentioned, the space directly around my camp was clear sand, smoothed level by the winds. Well, as I stared at that flat expanse of sand, a hole several inches across suddenly appeared in its surface, yards from where I stood, but clearly visible in the firelight. There was nothing whatever to be seen there, not even a shadow. But there it was, one moment the level surface of the sand, the next moment a hole appearing in it, accompanied by a soft crunching sound. As I stood gazing at it in wonder, that sound was repeated, and simultaneously another hole appeared in the sand's surface, only 5 or 6 feet nearer to me than the other. When I saw that, ice-tipped arrows of fear seemed to shoot through me, and then, yielding to a mad impulse, I snatched a blazing piece of fuel from the fire and hurled it, a comet of red flame, at the place where the holes had appeared. There was a slight sound of scurrying and shuffling, and I felt that whatever thing had made those marks had retreated, if a living thing had made them at all. What it had been, I could not imagine, for there had been absolutely nothing in sight. One track, and then another appearing magically in the clear sand, if indeed they were really tracks at all. The mystery of the thing haunted me. Even in sleep I found no rest, for evil dreams seemed to flow into my brain from the dead city around me. All the dusty sins of ages past, in this forgotten place, seemed to be focused on me in the dreams I had. Strange shapes walked through them, unearthly as the spawn of a distant star, half seen and vanishing again. It was little enough sleep I got that night, but when the sun finally came with its first golden rays, my fears and oppressions dropped from me like a cloak. No wonder the early peoples were sun-worshippers. And with my renewed strength and courage, a new thought struck me. In the inscription I have quoted to you, the long-dead merchant adventurer had mentioned the great temple of the city, and dwelt on its grandeur. Where then were its ruins, I wondered. I decided that what time I had would be better spent in investigating the ruins of this temple, which should be prominent if that ancient Carthaginian had been correct as to its size. I ascended a nearby hillock and looked about me in all directions, and though I could not perceive any vast pile of ruins that might have been the temples, I did see for the first time far away 2 great figures of stone that stood out black against the rosy flame of the sunrise. It was a discovery that filled me with excitement, and I broke camp at once, starting in the direction of those 2 shapes. They were on the very edge of the farther side of the city, and it was noon before I finally stood before them. And now I saw clearly their nature. 2 great, sitting figures, carved of black stone, all of 50 feet in height, and almost that far apart, both facing toward the city and toward me. They were of human shape and dressed in a queer scaled armor, but the faces I cannot describe, for they were unhuman. The features were human, well proportioned even, but the face, the expression, suggested no kinship whatever with humanity as we know it. Were they carved from life? I wondered. If so, it must have been a strange sort of people who had lived in this city and set up these 2 statues. And now I tore my gaze away from them and looked around. On each side of those shapes the remains of what must have been a mighty wall branched out, a long pile of crumbling ruins. But there had been no wall between the statues, that being evidently the gateway through the barrier. I wondered why the 2 guardians of the gate had survived, apparently entirely unharmed, while the wall, and the city behind me had fallen into ruins. They were of a different material, I could see. But what was that material? And now I noticed for the first time the long avenue that began on the other side of the statues and stretched away into the desert for a half-mile or more. The sides of this avenue were 2 rows of smaller stone figures that ran in parallel lines away from the 2 figures. So I started down that avenue, passing between the 2 great shapes that stood at its head. And as I went between them, I noticed for the first time the inscription graven on the inner side of each. On the pedestal of each figure, 4 or 5 feet from the ground, was a raised tablet of the same material, perhaps a yard square and covered with strange symbols, characters, no doubt, of a lost language, undecipherable, at least to me. One symbol, though, that was especially prominent in the inscription, was not new to me. It was the carven picture of the spider, or octopus, which I have mentioned that I had found everywhere on the ruins of the city, and here it was scattered thickly among the symbols that made up the inscription. The tablet on the other statue was a replica of the first, and I could learn no more from it. So I started down the avenue, turning over in my mind the riddle of that omnipresent symbol, and then forgetting it as I observed the things about me. That long street was like the avenue of sphinxes at Karnak, down which Pharaoh swung in his litter, borne to his temple on the necks of men. But the statues that made up its sides were not sphinx-shaped. They were carved in strange forms, shapes of animals unknown to us, as far removed from anything we can imagine as the beasts of another world. I cannot describe them any more than you could describe a dragon to a man who has been blind all his life. Yet they were of evil reptilian shapes. They tore at my nerves as I looked at them. Down between the 2 rows of them I went until I came to the end of the avenue. Standing there between the last 2 figures, I could see nothing before me but the yellow sands of the desert, as far as the eye could reach. I was puzzled. What had been the object of all the pains that had been taken? The wall, the 2 great statues, in this long avenue, if it but led into the desert. Gradually I began to see that there was something queer about the part of the desert that lay directly before me. It was flat. For an area seemingly round in shape that must have covered several acres, the surface of the desert seemed absolutely level. It was as though the sands within that great circle had been packed down with tremendous force, leaving not even the littlest ridge of dune on its surface. Beyond this flat area and all around it, the desert was broken up by small hills and valleys, and traversed by whirling sand clouds, but nothing stirred on the flat surface of the circle. Interested at once, I strode forward to the edge of the circle, only a few yards away. I had just reached that edge when an invisible hand seemed to strike me a great blow on the face and chest, knocking me backward in the sand. It was minutes before I advanced again, but I did advance, for all my curiosity was now aroused. I crawled toward the circle's edge, holding my pistol before me, pushing slowly forward. When the automatic in my outstretched hand reached the line of the circle, it struck against something hard, and I could push it no farther. It was exactly as if it had struck against the side of a wall, but no wall or anything else was to be seen. Reaching out my hand, I touched the same hard barrier, and in a moment I was on my feet. For I knew now that it was solid matter I had run into, not force. When I thrust out my hands, the edge of the circle was as far as they would go, for there they met a smooth wall, totally invisible, yet at the same time quite material, and the phenomenon was one which even I could partly understand. Somehow in the dead past, the scientists of the city behind me, the wise men, mentioned in the inscription, had discovered the secret of making solid matter invisible and had applied it to the work that I was now examining. Such a thing was far from impossible. Even our own scientists can make matter partly invisible with the X-ray. Evidently these people had known the whole process, a secret that had been lost in the succeeding ages, like the secret of hard gold and malleable glass, and others that we find mentioned in ancient writings. Yet I wondered how they had done this, so that Ages after those who had built the thing were wind-driven dust, it remained as invisible as ever. I stood back and threw pebbles into the air toward the circle. No matter how high I threw them, when they reached the line of the circle's edge, they rebounded with a clinking sound. So I knew that the wall must tower to a great height above me. I was on fire to get inside the wall and examine the place from the inside, but how to do it? There must be an entrance, but where? And I suddenly remembered the two guardian statues at the head of the great avenue, with their carven tablets, and wondered what connection they had with this place. Suddenly, the strangeness of the whole thing struck me like a blow. The great unseen wall before me, the circle of sand, flat and unchanging, and myself standing there and wondering. A voice from out the dead city behind me seemed to sound in my heart, bidding me to turn and flee, to get away. I remembered the warning of the inscription, "Go not to Mamurth." And as I thought of the inscription, I had no doubt that this was the great temple described by San Drabat. Surely he was right. The like of it was not on earth elsewhere. But I would not go. I could not go until I had examined the wall from the inside. Calmly reasoning the matter, I decided that the logical place for the gateway through the wall would be at the end of the avenue, so that those who came down the street could pass directly through the wall. And my reasoning was good, for it was at that spot that I found the entrance. An opening in the barrier, several yards wide and running higher than I could reach. How high, I had no means of telling. I felt my way through the gate, and stepped at once upon a floor of hard material, not as smooth as the wall's surface, but equally invisible. Inside the entrance lay a corridor of equal width, leading into the center part of the circle, and I felt my way forward. I must have made a strange picture had there been any there to observe it, for while I knew that all around me were the towering invisible walls, and I knew not what else, yet all my eyes could see was the great flat circle of sand beneath me, carpeted with the afternoon sunshine. Only I seemed to be walking a foot above the ground in thin air. That was the thickness of the floor beneath me, and it was the weight of this great floor, I knew, that held the circle of sand under it forever flat and unchanging. I walked slowly down the passageway with hands outstretched before me, and had gone but a short distance when I brought up against another smooth wall that lay directly across the corridor, seemingly making it a blind alley. But I was not discouraged now, for I knew that there must be a door somewhere, and began to feel around me in search of it. I found the door. In groping about the sides of the corridor, my hands encountered a smoothly round knob set in the wall, and as I laid my hand on this, the door opened. There was a sighing as of a little wind, and when I again felt my way forward, the wall that had lain across the passageway was gone, and I was free to go forward. But I dared not go through at once. I went back to the knob on the wall and found that no amount of pressing or twisting of it would close the door that had opened. Some subtle mechanism within the knob had operated that needed only a touch of the hand to work it, and the whole end of the corridor had moved out of the way, sliding up in the grooves, I think, like a portcullis, though of this I am not sure. But the door was safely opened, and I passed through it. Moving about like a blind man in a strange place, I found that I was in a vast inner court, the walls of which sloped away in a great curve. When I discovered this, I came back to the spot where the corridor opened into the court, and then walked straight out into the court itself. It was steps that I encountered, the first broad steps of what was evidently a staircase of titanic proportion. And I went up, slowly, carefully, feeling before me every foot of the way. It was only the feel of the staircase under me that gave reality to it, for as far as I could see, I was simply climbing up into empty space. It was weird beyond telling. Up and up I went, until I was all of 100 feet above the ground, and then the staircase narrowed, the sides drew together. A few more steps, and I came out on a flat floor again, which, after some groping about, I found to be a broad landing with high railed edges. I crawled across this landing on hands and knees, and then struck against another wall, and in it, another door. I went through this, too, still crawling, and though everything about me was still invisible, I sensed that I was no longer in the open air, but in a great room. I stopped short, and then, as I crouched on the floor, I felt a sudden prescience of evil, of some malignant, menacing entity that was native here. Nothing I could see or hear, but strong upon my brain beat the thought of something infinitely ancient, infinitely evil, that was a part of this place. Was it a consciousness, I wonder, of the horror that had filled the place in ages long dead? Whatever caused it, I could go no farther in the face of the terror that possessed me, so I drew back and walked to the edge of the landing, leaning over its high, invisible railing and surveying the scene below. The setting sun hung like a great ball of red-hot iron in the western sky, and in its lurid rays the two great statues cast long shadows on the yellow sands. Not far away, my two camels hobbled, moved restlessly about. To all appearances, I was standing on thin air, 100 feet or more above the ground. But in my mind's eye, I had a picture of the great courts and corridors below me, through which I had felt my way. Musing there in the red light, it was clear to me that this was the great temple of the city. What a sight it must have been in the time of the city's life. I could imagine the long procession of priests and people in somber and gorgeous robes, coming out from the city, between the great statues and down the long avenue, dragging with them perhaps an unhappy prisoner to sacrifice to their god in this, his temple. The sun was now dipping beneath the horizon, and I turned to go, but before I ever moved I became rigid, and my heart seemed to stand still. For on the farther edge of the clear stretch of sand that lay beneath the temple and the city, a hole suddenly appeared in the sand, springing into being on the desert's face exactly like the one I had seen at my campfire the night before. I watched, as fascinated as by the eyes of a snake, and before my eyes another and another appeared, not in a straight line but in a zigzag fashion. 2 such holes would be punched down on one side, then 2 more on the other side, then one in the middle, making a series of tracks, perhaps 2 yards in width from side to side, and advancing straight toward the temple and myself, and I could see nothing. It was like, the comparison suddenly struck me, like the tracks of a many-legged insect might make in the sand, only magnified to unheard-of proportions. And with that thought the truth rushed on me, for I remembered the spider carved on the ruins and on the statues, and I knew now what it had signified to the dwellers in the city. What was it the inscription had said? The evil god of the city, who has been there from the beginning of time. And as I saw those tracks advancing toward me, I knew that the city's ancient evil god still dwelt here, and that I was in his temple alone and unharmed. What strange creatures might there not have been in the dawn of time? And this one, this gigantic monster in a spider's form, had not those who built the city found it here when they came, and in awe taken it as the city's god and built for it the mighty temple in which I now stood? And they who had the wisdom and the art to make this vast fane invisible, not to be seen by human eyes, had they done the same to their god and made of him almost a true god, invisible, powerful, undying. Undying! Almost it must have been, to survive the ages as it had done. Yet I knew that even some kinds of parrots live for centuries, and what could I know of this monstrous relic of dead ages? And when the city died and crumbled and the victims were no longer brought to its lair in the temple, did it not live, as I thought, by ranging the desert? No wonder the Arabs had feared the country in this direction. It would be death for anything that came even within view of such a horror, that could clutch and spring and chase and yet remain always unseen. And was it death for me? Such were some of the thoughts that pounded through my brain as I watched death approach with those steadily advancing tracks in the sand. And now the paralysis of terror that had gripped me was broken, and I ran down the great staircase and into the court. I could think of no place in that great hall where I might hide. Imagine hiding in a place where all is invisible. But I must go someplace, and finally I dashed past the foot of the great staircase until I reached a wall directly under the landing on which I had stood, and against this I crouched, praying that the deepening shadows of dusk might hide me from the gaze of the creature whose lair this was. I knew instantly when the thing entered the gate through which I too had come. Pad, pad, pad. That was the soft cushioned sound of its passage. I heard the feet stop for a moment by the open door at the end of the corridor. Perhaps it was in surprise that the door was open, I thought, for how could I know how great or little intelligence lay in that unseen creature's brain? Then, pat, pat. Across the court it came, and I heard the soft sound of its passing as it ascended the staircase. Had I not been afraid to breathe, I would have almost screamed with relief. Yet, still fear held me, and I remained crouched against the wall while the thing went up the great stairs. Imagine that scene! All around me was absolutely nothing visible. Nothing but the great flat circle of sand that lay a foot below me. Yet, I saw the place with my mind's eye, and knew of the walls and courts that lay about me, and the thing above me, in fear of which I was crouching there in the gathering darkness. The sound of feet above me had ceased, and I judged that the thing had gone into the great room above, which I had feared to enter. Now, if ever, was the time to make my escape in the darkness. So I rose with infinite carefulness, and softly walked across the court to the door that led into the corridor. But when I had walked only half of the distance, as I thought, I crashed squarely into another invisible wall across my path, and fell backward, the metal handle of the sheath knife at my belt striking the floor with a loud clang. God help me, I had misjudged the position of the door, and had walked straight into the wall instead. I lay there motionless, with cold fear flooding every part of my being. Then, pat, pat, the soft steps of thing crossed the landing, and then for a moment silence. Could it see me from the landing, I wondered? Could it? For a moment, hope warmed me as no sound came, but the next instant I knew that death had me by the throat, for pat, pat, down the stairs it came. With that sound, my last vestige of self-control fled, and I scrambled to my feet and made another mad dash in the direction of the door. Crash! Into another wall I went, and rose to my feet trembling. There was no sound of footsteps now, and as quietly as I could, I walked into the great court still farther, as I thought, for my whole ideas of direction were hopelessly confused. God, what a weird game it was we played there on that darkened circle of sand. No sound whatever from the thing that hunted me, and my hope flickered up again. And with a dreadful irony, it was at that exact moment that I walked straight into the thing. My outstretched hand touched and grasped what must have been one of its limbs, thick and cold and hairy, that was instantly torn from my grasp and then seized me again, while another and another clutched me also. The thing had stood quite still, leaving me to walk directly into its grasp. The drama of the spider and the fly! A moment only it held me, for that cold grasp filled me with such deep, shuddering abhorrence that I wrenched myself loose and fled madly across the court, stumbling again on the first step of the great staircase. I ran madly up those stairs, and even as I ran, I heard the thing in pursuit. No soft steps now, but a rapid shuffle. Up I went, and across the landing, and grasped the edge of the railing, for I meant to throw myself down from there to a clean death on the floor below. But under my hands the top of the railing moved. One of the great blocks that evidently made up its top was loosened and rocked toward me. In a flash I grasped the great block and staggered across the landing with it in my arms to the head of the staircase. 2 men could hardly have lifted it, I think, yet I did more, in a sudden access of mad strength. For as I heard that monster coming swiftly up the great stairs, I raised the block, invisible as ever, above my head, and sent it crashing down the staircase upon the place where I thought the thing was at that moment. For an instant after the crash there was silence, and then a low humming sound began that waxed into a loud droning. And at the same time, at a spot halfway down the staircase where the block had crashed, a thin purple liquid seemed to well out of the empty air, giving form to a few of the invisible steps as it flowed over them, and outlining, too, the block I had thrown, and a great, hairy limb that lay crushed beneath it, and from which the fluid that was the monster's blood was oozing. I had not killed the thing, but had chained it down, as I thought, with the block that held it prisoner. There was a thrashing sound on the staircase, and the purple stream ran more freely, and by the outline of its splashes I saw dimly the monstrous god that had been known in Mamurth in ages past. Like a giant spider it was, with angled limbs that were yards long and a hairy, repellent body. Even as I stood there, I wondered that the thing, invisible as it was yet visible by the lifeblood in it, when that blood was spilled. Yet so it was, nor can I even suggest a reason. But one glimpse I got of its half-visible purple-splashed outline, and then, hugging the farther side of the stairs, I descended. When I passed the thing, the intolerable odor of a crushed insect almost smothered me, and the monster itself made frantic efforts to loosen itself and spring at me. But it could not, and I got safely down, shuddering and hardly able to walk. Straight across the court I went and ran shakily through the corridor, and down the long avenue and out between the two great statues. The moonlight shone on them, and the tablets of inscription stood out on the sides of the statues clearly, with their strange symbols and carved spider forms. But I knew now what their message was. It was well that my camels had wandered into the ruins, for such was the fear that struck through me that I would never have returned for them had they lingered by the invisible wall. All that night I rode to the north, and when morning came I did not stop but still pushed north, and as I went through the mountain pass one camel stumbled and fell, and in falling burst opened all my water supplies that were lashed on its back. No water at all was left, but I still held north, killing the other camel by my constant speed, and then staggered on foot. On hands and knees I crawled forward when my legs gave out, always north, away from that temple of evil and its evil god. And tonight I had been crawling. How many miles I do not know, and I saw your fire. And that is all. He lay back exhausted, and Mitchell and I looked at each other's faces in the firelight. Then rising, Mitchell strode to the edge of our camp and looked for a long time at the moonlit desert that lay toward the south. What his thoughts were, I do not know. I was nursing my own as I watched the man that lay beside our fire. It was early the next morning that he died, muttering about great walls around him. We wrapped his body securely, and bearing it with us, held our way across the desert. In Algiers, we cabled to the friends whose address we found in his money belt, and arranged to ship the body to them, for such had been his only request. Later they wrote that he had been buried in the little churchyard of the New England village that had been his childhood home. I do not think that his sleep there will be troubled by dreams of that place of evil from which he fled. I pray that it will not. Often and often have Mitchell and I discussed the thing over lonely campfires, and in the inns of the seaport towns. Did he kill the invisible monster he spoke of? And is it lying now, a withered remnant under the block on the great staircase? Or did it gnaw its way loose? Does it still roam the desert, and make its lair in the vast ancient temple, as unseen as itself? Or, different still, was the man simply crazed by the heat and thirst of the desert, and his tale but the product of a maddened mind? I do not think that this is so. I think that he told truth, yet I do not know. Nor shall I ever know. For never, Mitchell and I have decided, shall we be the ones to venture into that place of hell on earth, where that ancient god of evil may still be living, amid the invisible courts and towers, beyond the unseen wall. End of The Monster God of Mamurth by Edmond Hamilton. End of Weird Tales Presents Web of the Spider